Hello. No chat on the starting screen. Maybe this is something that needs to be looked into. Well, good morning, good evening, everyone. So we're going to be here checking out Day 7. We got 5 matches to go in the round robin. Current standings up on the screen right now. I guess I want to quickly take a look. Yeah, no tables are up yet. But we will get right into the action soon. We're going to be kibitzing someone from the match Norway against Switzerland, 2 of the teams at the top of the standings. Don't exactly know who's going to be playing, but as always, Scissors, thank you for trying to time out DT. What is this? Why do I have an eye patch? Wait, why do I have an eye patch? What is that emote? How did you even do that? Well, after yesterday's debacle with USA 1 and USA 2 kind of slipping down the standings, I mean, still chances here. And I think USA 1 might have the best chances of the 2 US teams to qualify. They're playing a bunch of the teams lower ranked in the standings. Sunglasses? There's no way that's sunglasses. Only one of the eyes is covered. There's zero chance that's sunglasses. I'm a pirate. Somehow Scissors has turned me into a pirate. But the good kind of pirate. Not like the pillage and burn type pirate. You know, the pirate that's like Johnny Depp. Pirates of the Caribbean. That's the good kind, I'm sure. Well, top 8 teams have separated themselves a little bit. Israel currently sitting in 8th, but 10 or more victory points ahead of China. USA 2, USA 1 behind them. Belgium, Ireland still kind of in the mix. Looks like sunglasses. Oh, okay. It does when I pop up the large emote. But in the tiny version, it kind of looks like an eye patch to me. Go New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand has held it together down the home stretch. I think they had a difficult match against, I forget who it was yesterday. It might have been Switzerland or someone, but everyone has a tough match against Switzerland. Maybe when I'm fully awake, that could be. It really is just a skill issue here, not being awake enough. Okay, Norway against Switzerland. So I think the plan is to kibitz whoever's south, because that's how we arbitrarily make decisions here. I should have switched to the last board first match yesterday. Last board first match. Oh, did I miss a deal? I was in a hurry to get breakfast. That's very true. Yeah, if someone scores 3,999 points, not only would they earn 23 imps, but that would also be a first lifetime. Like a world record for scoring such an unusual number of points. You know, I think it would be amusing if directors could penalize points that weren't in increments of 10 on a hand. Like, they don't assign a certain number of tricks. They're just like, pi is not defined. Also worth 0 imps. It's 22 sevenths. Okay. Hands are up. I do want to... Ooh, it's Helgamo. Have we watched Helgamo before? No, I think we watched Brad Moss and then Zia. So here we go. Sorry for spoilers on the first hand of the day, but... Hi, Allie. Welcome. Glad to have you with us. Good evening to you. They can do split scores, 1/3 of 100 and 2/3 of 0. That's true. Directors can assign different percentages to both pairs if they want to be really rude or really nice, I guess. I do remember the 4 spades in front of Zia. Oh, did I really run after that 4 spade opener? The other table was still playing it? All right. Let's talk about Helgamo's actions. So 2 passes, it comes around to him. Hey, Private B, greetings to all the Belgian fans out there. You all have had a little bit of a tough run. Oh, hey, Gwyn, also from Belgium. Hopefully you have a good finish to the tournament. Maybe you're still in contention. I think you're in the mix with USA 1 and 2 for qualifying for these top 8 spots. But really coming down to the wire here, the teams are going to have to really pull out a good streak if they want to qualify, and they're outside the top 8 right now. So spade by Helgamo. He had a couple of choices, but he goes with 1 spade, kind of natural. Got a 12 count, 3rd seat. Double by West takeout, 2 hearts by North, showing a constructive raise to 2 spades. 2 no by East. Looks like maybe kind of takeout for the minors, or any 2 suits. And then Helgamo elects to jump directly to 4 spades. I'm not sure that he expects to make this contract most of the time, although maybe on some layouts he could. You know, his partner has ace 3rd of spades, the king is on side, his partner has like the ace of clubs. It's possible. But I think he mostly bid 4 spades, kind of hoping to just preempt the opponents out of whatever they were bidding. He has very little defense in his hand. King of Hearts sitting underneath the takeout doubler is not ideal. No aces, long spade suit, queen of diamonds, not really a working defensive asset. So we get a club lead, and kind of as expected, you know, if the ace of hearts is offside, we do have 2 trumps and 2 hearts to lose. Not much play otherwise. I mean, he might try running the queen of diamonds. That is a potential plan, although I would expect West to cover most of the time. But it does look like the opponents could have potentially missed some sort of contract. Maybe not a game. Even if they ended up playing in hearts, we can get diamond ruffs and cash at least 2 clubs. But the opponents could have easily been making a part score. So club lead is helpful. It does pick up the club queen for declare. Helgamo might try to win this trick in the dummy and lead spades. I was thinking he might try and stick in the 10, hoping to win the trick in dummy. And then lead spades towards his hand, maybe induce a mistake from East if he had like ace doubleton, try and hop up to like put a heart through, for example. But now that Helgamo's won the club in hand, we'll see if he tries something else. Okay, he does lead the queen of diamonds. I was a little curious whether he might try and run the diamond queen. He does. At least put in a little bit of an effort. It looks like he has some hopes of maybe stripping out West's hand and playing them with a singleton spade honor. So if West is, say, 1, 4, 3, 5, Well, that's not going to work out so well, is it? Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, this is not exactly gonna... Oh my god, you know what? This Queen of Clubs is an incredibly strong play. I'm not sure Helgamo was planning to play a club to the 10, but he could have gained 2 extra club entries. So if West didn't put in the club queen, Helgamo might have made the contract if West was 1-4-4-4, for example. Club to the 10, diamond ruff, club to the ace, diamond ruff, and then exit a spade. Second hand high is your favorite kind of defensive play. Yeah, it's definitely a good one. Queen of spades and a think from West. This doesn't feel great. I mean, we do see the result in the other room. 2 spades ended up making 11 tricks. So things went a little bit more favorably for Declarer over there. But I suspect that with West's long think, West is going to come up with whatever the right thing is to do here. Plays low. Sounds like King Doubleton to me. Oh, Ace Doubleton from West. So East wins. East gets to put a heart through. Although this think from East is a little bit unusual now. Wow. I mean, now we can just exit a spade and West gets end played. That was that was a little strange by East. I mean, maybe the Ace of Hearts was onside, but yeah, it still kind of feels a little unusual to not switch to hearts there. I mean, you kind of know the Declarer is stripping the hand out. I guess East was hoping that South actually only had 6 trumps, which would make sense. Then East could force South onto lead by exiting that diamond. So good attempt from East, but wow, we didn't really expect to be making that contract, but that has earned, I don't know, I'm going to call it our side. I don't have any rooting interest in this match necessarily, but because we happen to be watching Helgamo is my man for today. So we've earned 6 imps for bidding a little bit aggressively to the game. The other table ended up opening a spade and passing a 2-spade response. Surprising that West never took action with spade shortness and a 12 count, but of course West only has 3 hearts in the other room, and a lot of people prefer their takeout doubles to be pretty pure. You're rooting against Switzerland? I understand. Well, then we can be on the same side, at least for now, because I am rooting for Norway. Well, yesterday we saw a bit of an unfortunate overcall vulnerable after the opponents opened a no trump, when Zia overcalled with 4-5 in the majors. This time, Helgamo does have 5-5 for his bid, and that's going to give him a little bit of extra comfort and safety. Also, you know what? It's probably a good idea. I suspect 1-no is weak. But let me go ahead and pull up the convention cards for both of the pairs, just so that I can keep everyone updated as to what's going on. So our partner's thinking Normally we'll have some sort of convention. If partner wants to ask for the minor, they would bid either 2 no trump or 3 clubs. I think a lot of players use 3 of the minor to ask for the minor and 2 no to show a good hand in this scenario, so it looks like that's what partner's doing. 2 no trump, presumably some values, willing to make an invitation. Our hand's a little bit mediocre. I mean, a lot of queens. So we just bid 3 clubs, show our 2 suits. Let's see. Norway, we are looking for Hulgamo. So got his convention card up. And for Switzerland, we are looking for Brink and Driver. Great. Scissors, nice dad joke there. Their flag is a big plus. Other table is in 6 clubs on this hand. Well, we don't know what's going on from our partner's perspective, but 6 clubs did end up making. So yeah, this is one of the spots where we kind of want to consider when we're going to be willing to accept a forward-going move. I mean, 5-5 is already kind of, I would say, a minimum in terms of distribution for our action. Our suits are fairly weak, and our high card count is also fairly minimum. 11 high card points, but singleton queen, queen doubleton. So this kind of feels like one of these hands where we've already done our maximum action. There's almost nothing that partner could do unless they request that we show spade control to make forward-going actions. So I think that's what Helgamo is probably going to be thinking about as 6 clubs immediately gets put on the table. Okay, 1 no announced as 10-12. I guess I could have looked that up from Brink and Driver. Yeah, apparently first seat favorable, they play 9-12. And in other seats, they have variable ranges, but 9-12 is, they're ignoring the 8 counts. That's true. I don't actually know WBF rules and regulations on what constitutes an opening bid, but at least in the ACBL, 8 count is the lowest that you're allowed to conventionally open. Okay, well, that's a hand from partner. We are off the trump ace. Yeah, WBF says 8 is legit. Well, I was just wondering, because the ACBL is like very strict about the rules and regulations, that the WBF might say that it's okay to open anything. That's that's true. Gwen, it sounds like you're talking from experience there. Thank you for the post-mortem slam alert, Scissors. Matt says, apparently the lowest your strong club can be is 13. Is that in the WBF or is that ACBL? I've never, that's not true. I have played strong club systems in the ACBL, but it was always like 16 plus. Honestly, this hand might have been a little more exciting from North's perspective if we were to watch it, but I think North's actions were sensible. Probably figuring that even if partner had a doubleton spade, maybe the spades go away on the diamonds. Or maybe partner has the club ace and you can make the slam that way. The WBF says 13 for strong clubs. Gotcha. So we've opened a club as south, spade overcall by west, negative double by north, and Helgamo had some options available to him, of course, over the double. He could have jumped to 2 no trump, but he, I think, is a little bit concerned that if his partner doesn't have a spade on her, West might have a hand like king, queen, jack, 5 of spades and an outside ace, and they'll be able to set up and cash 5 tricks against 3 no trump. So 2 spades, presumably fishing for a partner to bid no trump with a spade card. Seems like a reasonable choice to me. And North bids 3 diamonds. I'm wondering if South's going to continue his like charade by bidding 3 hearts here. But no, he just decides to bid 3 no to show his spade stopper. I think the point being that 3 hearts shouldn't show 4-card heart support, because with a game-forcing hand and 4 hearts, we would just jump to 4 hearts, or splinter, or whatever, over the negative double. So 2 spades should specifically deny 4-card hearts. But I understand 3 no. I mean, we don't want to be too cute and clever, bid 3 hearts, have our partner bid 4 clubs, and then we deny our spade stopper. And look at this, queen doubleton of spades is perfect, so we do have 2 stoppers in the suit, although the rest of the hand is not great from North. So 2 spades and 4 clubs, I mean, assuming we play low at trick 1, which I have to imagine Helgamo will. We gotta play on the diamond suit to make our contract. And I guess the big question then is just how do we play the diamond suit? We can pick up can we pick up queen doubleton with West? I'm just thinking about this. We can obviously pick up ace queen doubleton with West by like leading low or leading the jack, either way. It is good practice, I would say, even if you don't have a problem on the first trick, to spend some time, as Helgamo's doing here, to think about what your line of play is going to be. Yeah, Scissors says pin the 9 of diamonds, which I think is, that would be like the simple plan, right? That would definitely be the simple plan. So we do play low at trick 1. He sticks in the jack, so we'll win the ace. 2 of spades. I'm gonna have to guess they're playing attitude leads, but let me look this up. Their card is... Yeah, it looks like their card is marked attitude leads against no trump. So... Interesting. Okay, so on a diamond to the king, maybe I need to count our tricks for a second. A diamond went to the king, and then we let a heart up. So we now have 4 more club tricks, 1 spade trick, and 2 hearts. Oh. And now that East has pitched a heart, we're probably making an over trick, right? King, Queen of Hearts, cross to the club. That 9 of Hearts might be good. Nope. East had 5 of them. Okay. Nice line of play. I guess Declare was just first played West for the Diamond Ace, and once that happened, elected to play East for the Heart Ace. Well judged. Well judged. Playing the opponents for split aces. Often a good plan, and it works out here. And also probably much higher percentage than like trying to pick up the diamonds for multiple tricks. Although it looks like it kind of would have worked out here if we had led a diamond to the king and then a diamond back. West has no more entries to the long spades, and we'll be able to set up the diamonds. I wonder if that's what they did in the other room. Spade around to the ace, 10 of diamonds running. Oh, and East for Norway could have earned his side a pretty big swing there if he had backed a spade, setting up West's spade suit. But goes after hearts instead, hoping that his partner has a doubleton heart. So 2-0 by North. Let me check the range on this because Helgamo's thinking longer than I would have. It is 20 to 21 balanced. Okay, but he does decide to pass. You were taught to bid 2 spades on that previous hand with 18 to 19 balanced and use 2-0 with a 15 to 17 unbalanced hand with a good stopper. I think most people would either reverse or bid their suits with 15 to 17. Yeah, I think you're gonna get a little bit too high when you don't have a fit if you have 15 to 17, especially when partner can be bidding with almost nothing. There are a lot of scenarios in which partner will be able to respond with a very, very light hand, and if you start kind of decreasing your point count, oh my god, well, this hand kind of took a turn. Yeah, Gwen points out kind of a funny thing that at some time there have been kind of unusual attempts to try and game the system here, where when 2-0, and just for everyone's awareness, if you haven't been here before, because we're kibitzing a player, we will be able to see North's hand after trick 1 completes. So we're going to be in the dark for a minute until North plays to trick 1, but then we'll actually be able to see the single dummy play. Yeah, this whole concept of doubling over 2-0. Ooh. Okay. So heart opening lead, North has Queen Doubleton. Is the double asking for a heart lead? I think West just is suggesting that the contract might go down. If you had a specific agreement with your partnership where double could be, say, lead a major, that would make sense. But for it to be specifically lead a heart, would be strange. I know some people play it as specifically lead a spade. You hate the double? Well, I don't know what West hand looks like. I guess we're going to find out at the end of play. Heart over to the ace, and now maybe a second spade comes through. This is starting to look like declare everything's offside. Wow, everyone's playing this as lead a heart. I don't know, that feels like a weird agreement to me, that it's always just lead a heart. But what do I know? I guess you have to pick something, right? And if it's really unusual for it to just be like, I think they're going down. You're more likely to have opened with good spades. So are you saying specifically in the auction where you're a passed hand and they've opened 2-0 and then you balance with double, it is lead a heart? Or is it in every auction, even if you didn't have a chance to open? God, this is brutal. I'm pretty sure Helgamo doesn't feel like he's done anything wrong on this hand, but if the Queen of Diamonds falls, I think Declare is going to be in good shape. Well, if the Queen of Diamonds falls, Declare can claim, so he is in good shape. Wow. No beer card, though. Yeah, it is an unusual double, for sure. Whew. I mean, Helgamo's breathing a sigh of relief on this one. 11 big imps picked up to Norway, so Norway was first in the round robin coming into this set, and Switzerland, of course, was in third. But this will be, I think, a win, or the win that might solidify Norway into that top position coming out of the round robin, which means they'll be able to pick their first round opponent for the knockout stage. Yeah, it looks like it was for a heart lead. Maybe I'm just insane. Maybe, like, of course you play double ask for hearts. I've never heard of that before, though. I have heard of double asking for spades. So board 5, partner opens a spade in the north, vulnerable. Helgamo electing to pass, which I think seems somewhat reasonable. If the king, queen of diamonds were the ace of diamonds, he might have been tempted to bid instead, but just passing with no sure tricks on offense and no great fit for partner makes some sense. And this way, later in the auction, he doesn't feel too bad if he makes an aggressive call. West balancing with 2 hearts, and our partner makes a takeout double. Now, if East passes, okay, East bids 3 hearts. I was going to say if East passes, then I think I would be tempted to just bid 2 spades with the south hand. So we'll see if our partner decides to take a third call. I'm pretty sure Helgamo is a little disappointed with how this auction has gone, because he's pretty sure his partner has like a heart void. I mean, at least some of the time here. And they could easily be missing like a diamond game. Hey Langert, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you with us. Yeah, kind of closing out the thoughts on the doubling no trump stuff, as Puffin Basher says. You can still double even if it doesn't fit into your agreements. Just having something in place is perfectly fine, and you request that partner lead a specific suit. Sometimes you just have enough stuff that no matter what partner leads, they're going down. Well, Helgamo is thinking about his choice over 3 hearts. Hey, Ollie. Welcome into the stream. I wonder if he's considering passing. I don't think so, but he does have 4 trumps, and the king, queen of diamonds isn't like nothing on defense. Partner's expected to have a pretty good hand over there. But he might just bid 4 diamonds. I mean, he might bid 5 diamonds if he wants to really fish for a game. There's a lot of options. You like 4 hearts. 4 hearts is an interesting choice. 4 hearts would keep spades in the picture. Wow, he does pass. Okay, it was certainly a possibility. I think he's hoping that his partner has a singleton heart and can lead it, because that would be ideal from his perspective. If the opponents are only in a 5-3 fit, then this is going to go really well for him. Partner leads the ace of spades, and that is quite the dummy. So spades are 6-0. His passive 2-0 worked so well that he figured he would pass again. That could be what he's been thinking about in the back of his mind. We are really hoping that partner has a trump, though. It looks as if it's possible to get to our hand twice in diamonds. I mean, partner holding ace, king, queen, jack, 5th of spades, heart void, ace of diamonds, ace of clubs. We should be able to get in twice in diamonds and pull 2 rounds of trumps. 3 spades wouldn't have been as much fun for north as it would have been for east. I think you're right about that. So, club up to the king. Club return. Helgamo probably trying to give as much suit preference as possible to his partner by playing a bunch of low clubs. Yeah, Zia does say lead a trump against doubled part scores. I mean, so does everyone else, but I'm happy to give Zia the original quote on that, which I think it's kind of clear that North does not have any hearts. So what are we going to get? We're going to get 2 diamonds, but then we have problems, right? Declare is going to be able to ruff both of their clubs in the dummy. Oh, North does have a trump. Well, so Declare does get to ruff 2 clubs, and they will take, you know, all of the trumps in their hand, but it looks like we get the rest from there. So this is going to be what? Down 1. Declare has 2 more high trumps in hand. Plus 100, I mean, not bad. We probably could have made some part score in diamonds as well if Helgamo tried for it. The other table took 11 tricks in diamonds, actually. Losing G's. I guess Helgamo did fairly well not to end up in a diamond part score. It would have been a shaky 4-3 fit. Although still probably a decent amount of potential to make 10 tricks. But happy to be plus 100. It does cost 2 imps. Plus score is going to be good though on that one. So one spade by East. Helgamo not at all tempted to make a takeout double despite the spade void. You prefer looking at only one hand? I've gotten a lot of positive feedback about seeing just the one hand, so I've done it enough on my channel that I think people are pretty happy about it, although I kind of like to show off a bunch of different perspectives, so I will be doing where we can see all 4 hands for the next 2 segments. I think I might also have a co-caster coming on for the second set. I'm not sure because I don't know if he'll be awake, but I did get someone or have someone reach out to me for doing commentary for the second segment. Puffin Basher also really likes the one hand. Yeah, I think it's a interesting, different perspective that I've never really seen anyone else do before in terms of coverage of these events. And exclamation point Gerber for the 4 club bid. So let's try and figure out what's going on in the auction. I haven't done a lot of analysis because Helgamo, once he decided to not make a takeout double on the first round, I think he's done bidding. Spade, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 clubs, game force, 2 diamonds, probably some sort of waiting bid, 2 hearts. Unclear. There's a lot of artificiality going on, and this might be a little bit easier to understand if we could see West cards. This is one of the downsides where if we're not familiar systemically with the East-West auction, then I can't really give a lot of good commentary about it. Yeah, I did put up a vote a while back. It was kind of split between people. I think that a lot of the Twitch viewers prefer the single hand perspective. Looks like a lot of the YouTube viewers, or at least the ones who are like coming into to the chat, prefer the single hand. Looks like 2 hearts might have been some artificial spade raise. Yes. Wow. So East-West got all the way up to slam. I mean, West obviously has a pretty good hand, a 16 count. And this is a little bit of a difficult spot for a lot of 2/1 players because when one of them has 16 highs, they want to make forward-going moves towards slam, but they want to have some sort of like non-serious potential try to get out if their partner only has a minimum hand. And I'm not certain where things went off the rails for East-West. I mean, obviously, if East had King Doubleton of diamonds instead of Queen Doubleton, slam is just cold, even despite the 3-0 trump split. But in this case, with East having Queen Doubleton of diamonds and the diamonds being 2-2, South was just able to cash the first 2 diamond tricks. It's not a bad single dummy contract because if the opponents don't lead diamonds, then you're going to make it. But still, big win for Norway once again, and they have a 27 imp lead in the match. Yeah, all the bids are getting alerted, so I don't have a lot of insight into the East-West auction. But obviously 4-no was key card, 5 hearts was 2 without, and West tried the slam anyway. Puffin Basher says 2-no was an overbid, and 3-no would have been the equivalent but a minimum. Are you sure about that? Systemically? I mean, this could be some sort of like relay auction where West is just asking for information and East is telling it. Obviously 2-no and 3 spades were not alerted, but I'm not confident about what East-West bids mean. So in the hand in front of us, board 7, Helgamo decides to pass in first seed. I think a lot of people would as well, other than the New Zealanders who would be happy to open a heart, or maybe even 2 hearts. And then when East opens a spade in 4th seat, Helgamo still says, vulnerable, no way I'm getting involved in this auction, 5-3-3-2, despite having a pretty good heart suit, so he passes again. The opponents have now game forced. East has a big hand with both black suits, or 3 clubs might be a little bit of a fake jump shift. Scissors is hoping to be able to double 3-no trump to ask for a heart lead. It doesn't look to me like the opponents are ending in 3-no on this kind of auction. Okay, so apparently there's, I guess Ambra is a system. I'm not familiar with the word Ambra, but I guess that's a system that might be commonly used in Norway. So 2 diamonds was a minimum on the previous hand. 2 hearts was asking, and 2-no shows a single suited hand. 3 clubs probably asking, or 2-no probably shows something. 3 clubs asking, and 3 spades shows a single suitor. And then 4 clubs and 4 hearts were cubids. I wonder if that means that West didn't have a non-serious 3-no trump available. 3-no over 3 spades would have just necessarily been an offer to play. So West had to cue 4 clubs, and not having that serious versus non-serious distinction, East had to cue bid back 4 hearts. Although, kind of interestingly, East cubids 4 hearts bypassing a diamond control, and West still takes over with key card. So I'm still not entirely convinced. Lots of speculation about the auction. I really don't know. But either way, East-West got a little bit too high, missing the diamond control. You think they're getting to 6 spades again with a cashing ace-king on lead? That would be kind of amusing if on back-to-back hands they just got a little bit overboard. I think I have noticed throughout this event, and also when I've watched Brink Driver play in the past, that they do tend to bid, they tend to overbid a little bit to get to some slams or grand slams that the field is not reaching. And obviously they're very successful with it. It does work out for them quite often. I mean, on the last hand, if South had king 5th of diamonds, he might not have led one, so 6 spades would have come home. Well, here we go. We're about to find out. I have the suspicion this time, now that East has queued 4 hearts, that we're only cashing 1 heart, though. That's my guess. So 4 no, key card and spades, 5 hearts, 2 without the queen. And East thinking. I mean, if East could see our hand, I think he would be very happy about bidding a slam here. He might be a little nervous after the previous board, but it seems fairly likely that he's going to be able to bid 6 spades. If East has what he's claiming, he had a 2 club opener, I don't think that's true. Most players really prefer not to open 2 clubs with 2 suited hands. I think that's pretty common. So East could have like a 22 count that's 5-5 in the black suits and not open 2 clubs. Whoa, okay. Big result in the other room. 7 clubs down 1. So this is a real chance for Switzerland to pick back up some imps. Don't East-West play Gazilli? You know, that's probably a good question. I bet they do play Gazilli. You are certainly right, in which case East... yeah, East should have then some big distributional hand with both black suits. I don't actually see it on their card, but I'm pretty sure everyone plays Gazilli in this event, other than the Americans. So that is true. Which means East is probably 6-5. Maybe East has a heart void. In that case, East is like, oh, East is once again sitting on like Queen Doubleton of Diamonds and worried. Yeah, so I'm curious if East is like Ace King 6th, void, Doubleton, like Ace King 5th. That would be a hand that would bid this way. Three diamonds alerted. I mean, it's very possible that 3 diamonds is just an artificial game force. In that case, 3 diamonds, 3 spades, 4 clubs, West is confirming clubs as trump. So 4 clubs, 4 hearts, Q-bid, 4 spades, Q-bid, 4 no trump, key card, and clubs, 5 hearts, 2 without. And now East has to make the last decision. I bet East has a heart void. The long tank, and Helgamo can't really see this at the table, but he obviously knows who's the one that's thinking over there. This long tank probably means East has a heart void, and he was worried about bidding exclusion. Well, there it is. Helgamo's on lead, and I think the reason the Ace of Hearts hasn't hit the table is that Helgamo is also under the impression that East has a heart void, and he leads a trump. Yeah. Maybe a good lead. Yeah, maybe a very good lead. I guess we'll see in a second. So 4 clubs to North's 5. East wins the ace. We're kind of happy with our small doubleton spade and the 9 of clubs sitting in front of dummy. Ooh, this is good news for us. I was just thinking that if Declare needs to ruff a spade and dummy, he's going to pull 2 trumps and then try and ruff the 3rd spade, and we're going to be able to ruff in. Well, there it is. So we get to ruff this trick. I suppose then we'll try the Ace of Hearts, but it's just going to be it's just going to get roughed. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good news for us. East pulling 2 rounds of spades and now is going back to take trumps. Ah. Partner has the diamond king. Excellent. Excellent. So a push board. It was exactly what I was thinking. You know, East was 6-0-2-5 with Queen Doubleton of diamonds. It was the exact same scenario as on board 6. East terrified of losing the first 2 diamonds. Very interesting auction. I don't know how East figured out that his partner didn't have the ace of hearts. Like 4-0 was key card for clubs, 5 hearts was 2 without. Well, push forward, and we're almost halfway through the set. So North opens a spade here. We have a pretty nice hand. We'll start with 2 clubs. You run a local bridge club, Puffin? That's cool. Yeah, people like these distributional hands at the club. So that would be a fun one to put for all the players. He denied a diamond control and partner confirmed one. Sure, but yeah, it could be the diamond king. Hey Rob, glad to have you. Yeah, there have been some interesting results so far in this match. Two clubs, natural game force. That's kind of interesting. I apologize, my French is not so great. DP 74, but so I'm not certain what you were trying to reference there. He was hoping for a 4th club and dummy on the previous hand. Yeah, a 4th club and dummy would have done it, right? Because if he pulled 3 rounds of trumps and then ran the spades pitching all the diamonds, he could ruff the diamond and dummy. I mean, still, we don't know about partner's ace of diamonds. Only V8 and Brink pass in first seat, wait for the opponents to game force, and then come back in with a double. It is a little unusual to double. I think most people would end up bidding 2-0 in this spot to take up a little bit of room. But you gotta have a hand for double where if you have both red suits but aren't convinced that you're going for less than, say, 500 at the 3 level, you need to be able to safely get out in 2 of a red suit. So maybe West is like 1-4-4-4 and with short spades is hoping that if he could find a red suit fit, they can save in 5 hearts or 5 diamonds over the opponent's spade game. That's possible. Well, Helgamo doesn't want anything else to do with this auction. He just decides to blast 4 spades every East 2 heart bid. Probably on the basis that North didn't redouble. So if North wanted to suggest defense against the red suits, he could have redoubled here. And then South with, say, Queen Doubleton of Hearts might have elected to pass or double to let partner have a crack at it if he wanted. So 4 spades, once again, North gets to declare, which means we won't be able to see the hand until after trick 1 is completed. But then we'll be able to look from declarer's perspective and see how he wants to proceed. I wouldn't be surprised if West was exactly 1-4-4-4. I mean, he might be like 1-4-5-3 or something like that. But I do strongly suspect that West has a singleton spade for passing and then coming in to this 2/1 auction. Like if West had spade length, then because we know West doesn't have values, they didn't open. East would have spade shortness, and if East didn't bid with spade shortness, then West would have no reason to get involved in the auction. You think redouble is just values there? Well, I think it's important to try and get the opponents when they come into your auction and they've made a mistake. Like, you can't just let them freely come in here with, like, you know, for example, 2 diamond or 2 heart bid or something, or this double, and get away with it when you never have the chance of doubling them at the 2 level. So I think if North really was like 5-4-4-0 shape, North should be redoubling. Previous hand, there were diamond and spade cubids. I don't think 3 diamonds was a cubid. But you could be right. You could be right. Yeah, maybe 3 diamonds was a cubid. That's possible. Well, spade to the king. This might be a more interesting hand to play at match points, because there might be legitimate chances to make all of the tricks here at match points after that club lead and we picked off the singleton king. Like, I was thinking, so West does have the singleton spade. West is thinking, you know, we could have cashed the king of spades, we could have unblocked the jack of clubs, played a spade to the 9, roughed the clubs good, pulled the last trump ending in dummy, and then run the club suit, pitching all of our red suit losers. And this would have made all 13 tricks. But of course, we're not playing match points, right? So we're just playing teams, which means declare, happy to just pull trumps. Didn't want to risk the contract on this inference that spades were 3-1. And so now he'll play the queen of clubs, throwing a heart, take the diamond finesse, which is probably working. So that'll be 12 tricks. 1 imp going the way of Norway here. Wow, West has a big hand. I'm a little surprised West didn't try 2-0 over 2 clubs with such good distribution. Double to me felt like a hand that was less distributional and was a little bit afraid of getting too high level. East, of course, had a hard time leading hearts there to score up their 2 tricks. So diamond by North, 2 clubs by East. I wonder if Helgamo is going to take a call here. If he does, he's probably going to support diamonds, because that's where all of his values are. A famous quote by our chat member Scissors is that it is well known that you need 13 cards to open the bidding in 3rd seat. Helgamo does bid 2 diamonds. I think I like this choice, that we show his partner some support. Also, it's a little bit preemptive, where if West had a limit raise in clubs, he could no longer make that at the 2 level. And the fact that we're favorable meant that even if partner got a little bit overboard, we weren't going for a large number. And now partner knows what to lead if the opponents get to 3-0 or 5 clubs. Well, if they get to 5 clubs, we'll be on lead. You stole it from Eddie Cantor, so it actually is a well-known saying. I don't really believe that Helgamo is thinking now. I think the ViewGraph operator might have just been pausing to make sure that no unauthorized information was passed to any of the players in terms of the tempo. So what is West going to do? I mean, West is probably thinking about either bidding 3-0 or 3 diamonds. Those would be most likely. West might have a long heart suit of their own, so maybe they would bid 3 hearts here. Or, I mean, maybe West is going to pass out 3 clubs. We have kind of implied that both ourselves and our partner have some values on this auction. So West might be a little bit concerned that now East's high card range is a little bit lower than expected for this 2 club and 3 club auction. That's one of the benefits, I think, of bidding in this scenario. And I think I'm going to quickly, well, no, I don't want to spoil the hand. I was going to say I wanted to take a look in the other room and see if the auction started the same way. Because we do see the result, 3-0 trump in the East, making 4 at the other table. This 2 diamond bid kind of psychologically makes the opponents think that you could have a little bit more values your way. And so they end up being a little bit more conservative with their actions. Brink taking some time. I mean, Helgamo probably knows exactly what he's thinking about, as we've kind of already talked through, that West is just trying to figure out who's the joker in this auction. If his partner could have a fairly mediocre 2 club overcall, unfavorable, whatever that would look like, or if south is the one, or possibly even north, or both of them, that don't really have full values. But West follows it up with 3 now. I think Helgamo is going to be pretty pleased with the way the auction's gone. He is going to get his diamond lead. That is not the dummy that we were hoping for. I mean, maybe Declare has a club void, but I believe West often has a club in this auction, probably 2 of them. Partner leads the 6 of diamonds. Oh, West has the ace. Unlikely that we're going to be able to beat this contract. Club to the ace. New Zealand apparently crushing Italy, which is good news for them. New Zealand was towards the bottom of the 8 teams that are currently qualifying. I think they were in 7th going into this set. So that's so that might solidify their position in the top 8. Okay, well, I would like to say that there's nothing more to think about, but even when you have 0 high cards on these types of hands, you still want to make sure that you're giving the right signals to your partner throughout the defense. So Helgamo may be doing his best to try and throw Declare off a little bit, but I think he's going to be more or less signaling honestly throughout the play here to let his partner know, so that if his partner actually really does have like all the rest of the cards, then he wants to make sure his partner has a full count on the hand. So that's why he started pitching spades. He gave a discouraging spade signal, and then he gave a count signal in spades. And that'll let North know how many spades he needs to keep based on what Declare ends up throwing. I mean, West is surely just going to cash out if he can. I say this, and I've said this before, so maybe it's not actually going to happen, but West should cash out and make his contract. Long thought from North. Ace of Hearts. Okay, so push forward. 10 tricks made. North kind of just ended up getting end played, understandably so. And next hand. So we do see the other tables a little bit ahead of us, 1 board at least. They've been made 4 spades in the other room, so I guess that means North probably has a pretty good hand over there. 2 passes. We'll see if West opens in 3rd seat. Something Helgamo is going to be keeping an eye on, of course, is like the length of time it takes West to make his bid in 3rd seat, because they're both on the same side of the screen. So we get a 3 diamond opener. And I'm pretty sure one of the first things that Helgamo is considering is, if my partner doubles, what am I going to do? Ace-9, fourth of diamonds, I think is just not quite good enough that we would want to sit for the double. But then the question is, do I bid 3 hearts? Do I bid 4 hearts? Do I try 3 no? Those are the options that I think would be available to him. Most of the other actions that our partner would be able to take, I think, are somewhat straightforward. If partner bids 3 of a major, we can raise. Maybe. I mean, maybe he would elect to pass, I suppose. Yeah, if partner bids 4 of a major, we're happy to pass. Yeah, spoilers don't really help. It would be much better if we could follow the table that is faster. Then we'd be able to not be spoiled on the hands. I did want to, while we wait for our partner's hand to show up on trick 1, I did want to look in the other room. So they have a little bit of a different system. Kalita and Klukowski, we saw them yesterday. They're playing a Polish club. So North with the weak no trump opens a club, and that meant that Klukowski doesn't know his partner has a diamond suit. After the 2 club overcall, he wasn't able to bid 2 diamonds. So king of diamonds. Partner wins the ace. That gives us a dummy entry. Take a spade finesse. Or not. Okay, or apparently, or not take a spade finesse. Both of those are fine. I guess Declare was worried about the potential of a 5-1 heart split, and that East could win the king of spades and go ace of hearts heart ruff, and then eventually score the club king. I would have been more worried that West had king third of spades in that scenario. If West had a singleton heart, it feels almost equally likely for West to have 3 spades or 3 clubs. You know, despite the preempt, he's in 3rd seat. He's still got open queen jack 10, 7th of diamonds, and king third of spades. So I kind of felt like maybe taking the spade hook would have been a better safety play, but that's definitely what Declare was thinking about when he played a spade to the ace, rejecting the finesse. Hey, ATN. Yeah, I could cover up the spoiler over here when I'm doing this. Maybe that's a good idea. That is a good idea. I'll try and do that tomorrow. But we're almost done with this set. Well, another push board. So after a couple of exciting slam decisions, you know, 7 clubs going down at this table, 6 spades going down, things seem to have mellowed out a little bit. We got 6 boards to play left in the set. Spade by West. Our partner liked the way the jump to 4 of a major worked out on the last hand and decides to bid 4 hearts here. You're totally right, Scissors, that Helgamo has just been picking up the most mediocre of hands throughout this set. He had a 6 count last hand. He has a 5 count now. He had a 4 count on the previous board. I mean, an opening hand a couple hands back, but that has not been usual. Okay, so a spade, 4 hearts by our partner, 4 spades. I actually don't know what Helgamo's going to do here. He does bid 5 hearts. which I guess probably makes practical sense at imps. Partner's 4-heart bid could be based on a hand that's fairly preemptive, and in that case, we have very little defense, so 4 spades probably making. Hopefully we don't go for too many in 5 hearts. Well, we pushed the opponents up to 5 spades, and our partner has gone after it. I don't think we're going to be too disappointed with the way this auction has gone. Not too late to introduce the club suit. Yeah, we could bid 5 clubs here, fit showing. I don't think that would be a good bid on this hand in particular. What's the lead? Well, partner's on lead, so I think partner's the one that gets to decide. Ace of clubs. Okay. So interesting question here at trick 1. Helgamo plays the 7. I was gonna say I would be very tempted to try and give a suit preference signal on this trick as opposed to necessarily an attitude signal. But I wouldn't want to like strongly signal partner for a heart, because if partner had like ace 7th of hearts, we don't want them underleading the ace, hoping to get a club ruff. So that's probably why Helgamo might have played the 7 of clubs as opposed to like the 8 or 9. He's trying to give some sort of like weak suit preference signal for hearts. Yeah, Puffin Basher says that he had a set where he had a 2 count, then a 5 count, then a 0 count. It can happen. Eventually you're gonna be unlucky enough to be dealt those types of hands. One of the things that I've always enjoyed the most is when I have a 0 count, but my hand matters. Like the opponent's bid up to 6 no trump, and I have to make sure that I keep like a 9 4th protected, or else my partner's gonna get squeezed. Those are the hands that I think are really interesting, because a lot of players will just look at a few high card points and then, you know, kind of turn their brains off and not think about the hand too much anymore. Just start pitching a bunch of their low cards, and but it can matter. Spade switch is a little unexpected. Looking at this dummy. Spade switch is terrifying, actually. It does kind of sound as if partner had the singleton ace of clubs, but now was worried that if they let a heart, Declare might be able to pitch clubs on 2 hearts in hand. And so partner was trying to get us in with the ace of spades to get a club ruff. This is really terrifying because we know that all the diamonds are coming home. Declare just needs to pull trumps. I mean, it's obviously good news that West hasn't continued playing cards yet. But still, that's a really scary switch to see. The deuce of spades. Not a whole lot that we can really think about yet, I would say, on this hand. I mean, I'm trying to construct West's problem. I guess our partner must have the spade ace, right? Otherwise, there's no way West would be thinking here. West has 5 spades, he would just pull trumps and then run the diamonds. Declare might not know the diamonds are running. I mean, Declare might have a diamond void. That's possible. But I don't believe he would be thinking here. So I think that marks our partner with the spade ace. What do they lead from ace-king is a good question, but certainly against 5-level doubled contracts, ace and king are both normal leads from that combination. On their card, nothing is marked. So I really have no idea. But normally the way things work is that you kind of have to work out the signal your partner's looking for when you get an ace or king lead. A lot of players will play ace as attitude, king as count against doubled contracts, doubled games, or 5-level or higher contracts. Well, I guess we're about to find out. Yeah. Queen of clubs comes back. Down 2. So Declarer didn't need to go down 2. And I wonder if this is an instructive hand where Declarer effectively could have conceded down 1 by playing back a trump there. And given the result in the other room, that would have earned his side 5 imps. It's not to say that Declarer did anything wrong by trying to cash clubs to pitch the heart loser in dummy. He might have made it, if that was the case. But I think there's a strong argument to be made that North is not worried about Declarer cashing clubs to pitch the heart loser. So that has to mean that North actually has a singleton ace of clubs. Declare had worked that out, it would have been worth a nice swing to his side. Guess we can look to see if the auction in the other room was the same. It was not. Spade 2 hearts. Eventually a limit raise, but at that table, North was the one who elected to compete to the 5-level. 5 spades doubled, final contract. We did get the ace of clubs lead. And the 6 was chosen from Klukowski. So I think both Souths had the same idea, and Helgamo made a slightly stronger suit preference signal for hearts, albeit on a different auction. But in this room, Kalita ended up cashing the ace of hearts, switching to diamonds, and then Declare misguessed the trump suit to go down 2. So I'm sorry I haven't been following this hand, which the bidding kind of zoomed past us. West opened 2 hearts, passed out. We had the first trick, Jack of diamonds runs around to Declare's king. Not great news for us that Queen 9 of diamonds is over there. And then a spade was led up to the ace. Declare cashed the ace of clubs. Cash the queen of spades, and the queen of spades, pitching club losers. So West has turned up with 1 spade, 3 clubs, 6 hearts for the preempt, and therefore 3 diamonds. The way the hand's being played is a little bit unusual. Declare not touching the trump suit at all. You know, I do want to make sure that 2 hearts is just hearts, rather than hearts and a minor. Because I know that some of these pairs play 2 of a major is 5-5. It just says a weak 2 in hearts on their card, although it could be a 5-card suit. Okay, good defense so far by South to allow partner to pitch his diamond loser. Now when we get in with the heart ace, we're going to be able to give partner a diamond ruff. So West is at the point where he's going to have to guess the trump suit. Maybe. I mean, maybe Declare has something like Queen 6th. I think their convention card says 3 to 10. I can check that really quick. It does say 3 to 10 high card points. So maybe Queen 6th of hearts and nothing else is not exactly. Within range, but the way the hand's being played, I mean, it kind of feels like West must have a heart holding something like that. Otherwise, why would he not just try and pull trumps earlier? Ooh. Okay, hold on. Important update for all of the Americans who are... I can't imagine any Americans are watching right now because it is super early. But we have an update on the USA teams. Both USA teams are closing in on 8th place, getting close to Italy. So I will keep an eye on that. I mean, we will, once this match concludes, be able to check out these scores. Oh, West has turned up with the Diamond King. That is a good point. West has already turned up with the Diamond King. I really was not watching... I've got Norway, Switzerland listed as the next match. Thank you. That is that is a good point, and I do not know who the next match is supposed to be, but that is clearly incorrect. Also, you know what? Maybe I should adjust this. Anne, well, welcome. Gavin's students, glad to have you with us. I guess it's like just about time where some people in the US are waking up. It is currently 6:40 a.m. on the East Coast. Italy, Netherlands. Italy, Netherlands, is that really the only option? I was hoping to get a little bit of variety where we could watch Italy, or we could watch a bunch of the teams. I'm rubbish at 4:45 in the morning. That's so true. You know, normally my my time that I get up is like closer to noon, so it's really early for me. It's the only Bermuda Bowl match. Okay, well, Italy against Netherlands it is. Done. Oh, your lab awoken you? Well, that's a forgivable offense. Probably just wants a walk. All right, closing out the match. We got 4 boards to go. 1 heart by North. We got a takeout double by East. South bids a spade. Hold on. Can we get the operator to recheck that? Because, like, everyone plays transfers over these takeout doubles. How is it possible that 1 spade's natural? Yeah, maybe I will make an adjustment then for match 21. I mean, Italy is on the bubble, I think, in terms of placements. So they might be an interesting match to watch. I am surprised, though, that no one has come over from the Bridge Winners forums and asked me what my favorite dog breed is, because that was part of my post over there. I'm sure it'll happen sometime. Well, South able to bid 1 spade natural, I think is kind of nice. Although, looking back at it, maybe this is one of the big reasons for why people play transfers, right, over these takeout doubles. We're looking at 3 small clubs and 4 small diamonds. We absolutely don't want West on lead to lead a club or a diamond through us. And yet here we are, being the ones bidding spades. You like redouble here as just 2 hearts. Yeah, thanks Sicilian for letting us know. Systems on, some transfers. And I would love to watch USA 1 if we could. I don't know if Gavin would be in or not, but if they were on, we would check them out. Unfortunately, the VooGraph coverage for today's event does not have either of the USA teams playing, as far as I can tell. I think if we were to watch like Venice Cup, they might have some USA teams on, or one of the other events, but I'm mostly trying to cover the Bermuda Bowl. I'm sure at some point I will pull away and check out some of the other action in the other events, but for now, just finishing up the Bermuda Bowl round robin is going to be the plan. East is, East has been in the tank for a while. 2 hearts is a pretty big bid from West. There's USA 1 mixed and USA 1 seniors, so the Wuhan Cup and the Dorsey Trophy. Yeah, I think the US teams are much higher up in the standings in those events, and so that would make sense to have them on VooGraph. They try and put on VooGraph the matches that are like among the teams that are at the top of the standings. So, you know, for that reason, Chile and Panama and Morocco and some of the other teams haven't really had any screen time, which is a little bit unfortunate. Would have been fun for some of the hometown crowd to see Morocco play. Wow. This is a bit of a sad auction, and now I feel like we're in trouble. The opponents have kind of guessed well. This ace, queen, 10, 6 of spades is not really going to set up for a lot of tricks. Our partner's very likely, spades are likely to be 6, 4, 2, 1 around the table, with partner having a doubleton, declare having king, jack, 4th. We don't have any hearts, so partner's heart suit is not setting up. And yeah, with the added knowledge that West was likely to have a stiff spade, West is likely to have a long minor. East, I mean, has made a takeout double. I think the opponents have just guessed very well to get to 3 now. I mean, we're about to find out. Helgamo does lead a low spade. Anne says Jenny is on the USA 1 mixed. Yeah, so... Oh! Everyone stop the presses. Partner's turned up with the king of spades. Does he have another one? I suspect that he does, because East very likely to have bid a spade if he had 5. Partner returns a spade. This is going to be another big swing going the way of Norway. 3 no trump going down at least 2. We can take the first 6 spade tricks. Wow. So East, of course, was thinking, oh, partner bid 2 hearts. I have a shaky heart stopper, maybe like queen third or something, but I'm going to bid 2 no trump and hope that that's good enough to stop the heart suit. Not at all concerned about that jack fourth of spades over there. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of exactly what East had. East had queen doubleton of hearts and was a little bit scared. 7 tricks claimed feels like... No, it's 7 tricks claimed kind of makes sense, right? Declarer could pitch all of the hearts from dummy on the run of spades and keep queen doubleton of hearts in hand, pitch a club and a diamond, and then just, he knows the king of diamonds is on side from the opening bid once South is turned up with all these spades. Still, 7 imps going the way of Norway. Big result for them. Puffin wants me to do my job and watch partner signals. There's just no chance. Way too much going on for me to actually pay attention to partner signals. I will do my best, though. All right, 3 boards to go, and this really is going to solidify Norway, I think, for that 1 seed coming out of the round robin. Still 4 matches to play after this, but I think they've almost locked it in. Yeah, the VuGraph operator does have a hard time every once in a while figuring out how many tricks were actually taken. Okay, 1 heart by East, 2 clubs, game forcing by West. Our partner comes in with 2 spades, and kind of important to note that in these 2/1 auctions, a lot of the time, these 2-level overcalls are not necessarily showing a particularly good hand. They're often just directing the lead. So I think it's very possible that our partner could have a hand that's just like ace-king 5th of spades and nothing else. Which means we don't really want to be too aggressive with South's cards, and Helgamo kind of tempered bids only 3 spades. I fully expect him to pass this hand out in 4 hearts if it comes back to him. A bit of a strange result at the other table. 4 spades undoubled down 2. Yeah, Scissors mentioning that how could North not cash that ace of hearts before playing a spade back at trick 2? Being a VuGraph operator is tough. I mean, even if you are like an expert player, which I think a lot of VuGraph operators are not, then it's still sometimes hard if you can't hear everything that's going on at the table. or see what people are kind of motioning. Like oftentimes players will just like face their hand and like state a number, and the opponents will say yeah, and then you put the cards back in the board. Interesting. Pass from East got alerted as forcing, at least on that side of the table. We'll see if West is on the same page. It kind of makes sense that you would play forcing passes in this scenario. Because your side has already committed to bidding a game. So your side has expected 4 hearts is making, therefore you can't let the opponents play in 4 spades undoubled. So you either have to bid out to 5 hearts or double 4 spades. Four spades doubled it is, so this might be some imps going back the way of Switzerland here. We'll have to see what partner's hand looks like in just a minute. Once again, apologies for the technological issues that we have with the single player kibitzing. This is probably the biggest downside of this vantage point, is that we don't get to see our partner's hand when we're dummy until at the end of trick 1, but that will be up in just a minute where we can see what partner is thinking about. I have to believe that partner, once he bids 4 spades, actually has a somewhat reasonable hand. He's not just going to be 5-3-3-2 with ace, king, 5 of spades and out. So very likely something to the effect of a 6-card spade suit and maybe an outside card or 2. And that's exactly what we see. 6 spades to the king. So king 6 of spades, kind of like the worst defensive values that we could have in this auction, which is a reason why North elected to bid rather than sell out to 4 hearts. 2 outside cards, king, queen of diamonds, and the ace of clubs, and heart shortness. So North kind of expected 4 hearts was making, thought that 4 spades might be a cheap save. And it looks like he is... How many losers do we have? We have a diamond, 2 clubs, a heart, and a spade. 5 losers, so we're going to be down 2. If the opponents get all of their tricks. I guess also if we can pick up the spade suit. Spades might be 3-0, so Declarer needs to be careful about how he plays spades. It's very unlikely East has 3 spades, ace, jack, third. I think East might have doubled 4 spades with that hand type. So Declarer is probably going to start the spades by leading low towards the queen. That would be my guess. I feel like he should probably play on spades now, rather than going after the diamonds. I would be a little worried that the opponents might, like, win the ace of diamonds now, cash 2 clubs and a heart and play a 3rd round of diamonds, and then they might get in with the ace of spades and play a 4th round of diamonds, potentially promoting a trick. So Declarer needs to be a little bit careful about that possibility at the very least, but we'll see if the defense can do well to cash out. Yeah, well, if West has the ace, jack of spades and 2 clubs, you're always going to get into trouble, right? There's just nothing that can be done about it. But good point, Dan. Like, you don't have an entry to dummy to, like... You can rough high, yes, and then the opponents stick you back in your hand. Oh, I see. You can rough a club high, and then... That feels like a really remote possibility, though. There's no way Declare is going to ruff the third round of clubs high. Yeah. You can do stuff if they're 2-1, but I think it's far more likely that Declare just plays for 5-3 clubs, leads a spade to the queen, ruffs a club and dummy, and then takes a spade hook. That has to be a more likely layout. Good point, though. You're calling me out for not fully analyzing every layout of the cards. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's not a ton of reason to delay playing spades. I do agree. Well, Declare seems to think there is a reason for delaying playing spades. He has not touched the trump suit yet, even after the opponents have tapped him in hearts. Well, here we go. Third round of diamonds comes, and now what? I think we want to ruff this in hand and lead a spade to the queen, right? But it's still a little bit scary to do so. I suspect, though, there's zero chance that West has the singleton ace of spades. Ooh, we pitched a club. I was going to say, I think there's zero chance that West has the singleton ace of spades, because over East forcing pass, West with no spade losers would probably not have doubled. Now it's okay to lead the spade queen? Well, if spades are 3-0, West wins the ace and plays back another diamond. And now we're forced to rough in hand. I think it was important to preserve that club for that reason. Still, I mean, maybe there's just nothing to the play, and it looks like there is. Ace-Jack, doubleton of spades. Well, there we go. So 5 imps going the way of Switzerland, 4 spades doubled does go down 2. And we got 2 boards to play in the match. Other table is completely done. So we do have spoiler results from their table on all these boards. Helgamone, first seat. Do they have a 2-diamond opener available to them? They do. So he could choose to open 2 diamonds if he wants. But he does not. Was gonna say, I don't think he's going to. Not vulnerable against not with a side 3-card major, not with a fairly weak diamond suit, but he did have the potential to do so. But now that partner's made a takeout double, East 2-diamond bid showing a constructive raise in hearts, Helgamo does enter into the auction with a 3-diamond bid, which seems very reasonable. 6-card suit, some shape with the singleton spade. Queen of hearts, not a great value, but given that he's already a passed hand, you know, our partner might expect us to have something like 8 high card points with a 5-card suit. We have 6 high card points with a 6-card suit. We're kind of like right in that range for a 3-diamond bid. East balances with 3 hearts. And I'm guessing this will end the auction. Most of the time when we have kind of like extra length for our bid that partner doesn't know about, they're very unlikely to be balancing. Mostly because they just have the wrong count on like the law of total tricks, for example. So ace of diamonds opening lead, East with diamond shortness and only 3 trumps was still happy to compete to 3 hearts. So our signal here is going to be suit preference, I think. I think our signal is going to be suit preference. 3 of diamonds seems like a... Okay, there we go. We were able to discern the operator error before they did. So pretty common that when dummy hits with a singleton, we give a suit preference signal in these scenarios. Obviously, from Helgamo's perspective, he really doesn't want partner switching to clubs. He has nothing in the club suit. And the singleton spade, not too likely to be able to get a ruff. Declare can hop up with the ace, probably take a heart finesse, but maybe partner has stiff king or stiff ace of hearts, or even stiff jack could work in some scenarios. We might actually get a spade ruff. Also, 10 of spades, probably an important card. If North elects to switch to a low spade, West with 3 small might stick in the 9 on this trick. So we'll see what our partner does, but that 9 of diamonds, I think I really like that suit preference signal, very clearly asking for a spade switch. So North basically just going to have to work out, because our partner probably does have the king, queen of spades for this takeout double. Nothing in hearts, king, queen of spades, ace of diamonds, like one of the club honors, ace or king, would be a reasonable guess as to what our partner's hand looks like. Okay. Interesting decision that our partner decides to just tap the dummy. Normally you want to end up tapping the dummy if you're trying to prevent them late trump entries to a long suit that they could set up. In this case, I guess that suit would be spades, maybe. But I don't really understand here because North North should kind of know that Declare doesn't have a late hard entry to dummy no matter what's happening. Really not sure why partner disregarded our suit preference signal. I'm having a hard time coming up with a reason for it. I mean, maybe our partner is hoping that by tapping dummy once, we actually have slightly stronger hearts, can pull a couple of trumps, and then actually cash diamonds. All right, so Declare cashes a couple of trumps. We do get our queen of hearts, but it sounds like Declare's very comfortably making the contract. Either we missed out on a 10-card diamond fit, which I think is likely. Declare, of course, could have roughed a second diamond in the dummy if they had one. Or Declare just doesn't care, didn't need the diamond rough. And so they probably have all of the clubs set up. Well, we're in with the heart queen. I mean, I have to imagine that playing diamonds is the most sensible thing to do from here. Which pair will top the butler in this event? I don't know. I don't know where the current butlers are. Do they have it on the tournament website? Let me take a look. Well, I don't see anything. But that's always, ooh, we get an exciting last hand. That's good news at the very least. So Declare on the previous board ended up losing a diamond, a heart, a spade, and a club. Very interesting decision for declare at trick 2 if our partner led a low spade. I think we might have ended up beating the contract. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, maybe we wouldn't. Even if declare stuck in the 9 and we won the 10, there's no way to set up partner's spade trick before the clubs are set up for a discard. And with clubs being 3-3, declare would always be able to pitch their spade loser. So good attempt by Helgamo to get a small spade through, but it would not have made a difference. Okay, 2 comments about releasing the butlers after the round robin. It's a fun little, like, I don't know if objective is the way to think about it, but it's like cross-imps. You get your score cross-imps so that you can kind of compare your results with the other players in the field, as opposed to just comparing with your teammates. So 1 club by East, and Helgamo deciding favorable vulnerability that he just wants to preempt as much as possible. Goes all the way to 4 spades with a big 2 suitor. Fairly weak spade suit, but otherwise a pretty good hand. East balances back in with 5 clubs, maybe expecting that South had a more preemptive hand and West has some values, and Helgamo happy to double with a couple of aces. Kalita, Klukowski, and Brogland and who's Brogland playing with? Is it... We saw them yesterday. I'm blanking, but whoever Brogland is playing with are leading the butler. That is Bakke. Yes, Brogland and Bakke, of course. That's a little bit surprising, right? They're both on Switzerland, and yet Switzerland is not leading the event. I guess that means that Zimmerman and Nowazacki are doing quite poorly when they sit in. Oh, they're on Norway. Were they sitting east-west in the... east-west in the other room? They must have been. Okay. This makes a little more sense. Now I'm finally catching up to what everyone else is saying. So Helgamo electing to lead an ace. I think this is somewhat common against these effective, large preemptive auctions. Well, now we get a little bit of UI from the VuGraph operator that North has 3 diamonds. That's unfortunate. But yeah, I was going to say the ace of diamonds lead does make some sense. Oftentimes, you're just going to want to try and cash out against the opponent's preemptive contracts, or potentially even get a ruff. Helgamo, of course, was hoping that his partner had a stiff diamond, could go ace of diamonds, diamond ruff, heart to the ace, diamond ruff, collect a nice little penalty against this contract. I don't think we should be that disappointed yet. Obviously, Declara gets to pitch a loser here. But we still have the ace of hearts. Presumably, the ace of hearts is cashing still. And our partner isn't necessarily broke. Wow. So, was there any way to beat 5 clubs? Okay, I mean, it's only 3 imps. 3 imps going the way of Switzerland for doubling 5 clubs and it making 4 no trump made in the other room. Fascinating result. A low diamond lead. I guess the point being that Declara can never get back to the dummy, and because spades are 6-2, he can't ruff a spade either with the 3-0 trump split. Fascinating hand. Well, Helgamo's Ace of Diamonds lead did not work out. They had an opportunity to earn quite a large swing for Norway there, but Norway still comes out well ahead, 26 imps to the positive against Switzerland, one of the other teams that is towards the top of the standings. And on that note, let's see, we will pull up the standings after round 19. Here's what we got. Norway, still sitting atop the leaderboard. Poland is right on their heels though, only 5 VPs out, but Switzerland has fallen, not from 3rd position, but they're a little bit behind the leaders at this point. Remember, the top 2 teams who make it out of the round robin are going to be able to pick their opponents for the round of 8. Israel, India, New Zealand, Italy, Netherlands, China, and USA too are all kind of in a bunch here. I mean, I guess Israel and India and New Zealand are a little bit safe, but Italy, Netherlands, China, USA 2, USA 1, Belgium, all very close. Less than 15 victory points separating those squads. So all of them are going to be fighting. New Zealand beat Italy, which is good news for them in this set. They won by 14 here. Well, apparently 1 board to go, but looks like New Zealand had a strong result against Italy. Well, that is going to wrap up the 19th round of the round robin. We have about an hour break, and that means that I get to take a break and get some breakfast and a smoothie. And then I will be back for the 20th round of coverage where we're apparently watching Italy against Netherlands, I think. I hope that Italy lose to keep New Zealand and USA in. India is a strong team. I've played a couple of times with some members of the Indian national team, and they're hyper aggressive. They like to bid. They bid a lot of slams. They go down a lot, and they do a good job of like putting a lot of pressure on the opponents, both in the auction and as well as in the play. So it's a little bit of an unusual style that they have, at least for a lot of Westerners. But yeah, they've always been fairly strong. They play a lot of precision over there, is one of the popular systems in India. So I guess we will get to see them later, maybe, depending on what the schedule actually is. I mean, currently what I have on screen is, I think, what we're going to be doing for the next couple of sets. I see Jew Guru is here, and I think that might be my co-commentator, so that's good that you're awake, and I will see everyone in about an hour. I'm going to put up a little message to let people know when the play resumes. Stream is going to stay on, but I will be away until just before the start of the round. Never can be sure that you'll wake up. Well, that's how I feel about most things, but glad that you're with us now, and yeah, excited to try out some commentary, hopefully, and it should be a lot of fun. See you all in about an hour. Hello. I am back, and I think, yeah, so I'm supposed to have a co-commentator. I don't know, it looks like he's having a little bit of difficulty getting onto the Discord. Hopefully that's not a huge problem, but if he joins shortly, that would be good. Also, why can't I see my voice bubble popping up? Don't know. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Now it's all set up. It may be a huge problem. Oh no. If it's an American, he's probably sleeping. That is a fair point. Well, I will hang out here on the Discord see if you can get it working. I'm not going to be able to do too much troubleshooting since the set is about to start, but if you are able to join, we would love to have you. Could be... Let me just make sure that I get all of my tables and everything up. Oh no, I have been logged out on the other side. Okay, 1 second. I am going to open up a new table for everyone on BBO. So that the people over there can check out and watch the stream on Bridgebase Online. Great. And now, can we figure out what match I'm actually supposed to be watching? It is Italy against Netherlands, right? Yes. Ooh, here's me. Okay, I'm... Hold on, Streamception for like half a second. I kind of want to click on this and see what happens. That sounds like a bad idea. Let's not do that. Okay, Venice Cup, there is USA 2. I was just looking at the other matches that are up, but we will have Italy against Netherlands. It's going to be starting up in about 7-ish minutes. Only I'm crazy enough to be awake at 8 a.m. having already done a match. That's kind of true. I am in like this transition phase. I have the feeling that I'm about to start a new job soon, which is going to require me moving 3,000 miles across the country. So I'm hopeful that I can do as much coverage of the Bermuda Bowl as possible before that starts. But we'll be in here, we'll be taking a look at all 4 players and all the hands when the match gets going. Now, so this match is Netherlands against Italy, or Italy against Netherlands, as I have currently up. And that is the 2 teams that are sitting in 6th and 7th right now. There is a little bit of a gap between them and 8th and 9th. But both of these teams are... Did I say 6th and 7th? Sorry, 6th and 8th. So there's a little bit of a gap between 6th and 9th place, but either one of these teams could actually fall out of the top 8 if China has a good set, or if one of the US squads has a good set, and either Italy or Netherlands has a big win in this segment. But we got about 5 minutes to go. So, who is, you know what I should check? I should check who some of the other teams are playing in this set. It is gonna be... USA 1 is playing up against Australia, okay? Oh, USA 1 has a big match coming up tomorrow morning. Very first set, USA 1 versus China. I would be surprised if that wasn't on VooGraph tomorrow. I mean, at least if if both USA 1 and China are still in contention for top 8, because that could be a real deciding match, with both of them sitting just outside of the qualification spot, but a big win by either squad could see them through to the quarterfinals. So okay, USA 1's playing up against Australia today. They have Singapore later this afternoon. And USA 2, oh no, I think when I clicked on USA 2's schedule, oh, this is not good news for them. USA 2 yet to play has, wait, am I seeing this correct? Oh, this is in alphabetical order. Okay, I was thinking the way I was looking at it. I'll just show you what I was looking at on my screen, because this is I was concerned USA 2 had to play up against like some of the top 3 teams, but I did not sort this by ranking. So this was scary for USA 2 fans, but they actually happen to be playing against Canada down here in 16th, Brazil in 17th, and I think a couple of other teams that are Hong Kong, China, I think, is on the docket for them as well. So they have a chance also. If they have some big wins against some of these teams in the bottom of the standings, USA 2 could make a move up. We could honestly see anyone from Switzerland to Ireland, I would say. Maybe not Ireland, Switzerland through Belgium. I think those teams have chances to make it. You're not seeing anything on the Discord? That is unfortunate. Maybe it would be possible to debug this offline, but right now I think we're a little bit too late into the match to for me to help out. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the problem is, but hopefully you can figure that out at a later date and we can try and do some commentary. It would have been fun to have someone else on. Well, in that case, I'm going to exit Discord so my computer doesn't blow up on me, at least until the second set, where I may or may not have a co-commentator. Yeah, Switzerland does have a decent position with a chunk of victory points, and they are, I guess, 17 ahead of 8th place right now, 19 ahead of 9th, but if they have some more matches like this up against Norway and some of the other top teams, they do have the potential to fall out of the top 8. So Belgium still sticking around. I know we had some Belgian fans tuning in earlier. They're currently sitting in 12th, about 11 victory points out of qualification, but always a chance if they have some other big wins. They just played up against Panama, had a nice little win of 42 imps. Italy has the most challenging opponents in the last couple of rounds. Well, it's true. Today we're going to see them twice in a row, supposedly. Netherlands for one, who is a top 8 competitor, and India as well, coming up later. We saw India have a very impressive win yesterday against Israel, in fact. So I think I picked the wrong favorite for the event when I said I thought Israel looked really strong. I mean, they do, but India being able to dismantle them like that's going to be a tough team. Obviously, Norway defeating Switzerland today is a very strong showing for them. And duly so, they're sitting atop the standings. Once the play gets underway in a couple of minutes, I plan on popping out of the room and jumping back in just to make sure that we can get name tags on the players. But then we will be off. 20th round robin match This is day 7 of the Bermuda Bowl. 23 round-robin matches total, so we're getting towards the end of the Swiss portion of the event. And, well, I will say that the 16 board matches do, at least to some extent, give a bit of a showcase of the two different teams, and the better team does tend to win. It's a little bit of a different animal playing in these round-robin matches as opposed to playing in the full knockout stage where you're playing 96 boards against every team over 2 days. You have breaks in between, you can discuss strategy, kind of make notes of certain things or tendencies that your opponents will have. You can choose your seating lineups strategically. Thanks, Diana, for letting me know that the nameplates would update when the second board is dealt, but don't feel like it has caused too much of a pain to just jump out, jump back into the table, kind of pick out which players that we might want to watch. And here we are off. So Samantha and Versace from Italy, DeWeese and Mueller from Netherlands. And let's pull up system cards so that I know what to expect out of these teams. One club is going to be, I think they're just playing some sort of normal-ish 2/1 structure. So one club is just weak, no trumps, or normal hands with clubs. East overcalling a spade, South making a negative double. West bidding 2 hearts. We've seen this bunch a lot over a lot of these doubles. You play transfers, so 2 hearts is a constructive raise to spades. North, only 10 high card points, but excellent distribution, bids 4 hearts, kind of as a double shot. Maybe it's going to be a good save if the opponents are looking to bid 4 spades, or 4 hearts might just make because he has a lot of offense in his hand. Like, partner really just needs something like ace-fifth of hearts, and 10 tricks should be fairly easy most of the time. 2 hearts or the king of clubs on side. So I wonder what East is going to do. East has, a 14 count. He probably expects that, given the way the auction's gone, North is going to be fairly distributional for this bid. So just since South has showed some values with the negative double, West has showed some values with the constructive raise, North can't really have a huge hand over there, like a 16 count. Doubleton Club looks a little bit sad from East perspective, of course. With North likely being distributional, probably has good clubs, like ace-queen, ace-king. He's going to have 2 club losers in a spade contract. East doesn't have a ton of offense and is mostly defensive. He might elect to just pass out 4 hearts. Hope to go plus on defense as opposed to bidding 4 spades, which he might expect. He's going to lose 2 clubs. He probably loses a heart trick. He would need his partner to have almost all of the fitting cards in diamonds and spades for 4 spades to make. So yeah, that's exactly what he does. And on opening lead, we could see a spade or a diamond. Queen of spades was not exactly what I was expecting, but but it works. It totally works. Maybe he's expecting that North is very unlikely to have the king of spades for the way the bidding has gone, especially if North is light in high cards. So if South has the spade king, there's no way that the king of spades is going to be put up at trick 1, so it's almost a no-cost lead. West showed a top spade on her. Oh, Thank you, Gizzy. I did not know that that was systemically what they showed with the two-heart bid. That's kind of an interesting way to play these constructive raises. I mean, most people would just play the constructive raise as like some high card range. But yeah, if West showed a spade honor, then this totally makes sense. In that case, I really like the Queen of Spades lead. With West having the known king, East is basically saying, I can hold trick one, or if you think that there's something productive to do from your side, you can hold trick one. So West overtakes with the king. And it's a little surprising to me that West just continues a spade, tapping the north hand with that Queen Doubleton of Hearts. I mean, West knows that hearts are 5-4-2-2 around the table, looking at this dummy. So there's not really a chance that they're going to be able to tap north out of the heart suit. The king of clubs on side is also going to be good news for Declare. So if Declare needs to take a club finesse, yeah, Vikitsa's getting at what I was thinking, is that West maybe overtakes trick one to put a low club on the table, and now Declare might be a little concerned about the king of clubs being offside and clubs being 3-1, might fly the ace of clubs, and then actually has the potential to misguess the hearts and go down from there if East-West score a club, a spade, and two hearts. But obviously, if Declare just goes ace of clubs club, finds out West has the king, he'll be able to guess the spade suit later. Not as if Declare has a trivial problem from here either. He doesn't know the hearts are 2-2. He doesn't know that the Queen of Hearts is onside or that the King of Clubs is onside. So we'll see what he elects to do. He crosses to dummy and probably is playing a heart to the 10 would be his plan, with East being the strong hand over here. Makes sense. So heart to the 10, that kind of works. East wins the ace, taps Declare again. Tricky position that Declare has ended up in, right? I think he's going to make it because he just doesn't have any other options. He can cash the King of Hearts pulling trumps, and then he can exit the Queen of Clubs and hope that West has the King, because then East wouldn't be able to cash a spade. He'll eventually have communication in clubs to pitch his spade loser. Looks like that's what he's going to do. Ooh. He goes ace of clubs club. Wow. Big miss from North, not picking the right ending there. He might have thought that East had the King of Clubs from the auction. I guess that's possible. Feels like operator error. I'm not certain. It's not as if Declare's line of play was completely insane. It feels a little anti-percentage to me. You know, West, of course, could have had the club king, and Declare, having already seen 3 rounds of spades played, knows that West was out of that suit. So that seemed like a bit of a more sensible line. But, I mean, if he really thought East had the King of Clubs, then his only real chance from that position was for East to have the stiff king. I wonder if that might have been some sort of like first board jitters. If you sit down and you're, obviously a lot of these players have played a ton of these events, shouldn't really be having that type of issue that you might get if you're like, this is your first time playing in the Bermuda Bowl. Samantha has been here before. But still, you sit down for the first board, you're like getting settled, you put your coffee down on the table or whatever. Take a look at the opponent's convention card just to familiarize yourself with their carding and agreements. And then you get to this kind of delicate 4-heart contract. You're still getting settled in. He did play the hand very quickly, right? He played a diamond to the ace. He then took a heart finesse. It wasn't that difficult to see the way the defense had gone. 2 rounds of spades, he gets tapped. They're gonna get back in and play a 3rd round of spades. He knows that he's getting kind of fixed in the wrong hand. He could have taken a club hook earlier if he wanted to. Is Mueller psyching? Yeah, we had a lot of undos by the VuGraph operator here. So 2 passes to West opening a no trump in 3rd seat, favorable. I still haven't pulled up their convention cards. I know I've been talking nonstop, so let me try and get those up for you so that I can announce the no trump range. Double by North penalty, redouble by East for rescue, 2 clubs, trying to run out to whatever East suit is. Pass, so East has showed clubs, single suited, double by South. Looks like it's penalty. And 2 clubs doubled it is. So we should see a club lead. We do. South going to be pretty happy to find a club honor in East's hand, because West, of course, could have had like King, Queen, 3rd of clubs, for example, for his no trump opener. Club obviously very good lead against these low-level doubled part scores. You prevent Declare from scoring extra roughs, which is often going to be the way they score extra tricks. When they have few high cards, they're going to want to kind of cross-rough the hand a little bit. So club to the 10 and queen. We'll see what suit Declare decides to attack. He probably suspects that there's no real way that he can rough a diamond, but goes after the heart suit. Makes sense to me. That 10-9 of hearts and dummy has the potential to, with the Jack 7/4, he might be able to force a heart trick naturally in some cases, or also the opponents might have a little bit of defensive error and give Declare a heart trick. It does look pretty rotten to play, but remember, we're white on red, and with us having a weak hand and partner only having a 3 count, from West's perspective, the opponents are surely going to bid and make a game in the other room. So as long as we avoid like 1100, we're not going to be too upset about the final result. So Ace of Clubs caching. Declare does have 4 tricks now, officially. He has 2 clubs and the Ace of Spades. As long as he collects those, it won't be worse than 800. But North-South do have some very strong diamond spots. I think South will probably switch to diamonds here. I mean, 800 is not a great result. You're certainly going to pay off a few imps to a game making in the other direction. But it's not as if like 800 versus 630 or whatever it's going to be is terrible for your side, whereas 1100 against 630 is a huge loss. And obviously, if he was able to hold it to 500, then that would be a small gain. Just a bit of a system thing. Like sometimes you open these weak no trumps and you do go for large numbers. That's just the payoff. But sometimes you also preempt the opponents out of getting to their best fit or even getting to game entirely. Yeah, the defense needs to be a little bit careful here. South does know that he has the King of Hearts as an entry, but North doesn't necessarily know that. It feels natural to me to switch to diamonds just because we're looking at these 4 small diamonds in dummy. And if Declare has a doubleton honor of any kind, it seems important for us to get diamonds moving immediately from the south hand. We might also see a spade switch, but I mean, this 5 of spades discard, I think, is should put South off of a spade switch, since now Declare might be able to set up spades, which is exactly what would happen. If we switch to a low spade, then it gets run around to the 9, and our partner's going to have to work really hard to make sure that we cash out before... Ooh, okay. Okay. Well, a spade to the queen and king gives the defense a little bit of breathing room, at the very least. Still, I think North is going to be a little bit scared that Declare might have the ace-jack of spades. What diamond would I switch to? The 8. I would switch to my low one. We don't want to make partner believe that we have a small doubleton, for example. Okay, now that I have a moment, I'm actually going to pull up the convention cards. So we're looking for De Wees and Mueller from Netherlands. So now I can tell you a bit more about their carding at the very least. For the Italians, they're just upside down. Seems like they give a decent amount of suit preference. So 5 of spades, you know, first interpretation is it's just an encouraging signal from North. But again, you kind of have to think about the whole hand in totality. So 10 of spades gets returned. North going to be very happy with the way that these last couple of tricks have gone. Now he knows that it's completely safe. Declare has not been able to establish a spade trick. Versace doing really well here to show off the entire 4-card spade holding to his partner. Oof. When that 10 of hearts was led, I was certain South should be hopping up with the king. I really want to make partner's life as easy as possible by keeping them off lead when they're making all of these difficult decisions. But maybe South was worried that North had pitched down to a singleton ace of hearts and didn't want to complicate things further. Because I'm a little bit afraid here that North might just switch to a low diamond. I'm actually almost certain that's what's about to happen. Yeah, and so there it is. We unfortunately did not, at least for the Italian side, did not find the best defense to collect 800. Not a ton of imps going one way or another regardless, but defense is really hard, and this is one of those things that I think a lot of the a lot of the best pairs in the world work really hard on to get everything right all the time. And sometimes they'll still make mistakes, like here. I can't say whether or not either North or South have made mistakes on this hand, but yeah, they do end up giving Declare an extra trick that was undeserved. So 500, and as Vikitsa says, this is sometimes why these weak no trumps work out. If you get to declare more hands than your opponents because you're opening more often, you're going to put them into the hardest part of the game, which is defending. Yeah, hope that they misguess things and don't defend optimally. Well, Cementa did lead his lowest club. I have heard some players will just like play suit preference at trick 1 and trumps, but it's normal to lead low from a doubleton trump. That is the standard opening lead from that holding. You don't lead high from doubletons, specifically for the reason that if you have like 7 doubleton or 8 doubleton or whatever, you want to lead low. Declare might need to rough something in the dummy, and your 8 or 7 or whatever could come into play. So it kind of carries over to like 6-4 doubleton or even 5-4 doubleton. You still lead low, it's just that's the standard opening lead. Well, on to the next board. South has a pretty distributional hand, both red suits, so does East. West gets to open a club. They are playing they're playing Tarzan, yes. I think we've seen, well, I've certainly done a decent amount of commentary for Mueller and DeWeese before, I think for like Soloway knockouts or some of the other big knockouts at NABCs, they've been on stream. But they have this system called a Tarzan Strong Club. It's some sort of like modified precision they've come up with themselves. Or maybe someone else came up with it. I forget who exactly. But 1 club by West. So North, hearing his partner pass in first seat favorable and being favorable himself, decides to jump all the way up to 4 clubs. 4 diamonds by East. Looks like 4 diamonds by East is showing hearts. And West says, I don't care about your suit. Just bids his good 6-card spade suit. 4 spades. Hey PJ, welcome. Yeah, it's a good point, Scissors, that like they kind of have all of the stuff needed to make a slam. Or they have all of the stuff they need for slam to have some potential. But with preemption, sometimes suits just don't split very well. And that's the case here. Like North's 4 club bid, even though the clubs split, in a somewhat friendly manner, 6-1 instead of 7-0, the hearts are not breaking. North, interestingly, chooses not to lead his singleton heart. And that might be because North is actually hoping that his 9 of spades is like growing up into a trick naturally. If South happened to have like Queen Jack or Jack 10 or something in the spade suit, 9/4 might be a natural trump trick. So North instead was just hoping to establish tricks on a side suit, the club suit of course. Well, in 4 spades, Declare looks like they're just going to try and take 6 spade tricks, assuming that suit splits well, which it does. We have seen some pretty poor splits and suits over the past couple of days. I think Zia, or maybe Martel, ended up getting a 6-1 split when he was in a 6-0 trump fit, and that didn't go very well for him. But today, Declare able to bring home the spade suit. 6 spade tricks, the ace of hearts held up, 3 heart tricks, the ace of diamonds, that's 10 total. Enough to make the game. Declare might be really excited about this heart discard from South. Little does he know that the hearts are splitting quite poorly for his side. Oh, ace of clubs also is an 11th trick, right? So Declare does have 11 that he's making on this hand. ATN says a diamond beats 4 spades. A diamond beats 4 spades. That's probably true. Oh, Vikitsa says South can be end played. Also a good point. Yeah, South might have been getting strip squeezed on that hand, given that he had the king, queen of diamonds as well as all the hearts. So I guess if Declare had cashed a spade, pitching a heart from dummy, and then played a diamond to the ace, he could have read the position to make 12 tricks. Not unreasonable to do what he did, though. Hearts could have been coming home. We do see board 2, 4 imps going the way of Netherlands after the small slip-up in the north-south defense in this room. Let Declare escape for 500 and 2 clubs doubled. So 1 heart by North. Versace bidding a spade in the South seat. 2 diamonds from North. And South will have to find his game-forcing bid, whatever that is systemically for them. I mean, I think for a lot of players, we would expect 3 clubs to be the only way to game force in this scenario. So that is what South does. 3 spades by North, good bid. I really like the 3 spade bid from North's perspective, because North, and I think this is probably an inference that can be drawn from the auction, North with 3, 5, 4, 1 shape probably would have raised 1 spade to 2 spades directly. So here, over 3 clubs, 3 spades can't realistically be 3-card support. And so it tends to be like honor doubleton. Well, South decides that his hand is going to be good enough to investigate a slam. They do appear to have chances in 6 spades if they reach there. South Cupid's 4 clubs. North Q's 4 diamonds back. We'll see if South continues bidding. No, he probably had a 4-heart last train available to him if he wanted. But he's content to just sign off in 4 spades. Matt, still thinking that we're back in the 1700s, has suggested that it is possible to get arrested by the authorities if you raise partner's major suit with 3. Heart lead. Heart lead makes some sense. South is Cupid clubs, North is Cupid diamonds. South elected not to make any other forward-going moves. So I think a heart lead, despite it being North suit and West having queen third, is a very reasonable opening lead choice. But Declare does still have entry in the king of spades to get to that diamond king to pitch a heart loser. Looks like eventually he's just going to pull trumps and give up 2 club tricks, unless East ends up pitching a club, which could happen. I mean, Vikitsa, even with the heart lead, Declare could have roughed a diamond here, and the queen of clubs was an entry back to that jack of diamonds. So 6 probably would have made, even if West came up with the impressive heart opening lead. It would have taken a lot longer. The play would have gone much slower if we were in 6 spades as opposed to 4 spades, but I think it would have come home. Kind of actually a very funny attempt there by Versace. I really like it, what he did, where on that second round of clubs, so we get to, where is it, this point in the play, the 7 of clubs is led, so he has king jack 8-7 opposite queen 6 doubleton. His realistic chance for collecting 3 club tricks is that the 10-9 third falls. But when he leads a club to the queen, now we know that West has the ace of clubs. East 100% would win that card. So West has the club ace, and then the 6 of clubs comes back. East plays low. West can neither opponent can have 10-9 third of clubs. So he then decided to play for his next best chance, which was West having ace doubleton and stuck in the 8. Kind of a cute little play. But did not work out for him here. Speaking of nice split, what regretted it. Yeah, this hand does not split. This should be fine, right? We can always lead a diamond up to the king. Is the stream broken? I hope not. I think I'm still live, but hopefully people can confirm that. I can check on Twitch. Twitch says I'm still live. Think I'm okay. It's back? Okay, good news. I do have the feeling that maybe my broadcasting software or the way I have my computer configured is a little bit straining on computer resources. And so I can imagine that stream will cut out from time to time. But hopefully it's all okay. Morning, Ewan. Hope you're doing well on this Saturday. So I think I had worked out that as Declare, if we... Ooh, wait a second. We need to actually time this very well if we're going to make the contract. Maybe there's actually just nothing we can do now that we've been tapped in spades. Because if Declare goes, okay, so the simple line of play, right, is Queen of Hearts, 10 of Hearts. South wins the Jack. Plays a spade. East roughs. We can't pull another trump. Otherwise... Oh, North is really not in on the defense. Yeah, with North pitching all these spades, I wonder if North needed to keep all of his spades. But then North might have gotten like squeezed in the minors. This is it's not a straightforward hand to play, but the way that North is discarded, I think Declare is going to have no issues. Yeah, V8, I was trying to kind of work out, like, if Declare ended up leading a diamond through South at some point, maybe, maybe Declare could still pull it off. It's a complicated hand. North is discarding after dummy, that's true, but North can't really afford to pitch 2 clubs. I mean, he can pitch 1, certainly. But if North pitches too many diamonds, Declare might have been able to go diamond to the king, diamond ruff. I'm setting up a diamond trick. I'm still not certain about that, but it feels like maybe there was some potential there. Either way, I mean, with North throwing all of these spades, there's really nothing to the play from here, I don't believe. Looks like 2 clubs coming the way of North-South, but that's it. Ten of diamonds is an interesting discard. I think most of the time with these long honor sequences, you would want to clue partner in as to what's going on in the suit. So North could pitch the queen of diamonds to make it very clear that he had queen jack 10. Yeah, the standings currently, there's been a lot of gap closing from the teams that are sitting just outside of 8th place. And very few teams are safe after some of this morning's matches. Whoa! No. That is not what just happened. Is this really how the play went? There's no way, right? But the hand's over. Wow. I wonder if what happened is Declare lost track of the 9 of hearts. It came down on the first round, but if he thought that South still had a natural trump trick, then I guess his only hope was that South had led low from Jack 10 of clubs, or that North didn't guess it to stick in the 10 from like Ace 10. Because otherwise, that feels like a big slip. Obviously, if we go up with the club king, North can still win the ace and play a diamond, South roughs, but then South is out of trumps, and the king of diamonds can be used to pitch our club loser. That's going to be a hand he wants back. Again, I'm not certain that 4 hearts was necessarily making. I kind of want to look at this. I mean, I'll just pull up the double dummy to see if Declare can always make it. Yeah, apparently playing 4 rounds of hearts is the only way to do it from here, which is exactly what happened. So maybe North's hand does come under some pressure on 4 rounds of trumps. Well, we're off to the next board, but That's probably going to be a pretty big swing going the way of Italy if they're able to make 4 hearts in the other room. Not a very friendly hand for Declare to play, but could have come home. Is it just you, or are the last couple of boards fairly technical? They have been. Yeah, this has been a fairly challenging set so far at this table, which is nice. We get to see you know, the best players in the world kind of tackle these difficult problems and show off that they're still just human sometimes. They make mistakes just like everyone else. So East opens a diamond, South ends up passing, spade by West. We'll note West's 4 high card points for the 1 spade bid, something that a lot of the top players are very happy to do. Just respond with fairly light hands to their partner's opening bid. None of this nonsense about we have to have 6 high card points to respond to partner's opener. So 1 spade. North has a pretty good hand, electing to make the takeout double. And after East-West found their spade fit, North-South found their club fit. Get the Jack of Hearts lead. Declare knows the heart position. East did not open a heart, so hearts are 100% 4-2. Jack doubleton, king fourth. Although this doesn't really help him, right? I was going to say, so I think it's safe for Declare to duck this. Obviously, the opponents can still cash a couple spades ending in West's hand and then put a diamond through. Declare will end up going down 1 if they find this defense. But at least Declare knows there's not going to be a heart ruff coming back at him. Ooh, and you know what? Now that I'm looking at East's problem, it's not so clear to East that he should be hopping up with the the heart king. I think he probably will, because he can see that if his partner has the king of spades, there's a very easy way to set this contract. You play the ace of spades. Whoa. Oh no. Okay, this feels like a big miss, and I wonder if East is still thinking about the previous board, but that's the difficulty in some of these high-pressure matches, that you get one bad result and you have to take your mind off of it, and it can be difficult even for the world's best players. So 3 clubs making 4 now. All of the clubs and hearts were running at that point. But I was going to say a trick too. East doesn't know if his partner has a singleton or doubleton heart, but he also knows that he has plenty of entries if his partner has a doubleton heart, because he can see the ace queen of diamonds sitting over the king. So something that he could have done here was play the ace of spades, and that would give a suit preference situation to his partner, where if West had a heart void, West could discourage the spade and say, no, please play hearts. Or if his partner did not have a heart void, West could encourage the spade play, and East would then continue spades. That could be a costly one, because North-South do have a big club fit, a 9-card fit. They'll probably find it in both rooms, and that'll at least be a small swing going the way of Italy, we might expect. We do see board 5 coming through in the other room. 4 hearts was made. Same auction, same opening lead, same couple of first 2 tricks. And then after 2 rounds of hearts, East led a diamond. I can't tell if this is good enough. I'm not going to spend too long analyzing this hand from double dummy. We want to stay focused on this table, but four hearts did make in the other room. So on to board 7 here. Italy has taken the lead in the match. And a bit of a kind of unusual treatment from North here. So North starting with 2 clubs, 2 hearts by South, 2 spades looks to be just like the invitational hand and no trump. I'm not sure systemically what exactly is going on. 2 clubs, ambitious stamen. I don't think it's stamen. I think they have something a little bit fancy going on. But the way the auction's proceeded, East has been able to now double to get his spade lead direct in. John thinks it might be a little bit like Muppet stamen. You think it's mini Gerber. It is the queen ask. Could be. Could be. But it's like 1430 mini Gerber. So 2 hearts shows 0 or 3 queens. I wonder what South's thinking about over 2 spades double. King third of spades looks like a pretty good stopper. He tries 3 clubs. Again, not exactly sure what this sequence from North shows. I mean, maybe it shows both minors, or maybe it shows clubs. Those are things that North does have. Huh. I don't exactly know what happened here, but it looks like North-South have gotten to the wrong spot. Maybe. I mean, this might make. This will probably make. Declare has 4 clubs, 4 diamonds, and a spade. At the very least. Might even collect an extra trick. If East ends up getting squeezed in the majors or something, or if Declare is able to set up a heart trick perforce before the defense gets a couple spades in. Wait, who's averaging 10 imps a board against Canada? Is that USA 2? What was the right spot? You know, that's a good question. I mean, on this lie of the cards, 3-0 by South, right? Where Declare can take the same 9 tricks that they're about to in clubs in no trump. Got to make sure that when West leads the doubleton spade at trick 1, you put up the queen to prevent East from being able to gain access to his long spade suit. I guess 3-0 by South is not a particularly good contract. So Declare has kind of come up with a clever plan to safety play the this hand a little bit. Assuming that Queen of Diamonds lead was from shortness, he just went 2 rounds of clubs, picking up any sort of doubleton club honor in East's hand. East had 10 doubleton here. And now as long as he's able to cross to that Jack of Diamonds in the north hand. This Queen of Spades, okay, we've had some very, very weird plays, I have to admit. East could have had Ace, Jack, 10, 6th of spades. East could definitely have Ace, Jack, 10, 6th of spades here. And now the Jack of Spades will come back. It would get roughed. And then if East had the heart ace, we could go heart to the Ace, 10 of spades, and declare would be down 1. So I don't really understand the Queen of Spades. Now I am beginning to wonder about potential operator error as opposed to player fatigue. Obviously, East doesn't have 6 spades, so this doesn't really cost declare. But that's a really confusing play, because declare could have just played low. And once again, as long as that Jack of Diamonds is an entry to the north hand, declare can pull trumps and just take his 9 tricks. Very strange. Very strange. Maybe check the running scores, because none of these hands are real. That could be true. That could be something that we might need to look into. Well, Mueller is understandably unhappy about the way this hand has gone. Probably going to see him switch to a low heart. There it is. He's probably hoping that South happens, or that North happens to have like 3 small hearts instead of Queen, 3rd of spades, and makes this misguess of putting up the king here, and that their side can actually just cash 3 heart tricks, but that is not the case. Wow, the Jack of Hearts comes back, and now now East actually gets squeezed. Wait, hold on. Oh my god. Declare is actually playing for this. Well, I was going to say East won't get squeezed because Declare is just going to cash the last trump now, and then Dummy gets squeezed before East. But Declare, being the complete Chad that he is going to run 4 rounds of diamonds and then play a club squeezing East. This is unbelievable. This is actually unbelievable. Very strange hand. This is a very strange hand. It might not even be an imp. I just don't think that 3 clubs is... Yeah, does Samantha think it's BAM? He might. He really might. No, he can't possibly think it's BAM. Board 6, he would definitely bid 2 hearts if this was BAM. You can't bypass these 5-card majors and board a match. Just gotta play in your 5-2 fits as opposed to your 5-4 fits and hope that the major scores an extra trick. Wow. Well, Declare's play of the Queen of Spades looked genius with that in mind. Given that we now know that West stripped all of his heart honors. So the King of Spades remained an entry for the squeeze to function later. I hope that overtrick sees Italy through to the round of 8. Then everyone will be talking about it and how amazingly well Samantha played that hand for at least for the next couple of months. But now, North gets to open a no trump. Looks like good 14 to 17 is what they're playing. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, good 14 to 17 is on their card at the very least. I don't know if this is a good 14, but I think the tendency is that you just kind of treat all 14s as a good 14 nowadays. Open a no trump as much as possible. But see, V8, I have been the person who has everything I say has been wrong so far. So if I wish this, then USA will actually go through. It's true, North has some good spots in the minors. Ace-Queen double-ten of spades is such a rotten holding, though. And no 5-card suit. I don't know, it's like what does good mean? Good is not really the term I would use for this hand. This is like above average 14 count. Slightly above average 14 count. Maybe. Jack of clubs might not be a particularly useful card. So transfer to hearts. 3 clubs showing diamonds. I think this is fairly popular. After major suit transfers, you can transfer into your minor. Some players will play that. And especially if they don't play 2 no trump in Italy, well, they don't have a use for a 2 no trump bid here. So obviously 2 no and 3 clubs are transfers. So North's 3 diamond bid probably accepting. So showing a little bit of a diamond fit would be my guess. Lots of alerts coming through. I can't imagine they have too much written down on their convention card. They do not. About this auction. Good night, V8. Rest well. Yeah, go New Zealand. How are they doing in this match? I guess I can... Well, you all probably already know how New Zealand is doing, but I can give a quick update to everyone else who is not currently looking at the live scoreboard. New Zealand is in 5th, barely ahead of Italy, but lots of teams still in the pack in contention for making it into the top 8. After a bit of jostling around, North-South do find their heart fit and end up in 4 hearts. Looks like the defense can beat this if they get their diamond rough, with both the ace-queen of hearts offside and the 4-1 diamond split. As long as East is able to convince his partner that his opening lead is singleton, this will work out. I wonder, though, if East is going to try a spade. No, he does lead a diamond. It's a little bit scary sometimes to lead a singleton in the opponent's other suit when you don't have trump control. Yeah, he probably doesn't need to convince him. You're right. The opponents should have found a diamond fit on this auction. For New Zealand, they had 3 pushes in the first 7 boards. Yeah, they've already made their quota. They're going to have to start swinging for the fences, I think. VuGraph operator has confirmed that on the 5th board, Mueller did go down 1 in this room, did duck that club when South put it through, and ended up losing 2 clubs and then the ruff. Clever attempt here by Declarer to lead a heart to the king. I think a sensible try. He's obviously hoping that East has ace third of hearts. And so heart to the king would actually be his only way to make the contract. If he played a heart to the jack, West would win, give his partner a diamond ruff, and then the ace of hearts would still be a third defensive trick. And Declarer is probably convinced that the opening diamond lead is singleton. Again, you don't really want to be leading doubletons in the opponent's suit. So I like the attempt. If East had queen doubleton of hearts, he still would have made the contract. If East had queen third of hearts, he would have gone down, but it's kind of like a coin flip between queen third and ace third. What do you play for? A rugby score yesterday was 5-37. That sounds like a blowout to me. Declarer's only hope is to sneak a club through now. I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, with the singleton club and dummy being face up on the table. Claim down 1 and go to the bar. Man, he really is claiming down 1. He's stuck in the jack of clubs rather than trying the king on that trick. Maybe he did try the king. Maybe that was an operator error. Your record number of imps for 8 board sets is 63 one direction and minus 97 the other direction. Well, I hope that you're able to equal your low score with a high score soon. PJ says, you're shocked there isn't an AI robot that can do VuGraph. I was almost convinced the other day. One of the BBO staff told me that there were robots doing the VuGraph coverage in place of the operators. I wanted to believe. With queen third of hearts in West, he would still go down playing the heart jack if East has the club ace. I don't think so. Queen third in West or queen third in East? Queen third in East, you mean? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if West has the club ace. Oh, good point. So in that case, then yeah, playing low to the king is just probably strictly better than playing low to the jack. Either way, I like the line of play. Yeah, they could also just replace the players. We could just have an entire tournament of robots run by robots. And we wouldn't even need, hey, XM007, welcome to the broadcast. We wouldn't even need tournament organizers because those could also be replaced by robots. In fact, we wouldn't even need me or anyone in chat because we could replace everyone by robots. Bridgebotchampionship.com. That's exactly right. That's what we would call it too, the Bridgebot Championship. So on this board, it looks like East-West have almost mirror distribution here. Found their spade fit after the no trump opener, bid up to 4 spades. North, understandably, hoping that his partner has a singleton club with that ace-6th over there, going for the club ruff. Seems like a reasonable attempt. You mean that I'm not a bot? No, I really am. I'm just very lifelike. Or maybe I'm not. Maybe you don't think I'm very lifelike. And you're like, wow, this robot is really lame. Hopefully that's not what you think. Well, diamonds 3-3 and the king of hearts on side is going to be good news for Declare. He'll, of course, test the diamond suit after pulling trumps, and then I think he'll test the diamond suit after pulling trumps. Maybe not. Maybe he'll actually lead a heart to the queen first. I'm not sure. This is a much more interesting hand from Declare's perspective than it is from our perspective, because we can see that whatever he does is going to work. I mean, even if he tries to play a diamond to the 10, that's also going to work to pick up the diamond suit. Looks like he is going to play on diamonds first to see if that suit breaks before taking the heart finesse. I mean, even if diamonds are 4-2, Declare can ruff the 4th round of diamonds and then go ace of hearts heart and hope that the hearts are situated in such a way where the opponents can't take 2 of them. I was just thinking, though, that maybe if we play a heart to the queen first, we have some potential for squeezes in the red suits, which is definitely true. There's probably some small extra chances that we can come up with when diamonds don't split and the king of hearts offside. Vikitsa says hearts to the 9 looks interesting. What sort of layout are we hoping for if we play a heart to the 9? Oh, I get you. If the king of hearts is with North, it doesn't ever lose. So we play a heart to the 9, and if it loses, then with that 10 of diamonds protected, North can't play diamonds, North can't give us a rough sluff and clubs, so they have to play back a heart. And then we're in a position where we can maybe guess the heart suit. Yeah, that's kind of clever. You're going to have to make a decision when South sticks in an honor, though. Yeah, so when South sticks in the Jack or 10 of hearts, you're going to have to make a decision. What do you do? I like that. That's a cute little attempt. 10 of diamonds being a big card in that scenario. So on to board 10, 2 passes. Over to West, who has a pretty nice hand. It's a 17 count. Systemically, let's figure out what they're going to open with this hand. Hold on, I can get there before they do. I apparently can't get there before they do, but I was coming around to the 1 club opener. Oh, of course, they're playing the strong club thing. Yeah, so West opens a club. North jumps to 2 hearts. So, 6322 is not great distribution and vulnerable. You definitely don't want to go overboard with your preempts. You could just get doubled and go for a large number, which the North hand certainly qualifies for that. But counter argument would be the opponents have opened a strong club. You kind of want to preempt as much as you can, and your hand could be a little bit weaker, maybe, at least in terms of the trump suit. King, Queen, Jack, 9, 6 is a pretty good hard holding. But North elects to go with 2 hearts, so over to East. I wonder if 3 hearts shows this hand from East. Okay, or apparently maybe 3 spades. Yeah, I was thinking maybe they have a way to show this type of hand. So I don't know exactly what 3 spades is showing, but it's probably some hand with heart shortness would be my guess. South has a bit of a decision as well. 4-card trump support, singleton. He does have an ace-queen. Maybe we content ourselves with a 4-heart bid as South. Just take up a little bit of space from the opponents. Ooh, 4 diamonds. Okay, this is also a good bid. Yeah, 4 diamonds is a lead directing bid. Makes a lot of sense to me as well. And obviously South can't have a big hand with diamonds because he would have opened diamonds in the second seat. So this 4 diamonds carries the implication that it's diamonds plus some hearts. You think 3 spades is a non-determined void? I think... Now, I'm not that familiar with strong clubs, but that to me sounds unplayable. If you open a bid that says nothing about your hand and shows values, and then your partner makes another bid that also shows nothing about your hand and shows values, you're going to be extremely vulnerable to preempts like this. Like if East could have a spade void or a club void here, or a diamond void, then I think you just get in trouble with this type of bid. I'm pretty sure systemically 3 spades has to show a known void. But again, I'm not an expert on their system. Matt says 5 hearts might be 800 if East-West find their spade ruff. It is gonna be... I think they might actually find their spade ruff, because I suspect East would lead a spade against 5 hearts doubled. Maybe. I mean, East might lead a club. And if East leads a club, obviously it's off the table. But if East leads a spade, it can go ace, king of spades. And then West might end up, say, switching to, I don't know, a low heart. That would allow East to give a signal on the first round of trumps. West can get in with the heart ace and then cross in clubs to get their spade ruff. Just a thought, how the defense could get it right. A couple of scores have come through. Good news for the Italians. So, board 6. Very important that Versace ended up making 3 clubs on this hand. Remember, this was directly after the kind of falter from East and 4 hearts. Then East had a tricky defensive position, decided to try and give partner a heart ruff against 3 clubs. That did not work out. And so 3 clubs made, 1 out to Italy for that effort. Board 7, 3 clubs in the north. And the other room, 3 no trump in the south, ended up going down 1. Didn't I say 3 no was making? Am I just wrong about everything? I might just be wrong about everything. 8 of spades was led. Declare did well to put up the queen. The 2 of hearts came back. Declare stuck in the 10. Spade back to the 10 and king. And after the ace of diamonds cashed, whoa! So Declare could have made 3 no trump, but he ended up stripping all of his diamonds, which removed his entry to the long club. Wow. So it looks like he was playing East for most of the missing high cards. Obviously, earlier in the play, he could have gone king of clubs, club to the jack, ace of clubs, club, use the diamonds for transportation. King of hearts was protected, spades were stripped. So big results for Italy, where the Netherlands had some opportunities to make back a couple of imps here or there. Well, over 4 diamonds, North, of course, corrected to 4 hearts. This got West to balance with 5 clubs. We get a diamond lead, and I think the hand's going to be over fairly quickly. South going to cash 2 diamonds, find out his partner led from a doubleton, try a 3rd round, I guess, just in case that he can promote a trump trick. Yeah, so currently Matt's saying that if this score stands, then Netherlands will be out of qualifying position, I think in place of USA 2, if I remember correctly, from looking at the updated results page. Well, Puffin, my whole point is that all of these systems sound great in theory when you just get to have constructive auction, right? But when you take into account the opponents are going to start preempting or taking up bidding space when they realize that you haven't found your suits yet, that makes it really difficult on either one of you to know what to do. Like, imagine South had jumped to 5 hearts. How is West supposed to know what to do with their hand when they have no idea what their partner's shape is? Like if East could have a club void, then West, would want to double 5 hearts. If East could have a heart void, then maybe West wants to bid 6 clubs. That's the main problem with having all of these artificial systems where you never get to find out what your suits are until the 3rd or 4th round of the auction. Strong opposition is going to realize that your system has a gaping flaw in it, and they're just going to be able to preempt you out of a lot of finding your fits. Samantha's overtrick mattered in Imp on board 7. Oh, you're right. 210 would have only been 5 imps. They are going to qualify by less than an imp in the victory point scale, I'm sure of it. So board 11 here, partner opens a no trump. Oh, I say partner because I'm still like placing myself in south. I don't know why. North opens a no trump. South transfers to hearts with his 5 count and is happy to pass that out. East could have, and I think we've seen this a couple of times now, so East could have balanced with a takeout, or not balanced, but made a takeout double over 2 hearts if he wanted to. For a couple of reasons, I think he didn't, but probably one of the main reasons that he was thinking of is that he doesn't have a 4-card spade suit. Most of the time, this takeout double, when the opponent's bid a major, is just looking for a 4-4 fid in the other major. And so he really didn't want to have his partner bid 2 spades, have the opponents compete to 3 hearts, and then his partner competes to 3 spades, and they end up in a 4-3 or even a 5-3 fit, but they happen to go down. So East gets off to a trump lead, and Declarer kind of interestingly, after the trump lead, elected not to stick in the 10 or 9 of hearts from the south hand. I guess Declarer was just planning on winning in the north hand anyway to lead a spade up to the queen. And so if he stuck in the 10 of hearts and it just held, then he would have been in the wrong hand to do what he wanted in the other suit. So yeah, I was going to say, it looks to me as if Declarer's plan has been basically to preserve that king of hearts for the 3rd round of trumps, and then just go spade to the king, spade ruff, hoping to bring home the spade suit, which is going to work. East-West could have prevented this by tapping North's hand. So if they had played 3 rounds of clubs, for example, when East got in, then that would have denied access to the spade suit here, or the long spades. So this looks like a good result for Italy. With them making 2 spades. Two spades, 2 hearts, 2 hearts. You know what I mean. It's been a long day. It's been a long couple of days, but with the spades coming home, Declarer now has 2 spades set up, did have access to it with that 3rd trump. And eventually is going to lose 3 tricks in the minors. But plus 110. So again, as mentioned, kind of a nice result for Italy there. We can see some swings happening, like especially board 10. I mean, with East having a heart void and East-West having a big club fid, it's very possible that they get a little bit too high. 6 clubs is not a terrible spot. Declare just needs to guess the diamonds if that's possible, which it is not on this hand. But board 12. I wonder if we'll see a 3-club opening from West. I know some players would absolutely hate passing the West hand, and some players would think it's insane to do anything other than pass. There's a wide spectrum of beliefs on these kinds of hands. But here West elects to pass, which means North gets to open a club. Could be short. There it is. Alert comes through. So East passes. South gets to bid a diamond, showing 4 or more hearts. And now West comes in with 3 clubs. And I think we talked about this before, is that when you pass and then preempt later in an auction, it shows a very, very specific hand type. And this is basically the kind of hand type that you would do it with. You have what looks like a preemptive hand, but you have whatever is a flaw that makes it so that partnership-wise, you and your partner have agreed not to preempt this type of hand. And for West, that appears to be a side 4-card major, or support for the major, or something to that effect. Like, make this ace-4 of hearts, ace-4 of diamonds, and I think everyone would be opening 3 clubs on West's hand. First seat favorable, but just specifically because it's the heart suit, or a major suit, he elects to pass first and then come in later. I'm not sure I really understand what North is thinking about. North has kind of the most obvious pass in the entire world. Maybe we're waiting on East, and the VuGraph operator is waiting for both players to bid before putting in the bids. So East jumps to 5 clubs, which seems like a reasonable attempt. Also, it looks like 5 clubs is making. Maybe. As long as Declare can get 2 heart ruffs in the dummy, the Queen of Spades is on side. Yeah, ATN just kind of pointing out what I mentioned, that 5 clubs might not make, but it has play. And East might have kind of been thinking about this, right? This whole West didn't preempt, therefore West probably has a side major. So King Jack 3rd of Spades looks like it might be a good card, or a good holding. Doubleton Heart looks like partner might be able to ruff some of that suit. Yeah, it's also possible the VuGraph operator is just on one side of the screen and can't see the auction. But the fact that we're now getting bids coming in pairs from the players on the same side of the screen, so here double and then pass, came through on the same side of the screen. I think it's, I think that's what's going on, that the VuGraph operator is just being very careful about not giving away information. This is a little bit tricky for North to interpret. I mean, normally double here would tend to imply like penalties or some values. And North kind of knows that South is very short in clubs, just from the way the auction's gone. I wouldn't recommend always trusting your opponents and placing your partner with shortness in their trump suit in these positions. But here it seems pretty safe to do so, that once South doubles, it seems pretty clear that South wants, or has a club void. Yeah, the 4-3-3 from North is a little bit discouraging, and so I think that's why North ended up passing out 5 clubs doubled. Does lead a trump. Trump tends to be a pretty good lead against some of these contracts. So does Declare end up making this? I think so. They can win the club ace, duck a heart, win the club return, go heart to the ace, heart ruff, diamond ruff, heart ruff, diamond ruff, pull the last trump, play the 10 of spades, planning to run it, eventually ruff back to hand again. Well, Ewan, the good thing about playing behind screens is that you almost never need to worry about pace of play. Like, it's almost never going to be the case that you're going to have an unauthorized information scenario. Because, like, one of the things that someone can be asking is, like, sometimes the opponent could just ask you about inferences in the middle of an auction, and your partner could be, like, writing a note to them. So here, yeah, there's no way West was taking time to pass 5 clubs doubled, but, like, it is possible that as the board was on your side of the screen, and you saw East thinking about 5 clubs, West writes a note to South and asks, hey, tell me about your 1 club opener, or something like that. Or tell me about, like, your 1 no trump opener. And so the board comes through the screen, South is still scribbling. I mean, I'm just, like, giving an example. So there are some very clear scenarios, right, where, like, it takes 5 minutes and the board's on one side of the screen for a while, then it's pretty clear that someone was thinking about something. But if it takes, like, a minute, you can't always know that there was a decision being made. So it's a little bit safer to, I don't know what the word is that I'm trying to find. There's a lot fewer, like, UI claims during the auction behind screens. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, did I actually come up with a line of play where this makes? I'm not, like, 100% certain. Maybe I need to count the trumps again, because it's possible West's hand gets, like, a little bit tapped, since the only communication West has is roughing diamonds over to his hand a couple of times. So we duck a heart, North wins, plays back a club, we win. Doesn't really matter. We go ace of hearts, heart ruff, diamond ruff, heart ruff, diamond ruff. West still has a trump, right? So now we can play the 10 of spades. And when the queen of spades is on side, we're making the contract. Looks good to me. Probably makes sense to leave the ace king of clubs in dummy. I mean, South from the auction could have a 5-card heart suit, but doesn't really matter. We're still planning to just ruff 2 hearts in the east hand. Board 10, we do get the score coming in from the other room, 6 clubs down 1. As mentioned, it's very possible that that East-West end up in 6 clubs. I think Ewan also kind of mentioned that 6 clubs down 1 was a popular result in other matches in the Bermuda Bowl. And so kind of similarly, very similar start to the auction, a club by West, 2 hearts by North, double by East, negative, and then 4 diamonds by South, kind of this, like, lead directing heart raise. Double by West, 4 hearts by North, 4 no by East, showing both minors, and West figures, I have no losers in the major suits on this auction. Ace, Queen, 6 of clubs looks like a great holding when North is the preemptor, so even if we're missing the Club King, it's probably on side. Hopefully partner can hold the diamond losers to 1, but that was not the case. So 6 clubs does go down over there. And it looks like Declare is taking this line of play that I had mentioned, roughing a couple of hearts and dummy. Now he is just in time to pull the last trump, has 1 club remaining to prevent another tap in diamonds, and he'll be able to play for the Queen of Spades in North Sand. So 5 clubs doubled making. This looks like a good result for the Netherlands, meaning that they might overtake Italy in this match. I think someone said that 5 diamonds down 1 could be a potential result for North-South. The unusual red on white save. Yeah, it does kind of look like Declare only loses 2 spades and a heart in that contract. And really only loses 2 spades and a heart because the diamonds are 4-0. Otherwise, could have set up the hearts to pitch a spade, roughed a spade in the north hand. Huh. I mean, maybe the 4-0 trump split actually could cause a bit more problems for Declare in 5 diamonds. So we'll see if the other table does reach 5 diamonds or 5 clubs or 5 clubs undoubled, but we might see a new leader in the match. Two passes come around to South, who opens a strong 2 clubs. And West has, well, West has 6 spades, but aside from that, I mean, 6-4 is nice shape. Queen, Jack, doubleton of clubs, not so pretty. But West does elect to jump to 3 spades over the strong 2 club opener, kind of showing off. I think we talked about this a little bit, that when the opponents haven't bid their suit, preempts are a lot more effective. So now 3 spades passes back around to South. I wonder if South has a penalty double available. That looks like the most tempting bid to me if I was sitting over there, where there's no guarantee that we're making anything from our direction. I mean, we have 2 spades, we have 3, probably 4 heart tricks and no trump, and the ace of clubs. But if partner turns up with no values, 3-no could easily go down. Well, South, having to make a decision over 3 spades, elects to try 3-no. Probably his highest scoring contract, 3 spades doubled. Unlikely that we were going to get rich against that contract. Although I say that, and it looks like with no entry to the east hand for those long clubs, Declare could have ended up in some trouble in 3 spades doubled. Pass from North over 3 spades could be values. That's true. A lot of players will play some sort of, what's it called, pass double inversion over 2 club openers, where North could have doubled to show a complete bust of a hand and pass to show a little bit of something. So Declare is going to make his contract. I mean, the friendly heart layout to some extent, with East having Jack 4th on side, and the fact that his partner turns up with 3-card heart support, means Declare is going to be able to cross to that ace of diamonds and dummy and put a heart through making 10 tricks, it looks like. Board 11, while we saw a bit of a technical hand, I think that's the term we've been using, these have all been non-trivial hands to play, I would say, but where here Cementa ended up in 2 hearts with the 5-3 heart fid after his no trump opener. The other table ended up opening a spade on the north hand, not being able to open no trump systemically with their cards, and when south bid a no trump, semi-forcing, north had nothing better to do than to pass. And that contract apparently did not play very well. Looks like after a 4th best diamond lead, which is, or whatever diamond lead, a 2nd best from a bad holding, East-West were able to collect 4 diamond tricks. They were able to get 3 club tricks and the ace of spades. That's 8 tricks. Declare went down 2. So 5 imps going to Italy, and they are back in the lead by 6, but still with board 12 to come. And almost anything could happen in the other room on board 12. So East opens a diamond on this one. West jumps to 3 clubs. I'm not sure if that 3 clubs is intended as just a weak hand, or if it's like invitational. Ooh, interesting. Okay, well, according to their convention card, 3 clubs is just natural into play from West. So North makes a takeout double of clubs. Not exactly the most ideal shape. I mean, normally you would want to have 4-4 in the majors, but of course, with so many values, North having a 15 count kind of has to do something. And East, despite hearing his partner's kind of sort of light 3 club bid, not even invitational, jumps to 5 clubs with only an 11 count, but singleton heart, good club support, a couple of aces, probably just intended to preemptively sacrifice against the opponent's potential 4 heart contract that he thought they were going to reach. This gets doubled by South, who has a little bit of something, and we get the ace of hearts lead. So once again, singleton and dummy, we're going to be giving suit preference here. Versace plays the 10 of hearts. Please lead spades, partner. Cementa never listens to his partner's suit preference signal and switches to trumps. This is the 2nd time, isn't it? This can make now. Was this going down before? Why can it make now but not before? Needed to not lead a heart, but does it matter? Doesn't declare always get to rough 2 hearts in the dummy and pitch a spade on the ace of diamonds? Like if we lead a trump, declare wins the jack and exits the queen of hearts, and there's no way that South can get in. I think this was just always cold. I don't know. I could be wrong. I might be wrong about this, but I think 5 clubs was definitely making. I mean, Cementa probably realized that a spade switch was not going to be helpful when he looked at the dummy. So kind of understandable that he just tried to pull dummy's trumps with the trump switch. But that means that 5 clubs doubled is going to make once again, and if on the last 2 boards of play we see West declaring 5 clubs, I sure hope that North-South have learned their lesson, that they shouldn't double this contract anymore. Yeah, North-South did have some potential to make 4 hearts. Although I think on this layout they probably wouldn't. Like if South had bid 4 hearts, for example, West would have led the club ace, got a suit preference for spades from his partner, and then returned a high spade to get a diamond ruff. So 4 hearts would have gone down that way. And even if West didn't get a diamond ruff, there's a chance DeClaire would have misguessed the trump suit. How did they do in 5 clubs here? Well, okay, listen. 5 clubs in the West always makes. But 5 clubs in the East, we don't have enough data on that contract. See, 5 clubs West, board 10 made. 5 clubs West, board 12 made. 5 clubs West, board 14 made. 2 clubs in the West got doubled and went down 3. So I think the lesson to be learned on board 2 was that West should have bid more clubs, because then he would have made it. So West opens a diamond. North. Is everyone else seeing this? Hold on. I need to clear the tears out of my eyes after seeing North pass the 11 count with 5 spades over here. How can North pass? You got a 5-card major, dude. Just bid it. I honestly wonder if East is going to jump to 5 clubs. I don't think so. It feels like with South passing and North passing that we don't need to be that crazy with East's hand. But still. So we might see the same 3 club jump that we had on the previous hand for East, which is just, I want to play 3 clubs. I think that's possible. And we do. We get exactly the same bid. South could also have opened. That's very true. I don't think that has been their style to open aggressively, but I do know, and we've seen it a couple times, that Versace is an aggressive overcaller. Like, I don't think there's any chance Versace would have passed North's hand. What is the pass by North? Pass by North, I think, is forcing. I think they play a forcing pass. They must, right? There's just no chance that we can pass 5 spades with 11 high card points. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little too harsh. You think pass is a psych. South couldn't open the bidding, and North is 4-3-3. Or not 4-3-3, 5-3-3-2. So it's like not a good distribution. He probably doesn't expect that game has much play. I mean, I get it. So there's not a ton of upside at imps to go looking for a game contract when you think it's unlikely to make. And it's true, 4 spades does not make on this hand. I'm not even sure 3 spades makes. So he's kind of right that even though his partner has a great fit for him, a bunch of working honors, a void in the opponent's suit, the bad diamond split, as well as the fact that I don't think he can ruff enough clubs, means 3 spades might go down. Okay, I think point made now. So North doesn't want to bid with his ace-fifth 11 count. South, no fear, makes a takeout double of clubs with his 9 count at the 3 level. And this gets North to 3 spades. We might be about to see if 3 spades makes? No. East, of course, with 8 clubs, not going to give us the opportunity. So 4 clubs it is. Looks like about down 1. The defense has 2 spades and a heart that they can take, and the 3-0 club split means that North is eventually going to come to a club. The defense might take a little time on this one, but I don't think it's going to be too long. I suspect North will probably win the spade ace and then switch to hearts. Like, imagine East had ace doubleton of hearts instead of king doubleton. We couldn't really afford to win the ace and then play back a spade. That would set up a discard for East's heart loser. So North really needs to switch to hearts here. He'll probably work that out. Is a vulnerable overcall with a balanced scattered 11 count really that attractive? You know, that is a good question. But I can tell you one thing. South would absolutely have overcalled a spade on North's hand. What? It's not as if this costs, but aren't we really worried about this hand where East has ace doubleton of hearts and a small doubleton spade? Like, what happens if Declare just crosses to the club king and leads a spade up now? I'm a little confused by the non-heart switch. Again, with South having the heart ace, none of this is going to matter. Oh boy. Well, that is an exciting result in the other room on board 12, but look at what we have for the match now. Italy 23, Netherlands 23. We have a tie match, 12 boards in, 4 boards left to compare. This is probably good news for both of these teams. I have to imagine that with them starting in contention for the top 8, they probably will be with a tie match, but no guarantee. I haven't looked at the scores yet. So in the other room on board 12, how did they get to 6 diamonds? North opened a club, could be short. South bid a diamond showing hearts. North bid a heart showing 3. South bid a spade. Uncertain exactly what a spade is, but maybe is natural. West finally got the courage to come into the auction on the 3rd round of the bidding with 2 clubs. 2 diamonds by North. 3 clubs, only 3 clubs by East. 4 clubs by South. 4 hearts by North. And then South decided that his aceless hand was good enough to jump all the way to the 6th level. Neither East or West had any decisions to make. Not a terrible single dummy spot. If the trumps behave a little bit better, then Declare is basically on a spade finesse. But 6 diamonds is a little ambitious, so the fact that it goes undoubled, though, Miss for Italy, but that means Netherlands picks up 6 on that hand, ties the match. We got 1 board to play in this room. We're going to have a few more in the other room, and we'll swap over there once this table concludes. Yeah, this is going to be an exciting finish for this match, certainly. West passes in first seat. North, no way that this North opens. He has demonstrated. Okay, I take it all back. North, of course, has bought into the new age decision to start opening all 8 counts and gets to open a 10 to 13. Favorable no trump, second seat. So they do play 10 to 13 basically in every seat when they're favorable, other than fourth. Pass by East. I mean, East has a 14 count. A lot of players will play that double of the weak no trump shows, like, at the minimum, a strong no trump. So like 15 to 17, basically. And I guess in that regard, East's hand is just a little bit shy. But it feels kind of scary passing the opponent's weak no trump when you have the best hand at the table. So South transfers to spades, and once East has decided to pass on the first round of the auction, he can't bid again. West might have considered making a takeout double spades, but I think we've mentioned this before. Normally, takeout doubles, you want to have 4 cards in the other major, because that's the most likely spot that you're going to end up in. So 2 spades it is, and North-South going to be pretty happy to have gotten out rather cheaply. Queen of Hearts lead. Probably a couple more rounds of hearts are going to come. And then I bet a club will come through. So how many tricks is the defense going to end up with on this one? Looks like they get 3 hearts, a club, and 2 diamonds, and a spade at the very least. If Declarer is able to manage... Oh, I was going to say if Declarer is able to manage some sort of like trump coup, but that's just not necessary. The Ace-Queen-7 of spades are actually just good enough with the 9-8 doubleton to force 2 spade tricks. So overall, Declarer is going to end up with 3 spades, a club, and a diamond for 3 down, probably. Again, should be fairly happy with that result. Are transfers after a weak no trump better? You always played 2 hearts and 2 spades as drop bids. 2 diamonds was your forcing stamen type thing, or whatever it was. I don't know. I've actually never played a weak no trump in any of my partnerships. I heard, at least it used to be the case, that what you're saying is what everyone used to do, but maybe people have come up with a better alternative now. I'm not sure. It seems to me that a lot of players that I've seen, at least from Europe, have been playing this this transfers over weak no trump. I've noticed it a lot. So apparently it works out fine. Declarer handles the diamond suit by low to the 10. I mean, this is going to allow East to get a rough in, and actually... Yeah, I think if East exits the Jack of Hearts here, Declarer might have a problem. Oh, is that my dog? No. No. I have neighbors that yeah, everyone can hear the dog in the background. Yeah. No, I have neighbors that have a really riled up pup, and it gets very excited at random hours of the day. I actually didn't know if it was audible, so that's good to know that that everyone can hear the dog. So I had claimed down 3, but Declare, I don't know if you could say mistimed the play. He played for a slightly different layout in the diamond suit than just leading up towards the king, and that allowed the defenders to beat him an extra trick. Can we see 14 at the other table? Yes, we're going to head over there right now. We are in the middle of board 14. We are also in 5 clubs doubled. So this auction looks like a little bit different. This one is 5 clubs doubled in the east, so no certainty as to whether or not it will make. A diamond 2-no looks like 2-no being some sort of club bid. Double by north, 4 clubs by east, 4 diamonds by south, pick a major. 5 clubs by west, double, all pass. We get a spade lead. So this match might be tied with 2 boards to play in this room, if East finds the same line of play to make this contract. Spade lead, not necessarily all that more testing. East will just be able to win the ace of spades, play a diamond, pitching a spade, and then play a heart to the queen, eventually roughing 2 hearts in the east hand. Nice to set up a couple tricks, though. I mean, South is probably pretty happy with the way trick 1 has gone. As a side note, since everyone's earning a bunch of channel points, oh, Ewan, you reminded me. Okay, great. I realized now people might actually want to gamble channel points. So we can have, I will put up a prediction for the next match, so that people can gamble away all of their channel points. Hashtag not a gambling stream. But yes, that is, I think, a fun thing for people to do in the chat. I don't know. I tried it in the past a little bit, but this is now we'll see if people are going to be a little more interested. You're happy to gamble away your channel points so someone else can time out DT. I think DT has been permabanned for over 3 months at this point. I don't know, now that Dan is here, we can ask, Dan, do you think that we should ever untime out DT? Or unban DT? I will leave the decision up to you. Why is everyone so mean to DT? I really don't know. DT was a lovely human being that was just misunderstood, I think. Puff and Basher asks, what are channel points? They are a specific thing on Twitch where viewers get, sure, that way we can time him out again. Okay, no, I can manage to unban him. I'm sure he'll be thrilled about it. Yeah, channel points are a specific thing on Twitch where if you watch from the Twitch channel, you can collect channel points just for like being here, supporting the community. And so it's a way that you get something back, and then I have little rewards. Where are they? I guess not near me on screen, but they're below the chat window that you can like pay some of your channel points to redeem. So I offer viewers a chance to play with me in a speedball, like an ACBL speedball, or a couple of other various things that you can spend channel points on. Dan is bringing back the banhammer though. 2 boards to play, and the match is all square. So here's a hand that a bunch of different possibilities, with a bunch of different possibilities. I mean, obviously we might be able to see this delicate spade contract from north-south, which might go down. North-south do, of course, have a diamond fit as well. East-west could get overboard in clubs, depending on how they bid. So south gets to open 2 hearts. And, well, okay, north bids 2 now. So 2 hearts. I do not have this north-south convention card pulled up. We're gonna get over there. It looks to me like 2 hearts is a opening bid, or maybe in like the 8 to 11 range or 9 to 11 range, with a 2 suited hand, hearts and a minor. So 2-0 by north. Moiderberg. I think there's like an accent over the U, maybe. Yeah. Al Hollander has also said Moiderberg, so I believe you. East has a lot of clubs, but I mean, not too many points. I wonder if East is going to try something like 5 clubs. This 2-0 bid could be based on a variety of hand types. So East might be worried that North-South are on their way to a game, and he might want to preempt as much as possible before they get time to explore more. That could be a concern from East's perspective. So I think East might well stick in a big club bid here, 4 or 5 clubs, or the big 3 club bid. There we go. It is much larger than other 3 club bids because, I don't know, East has sat up in his chair and is trying to emphasize strength. Well, 4 clubs is impossible, and I know why. Is it because of a certain convention that starts with the letter G? So South bids 3 diamonds, showing diamonds. West bids 3 now. Okay, yeah. I could see 3 now. I mean, West probably at this point thinks that North-South are just messing with him. Like East being able to bid 3 clubs in this auction. Surely East will pull to 4 clubs. But yeah, I'm pretty sure West is like, well, I have a 14 count. My partner was able to bid in the midst of the opponent's auction. Okay, 4 clubs undoubled. Now, South hasn't had the added information or benefit that his partner has showed spades. So I was going to say, I think South will lead a diamond, and he does. Always going to be the same 4 defensive tricks, assuming they can take them. 2 spades, a heart, and that natural club trick from North. Four clubs is always Gerber. Yeah, it's true. I mean, East-West, like, if East knew what his partner's hand looked like, he probably would have passed 3 no-trump doubled. But he had no idea, and he probably thought that he was showing a little too much in the way of values with his 3-club call, so of course he's going to run. Well, South gets in with the spade, or the heart ace, and then has to figure out to cash out in the right order, and he does. Not too difficult. North, yeah, and BZL, I think, just points this out, that North's 2-no probably shows stuff in the minors. Once North doesn't have a big hand. So we're all tied up going to the last board. I do not believe we will see a duplicated result on this hand. 2 spades down 4 seems fairly unlikely, both because actually I think North-South might be playing a no-trump with this high card count. I know I've seen this pair play before in the European transnationals. So they do open a no-trump. We'll see if they also play transfers. I think they do. But in this room, we have a little bit of a different auction. East doubles. Hi, Mr. TGG. You're showing up towards the end of the set. Also, I may have missed you and you said something earlier, like 5 minutes ago. I do have a lot of chats going on at once. I'm trying to keep apprised of everything. But yeah, with East making the penalty double of a no-trump with the 14 count, which we had talked about from the other room, there's no way 2 spades is getting away undoubled. And I think East is just going to pass it out. That would be my guess right now. Ace, Queen, 4th of spades. And the fact that partner's a passed hand and he only has 14, their side probably doesn't have a game. Or game is going to be like a little bit shaky. So may as well collect 100 or 300 or 500 or whatever it is. Nope. Incorrect. Once again, as usual, I have said the wrong thing. Well, they get to 3 now. And how do we do here? I mean, everything is favorable for Declare, other than that King of Diamonds being offside, I guess. Like, hearts are 3-3 with the king on. The Queen of Clubs is onside. Looks like this is probably going to make. It's a bit of a shaky contract. I guess we'll know more after the opening lead. Declare is going to have a couple of possibilities depending on what the choice of opening lead is. Okay, on a spade lead, I was thinking Declare might... Well, he's probably just going to start taking heart finesses, right? That's got to be the most likely plan. It's super making now. I guess that's a form of making. 2 spades, 4 hearts, 2 diamonds, and 1 club. I do suspect Declare is going to end up taking more than 1 club, though. But yes, you're probably right that that it is super making. I guess this is the definition of super making, right? If you basically only need 3 suits to make your contract, then it is super making. Well, the spade goes around to the queen. The fact that Declare has the 9-7 of spades, I think, should make him a little bit happier about taking a heart hook. If North wins and puts a spade back, Declare has the option to duck it, and then his ace-7 of spades will still be there to protect the suit. No, he goes after the club suit. I was wondering if he might go after clubs instead of hearts, but of course, this does give up on the possibility of hooking the queen of clubs. So a spade comes back through, and looks as if Declare has contented himself with the fact that North must have the club ace for his no trump opener, because it was 10 to 13 here, that regardless of whether or not North has the king of hearts or king of diamonds, North must have the ace of clubs, otherwise he can't have as many as 10 high card points. So it was completely safe to go up with the spade ace on the second round and just trust that South cannot possibly have the club ace. South could have had the club queen, and this is why Declare let a low club. So ultimately, I think this was a really well thought out plan on the hand by Declare. He was counting the high cards, which I never do. Probably one of the reasons I'm not playing the Bermuda Bowl, that counting high cards is difficult. But yeah, Declare came up with a nice line of play. He now gets to run the queen of diamonds, and North wins the king, South always being kept off lead. I guess East would be a little bit sad if South turned up with a 4-card spade suit. That would have been a little bit disappointing, right? But he makes his contract. So last board of the set gives Italy 10 imps, and that means that we are going to go check out our results page, where currently every table has finished playing, and we see Netherlands has dropped all the way down to 10th after that match. So USA 2 has moved up into 8th. There's a little bit of a separation between themselves and China. We're going to be seeing, I think I have up on screen, Italy against India, who are 2 teams. They're currently 5th and 6th. That should be a good match. Thank you, Mr. TGG. Glad to have you joining us. Happy that we can host the stream on a couple of different sites. Bridgebase Online, I think it's working out well over there, but I do know that we also have a ton of people watching on YouTube as well as Twitch. But I will be here for the 3rd set. We're going to be checking out the match Italy versus India. And I should, let me just make sure that I have, oh, yes. Okay, well, I do have a co-caster coming. It might not be who we expected, but no spoilers on that. Time to start getting paid ads on stream. Hey, listen, I am making bank from everyone watching the recap or the replay videos on Twitch. What time, Dan? It's starting up in about 10 minutes. So stay tuned. There's no break between these matches. I'm actually not making bank. It's really not much. Oh, you're Brian from YouTube. Well, glad to see you checking out all the platforms. Okay, I am back in. Hopefully that is working. Yeah, great. So we will have a co-caster joining us in just a few minutes. So where do all the teams sit? Thank you, Bridge Bayo. Glad to have you joining us. What are matchups next round across the field? Good question. I don't know where we can see like the full matchups. Wait, is this a link? Maybe this is a link. You did it! Way to go, Captain Resco. Here we go. So these are the matchups for the next round. We have Italy against India. That's going to be on VuGraph. That's what we're going to be watching. We have Switzerland against Israel. So we have a lot of matches among the top teams showing up here. Switzerland has moved up into second place over Poland. We have Norway against Australia. USA 1 against Singapore. So if USA 1 wants to make it into the top 8, and they're not that far away, they're 6 victory points out, they need to start making a push against some of these lower ranked teams. Singapore sitting down here in 18th. This could be a good opportunity. And it might depend a little bit on how many matches Spectre and Gavin will still have to play. If Spectre and Gavin have already played their quota of matches for the round robin, then that means USA 1 can put in their 4 strongest players and sit them and, you know, maybe clean up against some of the lower ranked teams. We got Canada against Netherlands. So let's see, what are some of the other big matches? Where's China and USA? China is up against Egypt. Okay, so big match for China, similar to USA 1 against Singapore. Both of those teams, you know, China's sitting 5 back. Netherlands now, after this loss to Italy, sitting 5 back. USA 1 sitting 5 back. China against Egypt. China has an opportunity now to really collect some victory points and try and overtake that 8th place slot. New Zealand against Ireland could be important. New Zealand also on the bubble, just a handful of victory points sitting ahead of 9th. Belgium not out of it yet. True, yeah. Belgium not out of it. I mean, it's definitely going to be close with them being back almost a full match, 3/4 of a match, but they have some real potential. Ireland, I guess maybe not technically eliminated yet, but it's going to be a real struggle. Yeah, South Africa also kind of a little bit too far behind. But USA 1, Singapore, China, Egypt, these are matches to keep an eye on. New Zealand, Ireland. I mean, even USA 2, Brazil. Brazil, again, one of these teams that's kind of lower in the rankings, but if USA 2 kind of plays an even match against them, that could see them slipping out of 8th place. Let me... Okay. Now I have like 3 people asking me if I need a co-commentator. We might have a crowd today. Hopefully it'll work out. Is Gavin on... Okay, yeah, good question, Mr. TGG. Is Gavin on USA 1 or USA 2? He is on USA 1. I don't know who Bill G is. Gavin is playing with Warren Spector currently. And their teammates are Kevin Bathurst and John Hurd is one partnership, and John Kraniak and Vince DeMoy is the other partnership. Italy and India both play Norway tomorrow. Oh, that's going to be some drama. So Norway currently the top team in the standings. They've looked very powerful throughout. We could see Italy and India falling. It's not as if any of them are safe. They're, only about 6 victory points between 5th and 8th. 10 victory points or so between Italy and China currently. Oh boy. Well, round robin 21, here we go. Italy versus India. I guess I will just click into the table. Once again, we're going to be starting up in about 5 minutes. There's the 10-minute delay. Look at this! We have the round 21 matchup, Chile against Panama. So the 2 teams at the bottom of the standings. That could also have been a fun match to watch. No joke. And it's not as if just because these teams have 60 victory points or 90 victory points that they aren't filled with a bunch of very talented bridge players. There's just really strong competition in this event. Yeah, Panama has a chance to catch up. They could have a good showing. Panama did get their first victory yesterday against Canada, which was nice of Canada to let them win. I don't think they were letting them win, but all of the last 3 teams haven't played each other. Okay, so Morocco, Chile, and Panama are kind of going to play a 3-way the next couple of sets.
Yo,
how's it going?
Going good. How's it going over there?
All right. We've had some drama in the events, but I don't know if you've been following. USA 2 has now moved up into 8th place, so they're currently sitting in a qualifying spot.
Let's see. I just saw the standings. I see that it's very tight around 5th to 11th.
Yep.
It's really tight.
Yeah. So any of those teams have a chance to qualify. USA 1 has some... They're playing against some teams who are lower in the standings. So despite them currently sitting in 11th and 6 victory points out, I think they actually have a pretty good chance of making it through if they can put together some big wins against the lower ranked teams. But yeah, all the teams at the top are very tough. We just saw a match, Italy against Netherlands, and Italy got a small win against Netherlands, but it was enough to knock Netherlands down to 10th. So,
gotcha. Netherlands is kind of one of the favorites, yeah?
They were...
Or a team that was certainly expected to be in the top 8. Is that true, or...?
It's hard to say. There's so many good teams that it's really hard to pick some favorites. I guess at this point we could say Norway, Switzerland, Poland, and Israel have distinguished themselves a little bit from the rest of the field. But yeah, Netherlands was cruising the first couple of days. They were in They were in first, I think, after 3 days of play, but that could have just been based on the teams they had played. Obviously, by the end of the round robin, you've played everyone, and so you have a better sense of who fits where.
Totally. Things even out a little more. Yeah, maybe I was just biased by seeing them so high up on the rankings early on.
I mean, I'm kind of biased because one of my old partners is on the team, and so I would like to see them do well. But yeah.
What was the drama with USA 2?
Drama with USA 2. I mean, so for a while, USA 2 was sitting in first place. Then they had a couple of big losses to some teams that I think were like fairly lowly ranked in the standings, and that dropped them out of the top 8. They were, I think, 10th or 11th coming into today, but then they just had a couple of big wins, most recently over Canada. And so now they're back up into 8th, which is on the bubble, but currently qualifying.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's going to be a tight finish here.
Yeah, definitely. So 3 more matches to go. Yeah, Mr. TTG, the top 8 do move on, or Brian, the top 8 do move on. And I don't know exactly what tiebreakers are if we ever see one, but it would be very unusual to have an exactly tied number of victory points, because
yeah, I mean, considering you got these partial victory points, so
right. So play should be starting momentarily. There is a 10-minute delay for the broadcast for whatever reason.
Gotcha. Maybe, I don't know, like nowadays all these chess broadcasts, they always have a 15-minute delay at least for like security and stuff.
Yeah, it's probably something like that. I mean, 10 feels like a bit of an arbitrary number to me. Like, they could have done 30. They could have just said, oh, we'll wait until the entire set ends and then put it up so that no one can like peek in to like a commentary, see the results, and then like go see one of the players in the restroom or something. But yeah, I guess 10 minutes is whatever they decided, which is nice. It's nice that we get at least fairly real-time updates to the results.
Totally.
Okay, Puffin Basher
right,
says tiebreaks are head-to-head score for the teams. Makes sense.
And if they're tied 10-10 on the head-to-head score, then they go to arm wrestling.
Right, yeah. I think square dancing was a recommendation that we had from a chatter once.
Nice.
Yeah, Ewan says the live scores, so like the tournament website is not delayed. So it is kind of silly. Like you would expect if it was 10-minute delay on VuGraph, they would have a 10-minute delay on the live scores as well.
Yeah.
How long does the tournament match last 2 matches a day? So the round robin has been 3 matches a day. Tomorrow there will be 2 matches because there's only 23 matches that they play. This would conclude the 7th day. And then after that, it's going to be the quarterfinals, semis, and finals, which are all 2-day matches. So 6 segments, 3 per day for 2 days. It is through September 2nd. If that helps answer your question, that's when the tournament's over.
So let's see if the match is coming up in the next round. What do you think is going to be the one to follow?
Well, we only have access to 1 match, at least for the Bermuda Bowl. Like, they're going to be broadcasting. So there's 4 events going on now. The Bermuda Bowl is the Open, Venice Cup is the women's, the Dorsey Trophy is the seniors, and the Wuhan Cup is the mixed. And they only have a certain amount of, like, VuGraph that they can do. So they have, I think, 1 match picked out from each of the events. We're going to be watching Italy against India in the Bermuda Bowl, which will be a good match. They're the teams currently sitting, I think, 4th and 5th or 5th and 6th. And it looks like play has
Oh yeah.
just started at.
Looks like there's two matches available actually. Italy, India, and Switzerland, Israel.
Oh yeah, but we don't want to watch Switzerland. I mean, they do keep pulling out the. Welcome, Craig.
How's it going? Hey, what's up, dude?
Good. How are you? Nice to see you, Kurt.
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, so which table are you pulling up?
Okay, no, I'm gonna go to the other table, the DeFranco Mano table, because we just watched Versace and Samantha.
Nice.
PJ, are we boycotting Switzerland? Not really. We just had to pick out a team that we've already seen today, and I'm trying to get a little bit of variety. We watched Switzerland at the start of the day, playing up against Norway, so I think this match will be more interesting for the standings, because if India or Italy wins big, then it could knock the other one out of the top 8.
Yeah, India was having, or still is having, quite a good tournament.
Yeah, India had a big win over Israel the other day, and I was very impressed with the Indian players that we watched. I know, Vikitsa, we watched Italy as well. See, Vugraf should be broadcasting Chile against Panama. I think that would be a more exciting match.
Yeah, and I'm not super familiar with the Indian team, but the south of this table, Jaggi is a long-time NABC participant, including Spingold or Vanderbilt win. A really excellent player, so if the rest of the team is up to that standard, I would expect them to do very well.
Yeah. I am trying to look for convention cards, so we have, you said Jaggi is playing?
Shiv Dasani's, usually, his first name is Jaggi, and because the last name is harder to pronounce, he usually goes by Jaggi.
Right. So, okay, it's him, and then Mano DeFranco. I have these system cards up so that I can misread everything and not be able to tell anyone anything about the auction, but I'm going to do my best.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm an interested first board, although they stop in 4 hearts, which will not be too interesting to play.
Yeah, I mean, once Declare pulls trumps, he's going to have a spade guess for, I guess, a second over trick, right? A club goes away on the Diamond King. We got a comment that 5 hearts makes. I'm thinking that 6 hearts makes, assuming Declare guesses the spades.
Yeah, it looks like 6 hearts is going to be like 50-50.
Yeah, lots of comments coming through. I'm so happy that we have so much participation. This is great. Although it does stretch me a little thin, but I kind of like it. Would I open the North hand in first seat? It's just a partnership agreement sort of thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with passing. I don't think there's anything wrong with opening. You just kind of have to make an agreement and then open it or stay with it. And so here looks like North-South agree not to open this type of hand. But I think in my partnerships, I prefer to be opening those types of hands. I know Craig does as well.
Yeah, and one thing you can do is, if you do want to keep your openings a little bit more sound, is if you think that this hand type is really important, you can play a 2-level structure that caters to it.
Yep. Yeah, so we've seen some players open 2 hearts with these types of hands, hearts in another suit. 5-5.
Yeah, and some people play it very weak, but you can play it a little more constructive if you want to. If you want to be opening these 9-10 counts. You can play it very weak, but there's no reason why you have to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so Michael points out
I want to be
that,
opening these 9-10 counts. Yeah,
so Michael points out these are the teams that are currently in 5th and 6th, but 9th place, which would be just out of qualification, is only 10 victory points behind them. So, yeah, again, if one of these teams gets a big win over the other, then, I mean, for one thing, that would solidify themselves into the top 8, but it also might knock the other team out of contention, or at least into that, bubble area where a bunch of teams could qualify. So board 2, East opens a no trump. I will try and find their range. They are playing.
Yeah, I've played against this pair. I've played against this pair actually a decent amount, and I believe they're a fairly standard 2/1 pair.
Yeah, so favorable, they open 14 to 16s, which is why East just has this generic 14 count. All other colors and seats, they'll open 15 to 17. What do we do with West? I guess I would be tempted to show the minors.
Yeah, I think these days a lot of pairs have stopped playing bids that cater to these like sort of game forcing, but not really like terrific hands. I guess if you're playing 3 diamonds game forcing, you could do it, but the hand's really a little light for that. And most players don't play minor suit statement or anything like that these days.
Right. So
and maybe you just transfer to diamonds and see if partner can do anything encouraging and show the short spades.
If I'm reading their card correctly, West has an option to bid 2 spades, which has a variety of meanings.
Yeah, if this is one of them, then it's attractive. Because certainly you do want to, it does tell the opponent a lot about the hand, but you do want to be able to show your singleton spade if you have a way to, so that your partner can make an informed decision about 3-0 or going to 5 of a minor, especially at imps.
Yeah, thank you, Bridge Bayo. Israel just bid and made 6 hearts on board 1. They're playing up against, was that the match against...
They're playing Switzerland.
They're playing Switzerland, yeah. So, nice result for them, but I think both of those teams are comfortably qualifying at this point. Still would be important to move up into the second position where you get to choose your opponent in the round of 8, if possible.
Yeah, and given that a tightly bunched Swiss can change pretty quickly, you still want to, try to pile on the victory points anytime you can.
Yeah. So okay, we do see the 2 spade bid. I'm glad that I can actually read. It's not actually in Italian, but it kind of feels like it is when I'm looking at it.
Good morning, Mike.
So 2 spades apparently can show clubs or some sort of 5-5. Because a lot of players would play 3 of a major as this like splinter with specifically 5-4 in the minors. So 2 spades, 3 clubs. Looks like I don't like clubs. Three diamonds must be this 5-5 hand type.
And forcing, presumably.
Yeah. Yeah, so now that we know West is 5-5 in the minors, how do we feel about East's hand? We have a lot of empty space in the major suits, so 3-no trump is starting to look less attractive.
Yeah, and if partners 5-5 in the minors includes the Queen Jack or King of Clubs instead of the Jack 10, now we're all of a sudden interested in certainly a game, and minor suit slam could be on.
Ewan asks, are we sure that this is forcing? I hope so.
I'm not, but I think if we look at what their 2-no and 3 club bids means, that might also give us some information about that answer.
Can you guys hear me?
I can
yes.
Hear you. Yeah, okay.
Hey, Michael, how's it going?
It's a party.
It's going well. So I don't see very many people playing This Is Forcing, although I like this is the way to show 5-5 in the minors as a game force.
Well, it definitely shows 5-5 in the minors. We established that.
I've seen it as invites. The alternative, a lot of people play 1-no past 3 diamonds as 5-5 in the minors in game forcing.
Right.
But there's another hand type that's super awkward, which is 4x1 with a stiff major, which doesn't really want to go through Stamen, and is different than the splinters, which are 1-3-5-4. That conveniently can be put at 1-no 3 diamonds, but that means you need a home for 5-5 in the minors forcing.
Yeah. Right. Right, I think bidding over one no trump is a real challenge in system construction because there's just too many things that you're often going to want to do and not enough space to fit in all those hands.
Well, it's an interesting thing to say is challenging because it's the place where most people spend a ton of effort in building out their systems, where like a lot of these hands are like pretty squirrely distributions, don't come up that often, and if you get them slightly wrong, it probably doesn't cost you very much in the way of equity. Whereas more robust competitive agreements come up all the time, and people spend less time and effort working on them.
Yeah, I actually have a theory. So I think like the really good pairs obviously do. One of my theories is that at least in the U.S., that's a function of the way the ACBL convention card is designed, because you start on the right and there's a lot of room for the no trump block and then the major suit block, then the other stuff. And then, like, it's before game time, and you're hurrying to fill it out. You get to the other side, to competitive agreements, and you kind of rush through it.
I start on the left when if I'm in a rush.
Yeah, I mean,
start with carding.
Set up things you make sure to cover, but what's that?
Yeah, start with carding. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
If I play a big card, do I like it?
Yeah. I mean, carding and style, right? Do you open 11 and 12 counts? Do you open 5-card week 2s? Like things like that. But people never talk about that stuff. But just, people, like, also competitive bidding is, like, easier for most people to get their heads around. So I think that's part of it also. But I really think the convention card design is a big part of it.
Yeah, so
I'm guessing...
I was going to say, maybe we should jump back to the hand, because East West have gotten 5 diamonds. I mean, 3-0 happens to make on the East West cards. Declare can play a heart to the 10 for his 9th trick. So...
Yeah, in fact, he's going to be forced to make 3-0, because, I mean, on a spade lead, you're just not going to have any other option for a 9th trick.
And on a spade lead, you'd better win the first trick, right?
Yep.
Maybe not.
I mean, sure, it doesn't really matter, but then when they play a club through, you have to win the ace. So it's like, yes, you would win the first spade and then just play a heart to the 10 and hope.
Well, if you bid 3-0 trump, you might not get a spade. Well, so here's what happened. 3 diamonds had to have been game forcing because they played an ask over it for shortness.
Yep.
Right.
So 3 hearts asked for the shortness and 3 spades said singleton spade, and East, I think, properly evaluated that their hand was better suited for diamonds than no trump.
Yeah, agree.
And I'm not sure what 4 hearts was, but it might have been a key card ask, which would be pretty aggressive with the West hand. I would feel like partner, but I wasn't really in the slam zone with so few controls.
Like, it looks like key card, and 5 diamonds looks like it might be... 5 diamonds can't be, because he has 3 with, even if he wants to show his 4th one as the queen.
Yeah.
So who knows what 4 hearts was?
So there's sort of like an interesting little bluffing thing that can go on when partner shows shortness and you bid 3-0 trump over it with a questionable stopper. They may sometimes think that that your stopper is better than it is and lead something else. But that's only sophisticated defenders are likely to fall into that trap. If I'm playing a relay off,
idiots just lead the suit.
Yeah, most people just go, "Oh, dummy's short, and this I'm going to lead it," not thinking that Declare knew that dummy was short and chose 3-0 anyway. So it's probably they've got like ace queen 10 or something. Or
yeah, Kibitzer's making a good point that 4 diamonds could have been optional key card, and 4 hearts was not answering.
So that would make, what was his response? Was 5 diamonds? Oh no, 4 hearts was no.
4 hearts was no.
That's possible.
Interesting.
It's
that's.
I hate when the strong no trumper bids key card. It's just like, I'm strictly limited. How can I possibly just know where we belong just by the key card answer?
Yep. Although, if there is a hand to do it, I mean, this might be it. You have all controls.
I mean, I'd rather show. I mean, I could, if partner asks key card, I could show every card in my hand, and
yeah.
4 diamonds say partner, please bid key card. That would be a good.
You're saying that this agreement of 4 of a minor is transferred to key card is good. Craig, do you know any players who strongly advocate for that?
I can think of at least one.
I didn't think anyone else knew those agreements. There was we used to play transfer key card where back in like the early '90s. It never came up, but it was like partner please. There was some bid reserved for partner please bid key card. I want to tell you how many key cards I have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's sort of like Turbo, right? Where 4-0 is just sort of like I'm slam positive with 2 key cards. Or just accept I'm slam positive with 3.
I have, yeah, well, I've never played Turbo, so I couldn't tell you, but I believe it. So what is Declare's line of play here? I mean, he has to decide, am I going to try and pull trumps first or try and set up clubs first?
I think you can sort of do both. You can like play a diamond to the west hand and then play a club to the 9.
Yeah.
Obviously here that's not going to work out very well, but maybe even draw 2 trumps. I think once they split 3-2, you probably don't want to draw 3.
Is this one of those cases?
This hand is, it's cold as we're seeing it. It's certainly not cold if you're sitting there in DeFranco's seat.
Yeah, right. Wait. It's cold?
I mean, this can go down, it looks like to me.
Isn't this just always down?
Is it always down? I thought
North roughs in the 3rd club with the 8 of diamonds.
Oh, right, and then has his 10. If you draw 2 rounds of trumps, you also can't make it. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, Declare probably could make it double dummy if North doesn't rough with the 8 of diamonds on the 2nd club, but
I mean, maybe I think it's probably not what he does, but is there any possibility for a dummy reversal?
I don't think so.
And you'd have to finesse the 10 of hearts to do that, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really practical.
He did play to the 9.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what I thought he was going to do, this plan of a diamond to dummy and a club to the 9. It seems pretty straightforward.
West is declaring.
What? That can't be right. South had to.
Well, West is declaring. That's right. Yeah,
and maybe those partner's going to get a rough anyways because Rose is going to play club to the ace.
Yeah, I don't think South needed to give the club rough. He was just.
I think South could be pretty sure that Declare's next play was going to be this when he set up that play.
Mm-hmm.
He just played it really fast. He played the spade back.
Well, he did have like 2 minutes to think while Declare was deciding.
And I guess he doesn't know his partner has the hard ace yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the Declare didn't play a club to the 9, planning to switch and do something other than cash the ace at his next opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think I had made that point like yesterday or something, where if a defender knows what Declare's line of play is going to be, then they don't always they can kind of lead Declare into a trap of doing the thing that Declare shouldn't be doing. So 10 imps. 3-0 trump was bidden in the other room, and it did happen to make, I'm guessing, Declare in the other room got a club lead at trick 1, which gave them the second trick immediately. Then...
Yeah, as Mike was speculating, South just let a low club from the hand pretty normally.
Yeah, and so now Declare didn't need to try the heart finesse. And that's 10 big imps going to India. Once again, every time I watch India, they just have a monster result on every board.
Let's see if Jaggy decides to treat this as a 15-17 no trump. I think I would be inclined to white-red.
Yeah, Diana, who is speaking with me? I think Diana is asking about co-commentators. So we have Craig Ganser, who's been here before. We have Michael Schuster, who has not been on my channel before, but I think we briefly said hi to each other on some VooGraph commentary in the past. And then we have Kurt Schneider, who I've played a bunch with on my stream. So that's all that I have with me.
I'll probably be dropping in more here to do commentary than doing live online because they seem to not be ungagging me on the table.
Oh no.
Maybe I offended someone, or maybe they're just they I signed up for it. Usually they're good at ungagging me, but I'm not going to bother like yelling at them more.
Got it. Well, yeah, you're of course welcome to join and do some commentary whenever I'm on.
Commentary is more fun anyway.
Yeah, always happy to have more people hanging out with us.
Plus, I can badmouth BBO from here, and I can't if I'm on
No,
that chat.
none of that. VBO is great. They're excellent. I'm happy to have them supporting or trying to work with us to get streamers and Bridge a little bit more popular. So
they've changed their tune after early on sending threatening letters to like V8 and other people who are streaming.
I am not going to get into it. We're
okay.
gonna
stop drawing it. But
yeah, we're gonna move on. We're gonna focus on the Bridge, but here.
All right. So 3 clubs appears to have been like a very badly judged mixed raise. I'm guessing.
I mean, I'm not sure we say badly judged, right? Like, you know, white, red, if their preempting range can be like 0, then something has to be the dividing line.
So, yeah, so mixed raise for me, I define it for the juniors I mentor, and I think I really like the definition that I've come to. So it is basically a good 5 to a bad 9, 4 card, trump support, and not 4 triple 3, and it qualifies on all those, but you also have to have at least 1 control, an ace or a king.
Yeah, I mean, I like your definition, but I think depending on how weak this pair's preempts can be, I have sympathy for choosing to treat this as better than a preempt.
Yeah, but I mean, if partner bids 4 hearts over 3 clubs, you're pretty sure that...
Yeah, you feel like you made a mistake, of course.
I think a mixed raise is more seriously inviting partner to bid game as sort of a hand under a limit raise rather than a hand that is trying to eat up a level of bidding. Because I'm happy to bid 2 hearts and then 3 hearts later if I just want to compete to 3 hearts without encouraging partner to bid more.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I actually do that fairly often playing mixed raises, make a simple raise with a hand, even with 4 trumps, that just kind of looks like a single raise, you know. But
for me,
would any of you
king.
Would any of you just open the south hand 1 no trump or?
Depending on our opening range, right?
Yeah, theirs is 15 to 17. I might upgrade it anyway, but I see why he would choose not to, given that it kind of has 2 flaws. You know, you're 3, really. You're off strength, you have a 5-card major, and you have a weak doubleton.
Yeah, I don't feel like you need to go out of your way to open 1 no trump with a 5-card major. And here, like with you're going to make 4 hearts, but it's basically on not only 2 finesses, but also bringing in the hearts. For no losers, missing king 10 fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the reason that I like 1 no trump is, you know, playing... I mean, obviously this is 15-17, but just, you know, playing a style where you might open a lot of 11 counts with 5, 4, 2, 2, whatever. I like being able to put my hand into a narrow box, and 1 no trump is a narrow box that his hand more or less fits into, where 1 heart is a much bigger box.
I just love opening 1 no trump whenever it kind of somewhat applies to my hand.
I
think there's...
I think one of the tricky things about that is that, like, 1 no trump looks nicer on this hand in 3rd seat to some extent than in 1st seat, because in 1st seat our side could still easily have a game, and we don't want to start misdescribing our hand to some extent to our partner when they could have a bunch of values. So, like, we open a no trump, we miss a 5-3 heart fit, we play in 3 no trump, and the opponents run 5 clubs when 4 hearts was making. But
I mean, look at this exact hand. It's going to go 1-0 all pass, and you're lucky to make that. It takes 5-4 clubs and the finesses, whereas you know,
the clubs block.
Yeah,
I think, you know, one thing about 1 no trump is it tells partner immediately a lot about your strength in hand type, but nothing about your exact shape. And 1 heart tells partner more about your shape, but really nothing about your hand type. So you sort of have to decide on any given hand what information you think is going to benefit your partnership more.
Yeah. Okay, a new update.
Yeah, I hear you.
Israel is ahead 19 over Switzerland after 2 boards. That is a big start to match.
Well, I guess they had the slam swing on the first board. Someone bid and made 6 hearts,
Yep.
and they had a game swing. Maybe someone was in 3-no trump, someone wasn't on board 18.
Yeah, it's possible. Not sure exactly what the results, but that's still nice for Israel. I think they were one of the teams that I had picked out, which I think there was a lot of focus on Switzerland, of course. Norway has been a good team, some of the U.S. squads, but Israel was one of the teams that has impressed me so far over the course of the event. So it's nice to be vindicated in my assessment that they're doing well.
Israel's always been a strong bridge country.
Yeah.
So here, obviously South here, red, I think was not tempted. If you were red and your opponents were white and you heard it go past no trump to you, would you be tempted to double? You know, if it was as a card showing double? I think it's very close.
Exact same thing.
I think it's really close. Like,
I mean, a third seed on no trump not vulnerable. I think you have to hit it because they're basically. I mean, they did basically psych it here with like a kind of a mediocre.
I think so too. I think it helps to know your opponents, but I think especially in like modern high level bridge, the odds that they're stealing from you are pretty high. Like it's hard to feel like they open a no trump in front of you and they're stealing, but that's just how the game is today.
The East-West aren't even playing 15 to 17, right? They're no trumps 14 to 16, so even more reason.
It's 15 to 17 in this position. It's only
gotcha.
White.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, 14 to 16 no trump might easily be 12, even if they're just semi-psyching it.
Right.
That's
and
true.
It's very often going to be 13.
And because of that, they're not going to be able to redouble it very often. So it's just going to,
That's a very good point.
Yeah, double over tricks really suck, but when you're wrong, they might not be able to punish you as badly as they might. And when you're right, you kind of need to do it.
Yeah.
What I hate about the double is I don't know what to lead.
Yep.
Well, that's the real problem with this hand. If it goes all pass, your hand doesn't have an obvious lead, and it also doesn't have really too much expectation that sitting back and waiting for tricks to come to you is going to come to 7.
Right. I think that would be.
Like, your partner passes, he has some value, so that's going to be that's going to be in your favor.
Yeah, I was going to say I think that might be more of a concern if the opponents were in second seat, where West could still have a big hand, but when East is in third seat, West can't really have a big hand. You're very likely to hit partner with some values, so probably safe to lead one of your pointed suits.
Yeah, well, I think, I have the agreement with my partners when I make these doubles that if they don't have as much as 5 or 6 points, they're supposed to pull.
Mm-hmm.
So this hand actually is another terrible game that would make North-South. They can make 4 spades.
Yeah,
the ace king hearts are on side, although after the no trump opening bid, if it's honest, then the ace king hearts are on side.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But if we one no double, I would imagine that West is just going to bid clubs, and then North will transfer to spades, and maybe invite because of the positional value of the penalty double of one no trump. But maybe South super accepts spades. Something like that could get you to 4 spades, but I see 12 imps. 12 imps.
Wow, they made 3 no trump in the other room, but it started with 1 diamond and then a 1 no trump overcall. Looks very natural.
Yeah, so North must have invited with over that.
North transferred, South bid 3 diamonds as some kind of super accept.
Mm-hmm.
North bid 3 no trump, and South did not correct.
Yeah, actually, I really like that auction by North-South in the other room. North having
like 3 diamonds, then natural acceptance.
Yeah, I guess so, right? I mean, it looks like that's what South has.
Or a qubit acceptance of some kind.
Yeah, so North is 5-3-3-2. Ace in his doubleton figures that 9 tricks are going to be easier than 10 and goes for that game. He's kind of right. I mean, even if the ace king of hearts are not on, the queen of diamonds is likely to be on side.
Right, and South isn't barred. He can still take out to 4 spades. North is just saying, I think 3 no trump might be playable.
Yeah. So nice result.
Yeah,
for them.
that's really creative.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I mean, 3 no trump's a great game.
Yep. And once again, 3 no trump, also a great game. The opponents have a heart fit, but
Yeah, and three no trump. If as long as hearts are 4-4 is going to make, even if the ace and king are split, you just lose 4 heart tricks and take 5 spades, 3 diamonds on the finesse and a club.
Yeah, maybe I'm about to eat my words. Is 3 no trump a great game here?
Oh no, I'm sorry, but on the previous board, you don't even need the ace king and hearts to be in the east hand, as Mike said. They're likely to be in 3 no trump. You can just claim as long as the diamond finesse is on.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So, Declare is expecting to have 5 diamonds, 2 clubs, and 2 spades, but he might not have an entry to dummy.
So a little intrigue here. I'm surprised if it's available that West didn't bid Puppet Stamen. Like, it feels like that's a pretty good hand for a 5-3 major suit fit with, with some extras and a club doubleton.
Well, maybe they didn't want to leak information, or maybe they don't play it because what was their? They had a previous auction to where they found the minor suit fit. I guess that was.
They started with 2 spades on that hand.
Spades, yeah. So.
Like a multi-way 2 spades. Who knows what else will include it?
They do play Puppet.
Yeah. But you have honor in your doubleton and honors everywhere. I don't believe in necessarily just leaking information like a sieve on every hand that has a 3-card major. Partner opens a no trump. I'd rather just bid 3-0 on these hands and not worry about the fact that we might have a 5-3 major suit fit. One thing about imps versus match points is that if 3-0 trump takes 1 fewer trick than 4 a major, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, of course. When they take the same number of tricks, you're much better off in 3-0 trump.
Yep.
This hand has a lot of positive things. It's a extra high card points. It has a potential source of tricks in a minor. It's got honors in all the suits, so all of those are sort of no trump positive attributes.
Yeah, where I'd be a little worried would be, if partner does have a 5-card major, if his doubleton happens to match mine in clubs, 3-0 trump is, could be horrible.
And if you look at this, the actual hand where you do have a 5-3 major suit fit, 4 hearts is going to require you're off 3 aces and the jack, ace jack 5th of hearts. So you start life needing to pick up the jack of hearts to make 4 hearts, whereas 3-0 trump, looking at just your hands, looks like you start with, if you can get to the west hand.
Yeah, but look what happened here, though. He's
Claire
going
is
to go.
in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's just going down here.
Yep. Yeah, although, it's not really his fault, right? Diamonds are 5-1. That's the only problem.
Yeah, Declare thinks he's made it at this point because
Yeah.
he thinks he has 2 spades and 5 diamonds here
That
for
is
9.
correct.
Yeah, if he had, and I don't know if this is counterintuitive, but if he had cashed the king queen of diamonds first, he would have found out that he needs not just 2 extra tricks but 3 extra tricks, and he would have then been forced to play on hearts and would have made the
I don't think
contract.
that's counterintuitive at all.
But-
I think that's a really good point.
The defense could then just duck the ace of spades twice and you lose the other diamonds.
No, but then you collect hearts, right? You get 2 club tricks, 4 diamond tricks, 2 spades, and 2 hearts.
Yeah, if you cash the king queen of diamonds and find them 5-1, you actually know you need to develop the hearts.
Right. Now,
Right, but if everyone follows,
follows,
you still have to develop the hearts, though, right? Because they can cut you off from dummy.
Not always.
Dummy has no entries.
The king of spades could be an entry, or the queen of hearts could be an entry.
Yeah, they could be, but you're going to have to, guess what to do anyway at that point. I think playing on spades first, when North has the ace, North is just always going to win and put another club on the table, so it guarantees your communications.
well, this is the whole point, right? Like, Declare could see 5 diamonds, right? Because he had this get or assumption that diamonds were not 5-1.
Right.
Which is going to happen most of the time. And so he had 2 clubs, 5 diamonds. If he could steal a spade trick, when he plays a spade to the queen, if they duck it, now he gets 5 diamonds and he can revert to hearts to set up his 9th trick. And if they win the queen of spades, then he presumably has entries in the diamond suit. So his line of play made a ton of sense. It just didn't happen to work here when the diamonds were not splitting.
I guess the argument for not cashing the king queen of diamonds primarily is that there could be a case where you need to play for 3-3 diamonds and need to overtake.
Yeah, right.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, so...
Against that, I think you're more likely to just take a hard finesse because that's better than a 3-3 diamond break.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So other table stopped short of game. In fact, they only got to 3 hearts in the other room. But because 3-0 went down here, that's another 7 imps going the way of India. The lead changes once again. We have no push boards in the first
They totally
5.
dodged a bullet there, right? Because they missed game, but game happened to go down. I mean, they can't think the plus 170 is a good result.
No, they won't, but they'll be pleased when they go for the comparison.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like very clear that Declare would make it if they played King, Queen of Diamonds earlier. Now that South has showed out, you might run the 10 of Hearts.
I think you may blow into the Jack of Hearts in that case.
Yeah.
If South goes out in the Diamonds, they've got long hearts.
Yep.
Which they do.
Yeah, so Declare might still have gone down, but...
So once again, this is a 15 to 17 seat for East, and he maintains discipline here.
Yep. So one club could be short.
So West, I have to imagine, is going to respond in hearts. You have 1 diamond transfer.
Mm-hmm. Now we'll see a spade by North.
Pretty good, man.
A support double, and let's see if East West can find their way to diamonds after this start.
No support double.
I think 1 spade is kind of like a fairways and greens kind of bid, but I can imagine opposite the short club and the heart transfer, some Norths just bidding 1 no trump there.
Yeah, I could see that.
Possible. Yeah, and I guess I prefer 1 spade with a hand that if it has a future, it's more likely to be in spades than in, also, if we bid a no trump, we're kind of closing off spades, but if we bid a spade, we're not closing off no trump.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, 1 spade is the fairways and greens bid, but 1 no trump is sort of the demon trying to tempt you into a transgression.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think it could work, but, I think it's catering to a pretty narrow target. Like, if we bid a spade and partner advances a no trump, we're in much better shape than if we had bid a no trump ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So West kind of going a little low with 1 no, but I guess 10 high card points and a misfit is, they're going to take a lot of threats.
I'm very surprised East didn't make a support double. I wonder if they reserved the double for some other meeting.
Yeah, Greg asked why no support doubles. Matt's theory is that Italy doesn't play support doubles. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll get some insight by reading their card a little bit.
Yeah, it's possible they don't. They may use some kind of card showing double or something.
This hand looks a lot like a support double if I was playing them, though. I'd be a little sad if I wasn't, and I had that.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm playing, I actually just impose a rule on myself and my partners that you are not allowed to look at your hand and decide you don't want to make a support double. Your partner's unlimited. Don't decide you know what the hand is just because you hate your hand. Just make your normal action and let them use the information how they want.
Come on, Craig. Let's say your spades were king, queen, jack, 10, and your hearts are 3 small and your 4 triple 3. Why would you want to encourage partner to bid 3 hearts over 2 spades?
I mean, I don't want to, but we just don't know anything about his hand. Partner, partner could have 6 hearts. It could be usul information. We just,
I absolutely don't want to play the 10
decide,
hearts.
I mean, whatever. Yeah, maybe the hand exists, but in the absence of a lot of information, I think it's a really bad idea to decide you know what the hand is.
Yeah, so I think I have confirmation that double is not support for them. I don't know what it is, but they have a lot of things written under the double section on their card, and none of them involve support.
Support doubles is sort of like one of my pet areas of improvement for bridge, and I think the problem that people have is they don't visualize it as just 2 different raises, where the support double says, I have support for your suit, but I'm not enthusiastic about you competing to the 3 level. And the raise says, I have support for your suit, and I would like to hear you compete to the 3 level if it comes to that.
Okay, important question. Thoughts on claiming before playing a card to trick one? Oh, I guess we have the... Okay, well, is that really how the first trick went? It doesn't matter, but yeah.
I don't know. I think you play, look what's happening on the actual hand. North is getting strip squeezed, right?
North is getting strip
There's
squeezed.
enough play for an extra trick here that I wouldn't claim this one, and I'm pretty aggressive about claiming early, but here is really easy to just play off 5 diamonds and 3 clubs and then lead a heart towards your hand.
Yeah.
And
Or like look at what North pitches and exit in one of the majors and collect a trick in the other.
Yeah, true. I guess North is getting strip squeezed. You're right.
Yeah.
This is going to be an important imp, I'm sure, with 3 diamonds making in the other room.
So while we watch Declare execute this, can I tell you about a dream I had last night?
Is it PG?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I had a breach dream for the first time in quite a while.
Okay, sure.
So, in this bridge dream, I opened 2 diamonds. My partner bid 2 no trump, asking for a feature, so I bid 3 hearts. And partner bid 6 diamonds. And Dream Me now incorrectly thought about this for a while. I don't know what I was thinking about bidding. And I passed. And Dummy came down, and it was a quart jar of pickles.
Wait, what?
When Dummy partner put down a quart jar of pickles, this is Dummy.
There must be a language barrier here.
No, there is none. It was not any number of cards. It was a jar of pickles.
Okay. No! What is Declare doing? Why is he leading a heart? What was this? You just exit a spade. We were hyping up the strip squeeze.
Yeah.
You know what I bet it was?
He lost the track.
I bet it was Michael's comment that, like, of course we would just bid a no trump with this hand if North had the ace of hearts, right? Then again, I think if South had the ace of hearts, Declare was just never taking another trick, so you kind of have to guess.
Wait, I just clicked on DeFranco's profile, and that's a different picture of DeFranco than I was expecting DeFranco being like an ancient Italian from.
No. This is a young pair.
Yeah, it's a young pair.
Yeah, they've been coming to the NEBCs for quite a while. It's like somehow this is a pair that I've played against in a lot of pair sections just randomly.
Wasn't there maybe it was just a Franco or a DeFranco that was playing with
it was,
Patty.
Yeah. Oh, that I'm not sure. One of them played with Lanzarote for a little while.
Yeah, well. Yeah. I don't bite my tongue about those things too.
Yeah, no.
So, Slam Alert, this is.
Yeah, what a crazy hand.
Oh no, Slam Alert? Okay, well now that Scissors is gone, we have someone else telling us Slam Alert. So we are making a slam in hearts, is that what we're saying?
I think we have to
make
get
a
to
grand
the
in hearts?
7 hearts, yeah.
Yeah, make a grand in hearts. That's not easy to bid. But it is a pretty good grand, because you got all the spots. So this is like one of these challenges of champ hands where you do get the 11 score for bidding your Grand Slam in hearts and the 4-3 fit, but outside of relay, I mean, it's hard to know because you need to know about the ace and jack. You need to know about the jack of hearts if you're North,
you can actually
or about
rough,
the 10-9 of hearts if you're South.
As long as spades aren't 7-0, I think you can make it because you can rough 2. If hearts are 4-2, you can rough 2 spades high.
You don't have communication to do all of that, but.
I think if they don't get a
you rough 1 spade high, and then you run your winners, and if the spades aren't good, then you need a club finesse.
Yep.
Right. But I think you do have communication from 2 spades if they don't need a trump, right?
Vikitsa says you do have communication. How do we get back to the North hand? I mean, I'm assuming trumps are 4-2, by the way.
Right.
So
let's say they need a club and you win the ace.
Yeah.
Ace and rough a spade high, diamond to the king and rough a spade high and draw trumps.
Oh yeah, no, you're so right. You're okay. Well, that was easy enough.
Yeah. Yeah, trick 1 claim.
Trick 1 claim, yes, of course. This is when we run into the 6-0 heart split, where you're later told that you could have made it if you just cashed all of your 7 winners in the side suits and then had a high cross rough. Um, but
Yeah, so here, I think it's going to be exactly 12 tricks, right? Declare's just going to play 4 rounds of spades and take 4 spades, 4 hearts, 3 diamonds, and a club. So East could have led a club, I think, and possibly beaten this, right? Or is he going to get squeezed in spades and diamonds if he does that?
East would get squeezed in spades and diamonds, but yeah, the best line of play to me here in 6-no is not that obvious, because I certainly don't think you want to cash three spades.
So how do you plan to sort of combine your chances of a 4-3 spade break with your chances of something else good happening?
That's a good question. Maybe ace-king and a low spade. If West is forced to win the third round of spades, then we can like kind of safely do a bunch of other stuff before testing or before having to deal with the club suit.
And then you'll know if the spades aren't breaking that you have to find an alternative.
Right.
Either a squeeze or a club finesse or both.
Yeah, so I think the queen of spades is a pretty large mistake if you're familiar with squeeze play. But it probably isn't like a large difference in percentage chance, right? Like the squeeze would be fairly remote. So North does go ace-king and low spade. I think this is a very excellent play. Now, even if East was winning and a club came through, he would know whether or not the spades were working before he had to decide on the club position.
Yeah, and I think that's a spot where East would often lead a club holding the king at that trick.
Yep.
Here, I think the player is just about to face his hand, or possibly already has faced his hand.
Yeah, so we will see a claim shortly. But 6-no trump bidden made. This has the potential to be a swing.
I think Declare's unlikely to go down in 6-no even on a club lead, but they might. And they're unlikely to bid 7 hearts, but they might. Either of those things could happen, but I think we're likely going to see a push forward here.
Yeah, we
It also
definitely
gets to 7 now. We have a lot of high card points.
Mhm.
But,
I think in a bidding contest, you should get to 7 hearts, right? Because, like, you're sitting there, you pick up the south hand, you hear your partner bid hearts, you know that there's something to this hand.
That is true. That is true. When Dana and I did the bidding box a while back, she made a comment about how just like she was looking for, any weird alternative contract that she could end up in because she knew that would be the right thing to do on those hands.
So I have a strategy for the bidding box. I was in it once and we actually had this agreement. In any auction, no matter what, 2-no trump asks for your cheapest uncontrolled suit. Too small.
That's a really good bidding contest agreement.
We never specifically designed a system for it, but we could have. Like, there was a hand where she opened a no trump, and I was 4-3-3 with 4 clubs and like a 14 count, or like 13 count or something, and I was like, I really just want to stick 6 clubs on the table right now. I did not. I bid 3-no, and of course 6 clubs was a claimer.
Was it you and Dan, or was it me and Dan in the bidding box who had such a horrible set that they said, here's another set of hands, bid these and we'll publish them?
No comment. So 1-no by West. On that note, 1-no by West. North comes in 2 spades, just natural, showing some spades.
What does East do?
Yeah, I was thinking, do we 2-no?
I mean, do you take a shot at it, which I think is really tempting?
And the East's hand, I mean, let's say, especially if it was like a tiny bit stronger, would have been a hand that you'd consider like Stamen and then inviting.
Mm-hmm.
You probably would have done that anyways, just because you had so much potential in spades. When they overcall 2 spades, this hand became a lot worse, and you became a lot less likely to be able to make 3-no trump, because they seem to like have a source of tricks in spades. So I think I would go low after 2 spades, and I might just pass.
Yeah, I think to me, the question is if you pass, presumably double here is negative. So if you pass, the partner reopens with a double. Are you sitting it? I think I probably would be inclined to.
That's banking a lot of weight on partner having the club ace, right? Or I guess the spade ace.
Partner probably has the spade ace.
Let him make it in a 7-card fit when we have more than half the high cards, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I do have a stiff to lead, and a partner almost certainly has trump control because who overcalls 2 spades with a solid suit?
Well, couldn't North...
Right.
I mean, my worry is North has, like, ace, queen, 6th of spades. Ace, queen, jack, 6th.
Yeah, ace, queen, jack, 6th seems, or ace, queen, jack, 10, 6th of spades seems like a really likely holding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be concerning, but yeah, I mean, it could work. We might also make a lot of diamonds.
I wouldn't be in a hurry to defend it. I have a 5-card suit, and do I want to put the board in the air by doubling them into game? When, all right.
I guess maybe that's certainly at pairs. I would always just pass because if they make it, I don't really care. At teams against an opponent who's not trying to go for a number, yeah, maybe it's just a little too close.
Yeah. Well, Michael, you were right. 6 no was bidden made in the other room as well. Got a spade lead from West.
Side, so they didn't have to worry about the more testing lead.
Yeah, so exactly same line of play. 3 rounds of spades, ducking the 3rd round, and then declare how to claim for 12 tricks.
It's just too hard to get to. I'm kind of curious if anyone gets a 7 hearts outside of a relay auction.
Because there was a very interesting hand from the recent, what was it, Spin Gold in the finals, where I was commentating on Vugraph between, it was the French pair, Bassis and Lorenzini, who had like a big auction and they needed to decide which 4-3 fit to play at the 7 level, and they guessed wrong. And it all came down to which jack did they have. Which, if we were playing a micro Gerber, 1 club asking for jacks, that would solve this problem.
I see that.
I can see an auction though. It was a spade past 2 clubs past 2 hearts. There's a lot to be said for bidding 3 hearts with the south end, because you can actually see that if partner has king, queen of hearts, that a spade ruff could be and a minor suit king. You can actually kind of start to see that you might have a grand, but you haven't found out that partners has enough extra values to make a grand in play. So it's a spade 2 clubs. If it goes 2 hearts, 3 hearts, partner bids 3 spades. You can't blackwood yet, so you're not in control there. Yep. And if you did blackwood, then you could find out the partner has 2 with, and then ask for kings, and partner would bid a grand.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would know it's right to play 7 hearts because you know partner has the king, queen of hearts, the ace of spades. You know that a spade ruff generates an extra trick, and that's like a very constructed auction with a lot of questionable decisions at every point, including raising 2 hearts to 3 hearts. But I don't think raising 2 hearts to 3 hearts is a terrible bid.
Sure,
it could be right.
Yeah, there are definitely hands where
always overrule hearts.
Yeah, I was going to say there's definitely hands where establishing a trump suit, even if it's not necessarily a good trump suit early, makes the rest of the auction a little bit easier. South's hand kind of feels like it's a little bit light, though. He doesn't really have something where he can just control the auction no matter what North's values are. He does need, as you say, the extras.
Especially off the essentially light openers, these sort of 16, 17, 18-point hands are really tough to bid.
Mm-hmm.
A strain that light openers put on slam auctions that are sometimes underestimated as a cost.
Right.
Yeah, I think particularly in American style 2/1 methods where there's a lot of focus on everyone sort of showing their shape and preserving room, but no one ever gets to show extras.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's one of the real difficult hands in 2/1 is 16 opposite 16. You just see so many of those played in 3-no trump because no one ever gets to show that they had a king extra.
Yeah, so we haven't spent any time discussing this hand that's in front of us. I mean, the defense have taken the first 4 tricks, and East was end played on trick 5. He couldn't switch to diamonds. That would blow a trick in the diamond suit. He couldn't switch to spades because that would end play west.
This is okay. Declare can cash the King of Hearts when he's in dummy, his one and only time, but that promotes a trump trick for East, and now East can, now East will be able to get out with the diamond.
Yeah, but Declare's diamond will go away. I think East was always getting that trump trick, maybe.
Yeah, they could have got it another trick if West played a heart instead of that fourth club, but I mean, from West's perspective, I guess he figures, I don't know, they're guaranteed a set of it. At least one, probably two, with the line of play he took. So.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense. Well, Declare's immediately pitching the diamond loser. 2 rounds of diamonds to dummy, now the King of Hearts. I mean, West might be hopeful. West will rough this diamond with the ace of spades, right? And put a heart through.
Hoping the partner on Jack with the spades instead of 9-4.
Yeah.
Huh.
And Declare is just like not quite in time to be able to make a mistake in the end position. I say that, but I've said that like 20 times already, and I've been wrong every time. But yeah, Declare can't really go.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, he's going to be under roughing on this trick. He only has the 5 of spades. That's a troublesome card. I can't imagine him getting this end position wrong after West roughs the ace of spades.
Yeah, he'll rough with the 10, and then he can exit the 5, and no matter the distribution, he collects the last 2 tricks. I say that, but we'll see.
But he knows. But he's going to know the heart position now, so it's going to be safe for him to catch the King of Spades.
Yeah. He also has a complete count on the hand, but I think even if you weren't counting, it's 100% safe. Right. Once the Jack or 10 of spades holds this trick, you just exit the 5. Mm-hmm. No need to count. That's my favorite part of the game, because counting is like something that I never do. I'm not supposed to admit that, right? Gotta find a way to make sure that even if you've miscounted the entire hand, you can still make your contract or make the most number of tricks.
That's a very good point. Yeah, he is thinking about it.
He is thinking, although yesterday we saw a long tank into VuGraph Operator telling us that the director had been at the table for 10 minutes. So
I see.
It's possible that I don't think that's going on this hand.
I think that's unlikely to be the case here.
Yeah.
One knows that the spade queen's on side from the auction. It's not like East is going to have 11 high card points.
Right.
10 high card
right,
points.
And he knows the remaining spades are 2-2 also.
Mm-hmm. 2 spades down 2.
Yeah, he's seen East show out of hearts. 2 spades by South down 2.
Yeah, by South is interesting. 2 diamonds showing 1 major, and South bid 2 spades pass or correct.
2 spades and pass or correct. Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened.
So the bidding problem we were talking about earlier with the East hand was super interesting, because in the finals of the North American pairs in the penultimate round with Kevin Fay, I had a nearly identical bidding problem where I was planning on bidding Stamen and then inviting, looking for game in the suit they overcalled on my right. I decided to pass. Instead, it turned out partner had psyched 1-0 trump. So spectacularly successful, because then Declare got like everything wrong, having put all the points that I passed with in partner's hand.
That's funny.
It was funny for us. It was Declare was less amused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been so angry.
All right, so a good push board for both pairs, 2 spades down 2. I guess as Kurt had mentioned, it's possible for the defense to get everything right, collect all of their tricks if they are a little bit more careful and know North's exact hand. But 2 down.
Yeah, honestly, they actually had a couple chances. I mean, one was on trick 4, but even in that end position, they could have got it for 3 trick. It was kind of an interesting end position. But.
Really? At what point could was that?
If you go to
if West ruffs with the six of spades, I don't think
when
that's...
the queen
Oh.
when the queen of diamonds was played. I mean, I don't think it's maybe realistic at that point, but they still could have got it for 3 in the end. But
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Actually, double dummy West had to pitch on the queen of diamonds.
yeah, but the real chance was at trick 4, if they
Yeah.
played a heart instead of a club, they're likely going to get this for 3. But
Yep.
It's funny because all of us are just familiar with principles there, where you just ruff with the ace and play your winner through declare.
Yep.
Because that's generally the thing that you would do. Not a single person, including the world champion at the table, figured out the line of play to gain an extra trick.
Yep. Yeah, it's like some of these very counterintuitive things. Like we had the hand the other day, right? Like Craig and I were looking, and the only reason that I knew the correct solution, this hand that Cranyak played in 3 spades, I think it was because I had, like, a month ago accidentally constructed a hand with the exact same principle. It's, it feels natural to lead up towards the ace-jack-10 combination, but if you instead lead, like, away from the ace-jack-10, it just works out better in some scenarios. And so those sort of, like, as a bridge player, you just look at it and you're like, of course, this is the only way to play this suit. But every once in a while, one of these counterintuitive things is actually the solution to a problem.
I think West here, 5 clubs. I mean, you guys have 8 of them, I guess.
Yeah, you were thinking of maybe bidding like 3 spades or something, or...
I was thinking maybe he should just try to play it in hearts,
Mm-hmm.
or waffle with. I don't know. It's a tough problem. He could bid clubs a third time at 4 clubs.
Yep.
And see how his partner reacts. If partner bids 4 diamonds over 4 clubs, which he probably would, then bid 4 hearts as a last ditch effort for the 10 trick game.
Right.
Now that it sounds like partner maybe has a club void, this 4 diamonds shows a good hand for clubs.
How do we feel about West treating his hand as a game force? Like, would anyone be tempted to bid 3 clubs invitational despite having 8 of them? What's that?
No. I answered your question with no. I mean, you just have to force game. Your slam prospects are too good to, like... I mean, you can't bid 3 clubs invitational on a 10 count with an 8 card suit.
I mean, I guess,
also doing it on 8 count
I'm
with
thinking
6
also
card suit.
playing with myself where I would have an ace less and routinely open these hands. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
Okay, hold on. What if I told you that you don't have a way to invite with clubs? That your way to invite with clubs is to start with a no-trump non-forcing?
Yeah, well then of course...
You need 5 clubs are just right. If he guesses clubs right, he makes 5 clubs.
Yeah.
He has to guess them
I'm
right.
not, yes, I'm not, I'm divorcing this from the result on the hand. Just, do we think in the modern game the West hand is a routine club game for us? I'm not so sure it is.
Yeah, it's tough. The singleton spade obviously has become worse with partner opening a spade. The difficulty, I think, is just what's your alternative? If you can bid 3 clubs as a invite, do you really want to show this hand and a hand that's like the same exact thing but with 2 fewer clubs and 2 more diamonds?
Yeah, I get it.
As the same hand, maybe.
Agreed.
But
yeah, I mean, maybe I'm masterminding here, but man, like, I don't feel totally comfortable playing with myself game forcing on those West cards.
You might
maybe just have
you have a straight flush in the club suit.
Straight flush in the club.
You can use the other 3 clubs to make a straight with the King of Diamonds and Jack of Hearts and still have a pair of 5s left over.
Maybe you just have to do it and accept that some of the time you're going to go minus, and that's the price you pay for, for a light opening style.
Yeah, it is a very good Chinese poker hand, as Michael points out.
Because you have the bonus for the straight flush in clubs, yeah.
A straight flush, but you also have a straight, and
and a pair.
And a pair.
Front. That's a very
yeah.
yeah.
It's very nice.
In fact, I often do sort my hand into a Chinese poker hand when I pick up a bridge hand.
Really?
Yeah. I meant not physically, but mentally.
Okay.
Yeah, I evaluate it for Chinese poker.
Got it.
Usually that's what I have when I have a really bad bridge hand. I try to think about what games it would be good for. Losing tricks is usually low-lying fruit, but
Yeah, like various Barbu possibilities. Yeah, so south here, and we can see, he should take the finesse, and that it won't really matter if he doesn't. But obviously, from his point
South's
of view,
waffling
this
over
could be a
whether to
really
play the queen
important
of diamonds
decision.
or 9. We could see it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he obviously thinks that when it matters, it could be really important. What if Wes had Jack Doubleton of diamonds and King Doubleton or Ace Doubleton of hearts or something? Well, I guess
But
that
he has the Ace of Hearts, so I think the
Yeah,
queen
sorry.
of diamonds.
Like, Wes could have Jack Doubleton of diamonds instead of King Doubleton,
Mm-hmm.
and then it could be really embarrassing.
Wes kind of needs the king of diamonds for his opening bid, but you can also kind of see that maybe blowing a trick in the diamond suit could never really cost you.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if South's long think here might give anything away about the club position. I guess it doesn't matter unless Declare knows the high card count. Or the club count.
From South's point of view, the best route to a beat has to be the partner has very slightly stronger clubs, and maybe West has the queen of spades to go with for his game 4, so we can take a diamond and something good happens in the club suit. So I think he probably just decided he doesn't care if he blows up this trick.
Yeah, so
I think when Declare has the king of diamonds, I think South can see that there's never any defense, so you just have to hope he can take 1 diamond and 2 clubs.
okay, he takes the practice finesse.
That cannot be what actually happened.
No, it is. This is the situation where if South then wins the Jack of Diamonds, you call the director for coffee housing.
Yeah, but why is he doing this?
Oh, I have
steal the heart.
Yeah, I have no idea. I think this was probably an ill-advised plan because now the defense can just beat him on force.
Yeah, so South just
can
pop
never-
up and play a diamond.
Yep. Yeah, so
That's a line of play that wouldn't have occurred to me.
I mean, he's obviously hoping that South doesn't have enough information to win the Ace of Hearts here. Okay.
Wow.
Oh, snap.
Wow. So that's a big swing because the other table's result came in 4 hearts making 6 east-west. If 5 clubs had gone down.
That's a lot of tricks to make in hearts.
Yeah.
I was thinking you go down in 4 hearts on a trump lead.
Yeah, so here, West, West could have had 2 spades and a singleton heart,
Yes,
but then
not
would
just
you really have
two
done the
spades.
swindle instead of just taking the heart roughing finesse, leading the king?
That's probably what happened. They probably won this Jack of Hearts and dummy, played Ace of Clubs and roughed a club, drew the trumps, and crossed the King of Diamonds and took a million tricks.
Yep.
So, should South fall for this? Wouldn't West, if West did have this hypothetical small doubleton spade, small singleton heart, have led the king of hearts at that point rather than a small one?
What if East was 3-1-2-7? I mean, I think West can't really realistically have 3 spades on this auction, but maybe that's what South was afraid of.
And I guess that would give West
South got hypnotized.
If we were kind of unlikely. I don't know. I think it's I think actually West 8 clubs maybe are kind of likely given that he's never supported them and he jumped to 5 clubs. So I think, I don't know. Look, I mean, Jaggy's a much better player than I am. So, obviously he saw something in this that I'm missing.
I mean, Michael might
I
be
think
right.
he saw his lunch or something.
He was kind of drawn in by the fact that Declare had taken this, diamond finesse to throw a heart. How could Declare possibly have Jack Doubleton of hearts to play the hand that way?
No, that's true. But if Declare had a small singleton heart that he had just pitched, why would he be leading a low one instead of the king?
I don't know, but this other layout, sometimes as defender, you just say Declare's.
He must have had that
Yeah, Declare
3
can't
small
have
spades, which is
this.
the only thing that makes sense.
Right. That Declare could be 2-1-2-8, I think, instead of 1-2-2-8. But then I don't think he would have let a small heart off dummy. He would have let the king.
Oh, I mean, I completely agree. But again, like, can he really have this layout where he just gave you the chance to beat him and instead could have guessed the club suit?
Right.
Anyway, yeah, I get your point, but it's kind of choosing between two impossible things. I get those decisions wrong all the time, so I feel bad for South, but I've had that happen.
Yeah, I agree with you about that. It's one of the things that can be the most frustrating about playing in a club game is that you'll like, well, I know my opponent made some really terrible play, but I just don't know which really terrible play they made.
Yeah, they done something like completely incomprehensible, but you have no idea what incomprehensible thing it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, like at this level, at least, like you can assume your expert opponent is doing something logical, but here it wasn't clear what logical thing they had done.
And if you assume they were doing something logical, I'm not sure you were right.
Yeah, well,
I mean, he was playing for the exact layout that happened to be there, so.
Yeah, so Italy dodged a bullet there with, or Italy dodged a bullet? Someone dodged a bullet. Yeah, Italy with 5 clubs making in this room when it could have gone down.
Yep, they let ace of trumps and a trump and declare played ace of clubs and ruffed a club and drew trumps and claimed.
That does make sense. Oh yeah, good question, Seth. Why is the 2 club bid alerted? So I was looking at their card earlier. 2 clubs is a game forcing relay is what it's announced as at the very least. So 2 hearts natural, but then afterwards East-West just have some artificial relay going on here.
Yeah, and I think also, obviously this pair is doing something a little more specialized, but 2 clubs showing could be as few as 2 clubs with a balanced game force is very common, and that would also be an alert.
Tuno skipped a step, so if they were actually relaying, I would have expected 2 spades over 2 hearts.
We think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just reading from their card that 2 clubs is a game forcing relay. That's all it says.
It's also possible that 2 spades sets trumps, and they just start their relays at 2-no trump to be able to, agree spades at solo 2 level.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Like 2 spades and 2-no might both be relays, but one of them denies 3-card support.
Yeah.
If 2-no was the relay and 3 clubs shows high short and 3 diamonds asks, I would think that 3 hearts would be 5-4-1-3 and 3 spades would be 6-4-1-2. So the whole thing doesn't make sense to me as someone who's designed relay systems. That if it's relay,
it's
designed.
possible that they're calling it a relay and it's not really like a specific information relay. Like they may just be using the word relay in a fairly loose sense.
How did the auction end at 3-0? This was not the final contract I was thinking about.
Well, I mean, it's bold, so...
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're right. If hearts were 5-1, then 4 spades would go down. Huh. Still hard to imagine that...
If you and your partner was 6-4-1-2, picking 3-0 makes some sense.
Yeah, okay. That's a good point. I mean, West is the one looking at the Queen Jack 10, 4th of diamonds.
Yeah, I think right from West's point of view, as long as partner has, King 6 of spades or better, maybe even Jack 6 if he has some outside entries and there's some good luck. 3-0 is almost certainly cold, and 4 spades, 4 spades could be worse.
Yep. So North does get off to the diamond lead.
Effectively the unbid suit.
Yep. And
so if it goes 3 rounds of diamonds and declare plays a heart up and North ducks it, then they have 11 tricks.
Yep. They would have 2 diamonds, a heart, 2 clubs, and 6 spades.
wonder if Declare might cash the ace of spades early to make sure they're not 5-0.
I don't think he has to, because he can always use a second round of hearts as an entry. So I think you're right that leading a heart up immediately would not give the show away. He can pitch a club.
Surprised he pitched a heart and not a club here. Because a club back from North would also give him his 11th trip.
I think he just knows he has to take 2 pitches, and it's going to be a club and a heart, and he doesn't really care which order he does it in.
Yeah, though I guess this kind of is going to make it a little bit easier for North to win the ace of hearts, right?
Yeah.
And
So he could instead play to, maybe for a squeeze here. Like, let's say he pitches another heart on the 10 of diamonds and then runs the spades.
Yep. Yeah, that's the plan, I think. So ace of spades, 10 of diamonds, pitching. It doesn't really matter, a heart or a club. Heart or the jack of clubs, of course, and then run the spade suit. He's effectively...
He has to do this now because there's... He's ensured they will not duck the ace of hearts.
Right.
By pitching 2 hearts or diamond.
Yeah, he's... So there it is, 10 of diamonds. He'll probably just pitch a heart, and then he'll...
Yeah, and I just play for a squeeze here.
Yeah.
Overtake the spade, catch all the spades, pitching 3 hearts from West, and if the ace of hearts and queen of clubs are together, then I'll have the rest.
Yep.
So, and he could really ever... Yeah, he can never risk the club finesse.
I guess it depends how North-South discard. Like, this is probably a hand where...
North's gonna...
I think he's now just asking what everyone has and gonna claim.
Yeah, that makes sense as well.
I think that's why there's a pause here. He's just asking if the squeeze is gonna work, and it won't.
Mm-hmm. But I was thinking that, like, at match points, I think this is one of these hands where Declare is almost always going to get the end position right, because North is going to have to give the show away. So you're right. He claims asking about the squeeze. It was not working. And so 10 tricks. We got 6 boards to go in the last round of the day. I don't know if I'm supposed to be happy or nervous that I haven't gotten any USA updates from the chat. Don't tell me. We will look at the end of the round to see where the standings are with 2 rounds to go in the round robin. But 2 passes. Board 27. North in 3rd seat. Opens a spade.
I see. So... without any results, I will just say that USA 2 is playing Brazil and USA 1 is currently playing Singapore. So 2 teams that were not in contention for a qualifying spot.
Yep.
And in case anyone's curious, Panama might be getting a win this round.
Nice. They did get their first win yesterday against Canada, but...
over Chile, which is sitting second to last.
Yeah, VZL thinks that he's setting up a spoiler that New Zealand hasn't yet pushed a board in this round, but everyone knew that was going to happen coming in.
I mean, have they yet pushed a board in this tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah, New Zealand climbed their... I don't know where they were at the start of the day, but they're now sitting in 5th place.
I think they were 7th. Nice,
yeah. Wow, so really I mean,
New
I know it's
Italy, India, USA 2 very tightly clumped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that is a very strong New Zealand team that they fielded this year.
Yeah.
And I think there are 2 matches tomorrow left.
Yep.
Which means that, even with like a 5 victory point gap, basically between 9th and 10th and 8th, one of the teams that are basically tied 6th, 7th, 8th could easily lose 5 victory points and find themselves looking on the outside looking in.
Mm-hmm.
That's why this Italy-India match is so important.
Right. Yeah.
Tomorrow's
There are 2 of the teams that are stuck there.
Tomorrow's schedule presumably is 2 matches and then a captain's meeting for the quarterfinalists, and everyone else gets the evening off to rest and relax.
Yeah, and prepare for the transnationals, I guess. since
Right, or a good point.
Well, on this hand, I mean, four spades does happen to make, right? With everything splitting and the king of diamonds on side.
The mesh is pretty good.
Right?
Yeah.
Here. Right, partners,
And
king, queen of clubs, and queen of diamonds, jack of spades are all fitting cards and all working honors.
Yep.
And you probably do need that king of diamonds in East to make it because dummy is too hard to get to otherwise.
Right. Yeah. Well, the opponents can just like switch to trumps, and so now you're going to need the diamond queen as an entry to the long clubs for later.
Right. And if they don't, since dummy only has 2 trumps, you can't use the jack of spades as an entry for anything more than a hypothetical third club casting.
Yeah, Vikitsa, do you know if there are... do we know the schedule of head-to-head matches yet for Vugraph, or are those just posted in the bulletin at the start of the day? Does anyone know?
Well, it is on. Yeah, it's on the results. So, Rob, if you go to the results landing page, it does have the segment times on it, starting with Monday.
I meant which matches are playing on Vugraph, like which teams.
When I was a captain of in Veldhoven last month, the link that I used to submit my lineups told me which matches were scheduled to be on Vugraph. But so they do have advanced knowledge, but it's not clear that they're sharing it with the public.
Got it.
I think North owes South another call after a spade, a no trump, 2 diamonds, 2 spades. Yes, that could be a terrible hand that partner has done something with, but that North hand has a lot of extra values, and I think the risk of going down in 3 spades is less than the risk of stopping in 3 spades when you're making 4. Stopping in 2 when you're making 4 spades, or easily.
Aha, Diana to the rescue. We have,
totally.
The WBF is the one that determines the scheduling, and they post the schedule every day, so we don't know yet. Thank you, Gandolius, for letting me know that.
And I imagine some of it'll be, at least the second day of these matches will be determined by what the match scores are after the first day to try to highlight the, the ones that are more competitive.
Yep.
Yeah, it's true. I would be very, very uncomfortable if I held that North hand and, waited for the opening lead and dummy coming down in 2 spades. I think 3 spades, partner could have, slightly better diamonds, slightly worse clubs, and then 4 spades would just be a complete claim.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's closer to bidding 4 spades than passing 2.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And, if you bid 3 spades and partner tries 3 no trump with some flat hand and a doubleton spade, you're just thrilled. You start 7.
Yep.
Assuming that the spade's 3-3-2. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say...
It's
East-West signal at trick 1 because this explains the long think from East. West was giving standard count on that trick. So East has no idea what the heart situation is, but he clearly sees that Declare might be trying to rough diamonds. Switches to trumps.
Interesting. They play standard count in trick 1, but upside down count after?
Yes.
appears that way.
Well,
Because he's just played the 9 of P for 9-8-7. That's got to be.
Yeah, it
that has to be
depends who's on lead. So they play standard count on partner's lead and upside down count on Declare's lead.
There's no way they're going to screw that up.
I think they've been playing together long enough that that they probably have some experience doing it. But yeah, this feels like one of those agreements.
Absolutely screw that up at every opportunity. Yeah, so here Declare is then go off to a fairly good start.
Yeah, if he can trust the club signals, then he's sure the Queen of Clubs is cashing. He'll do that when...
Yeah, although... Yeah, I think, now West can play a diamond, Declare has to duck it, but East can hop up and Declare knows, even if East returns a diamond, that the Queen of Clubs is cashing.
Yep. Ooh. Okay, Italy is making the comeback. The other room did get to 4 spades. They had a little fancy gadget, so North was able to rebid 2-0 to...
Oh, in a Gazilli context, presumably showing exactly a 6-4?
Yep, and so he showed 6 spades and 4 diamonds with some extras. South was happy to jump to 4 spades, knowing that Queen of Diamonds is now a fitting honor. Jack of Spades is a good card. And with the King of Diamonds on side, that contract made. So, nice result for Italy.
It's a very popular adjunct to, to a Gazilli 2-club structure, which I think honestly makes a lot of sense. That 2-no Trump natural rebid is really just not that important to bid.
Right. Well, as said before, Italy doesn't play 2-no Trump, so right. there's no chance that 2-no would be natural.
Yeah, if you're really worried about it, then you can play I think we saw one pair playing an opening 2 clubs showed 18 or 19 balance was in their range, so you can you can protect that hand by doing something like that.
Wait, I can still put up the gamble. Hold on, this is very important. You're so right. I said that we were going to be able to gamble about who wins the match, and I didn't set one up at the start of the match. But it's okay, because the match will be tied after this board.
Oh, did you have a channel reward thing?
Yeah.
So I do. I don't think I'm going to do it now because I am going to have to run at the end of the segment. But I do have a hand that I want to cash in some points for you to analyze.
Sure.
Actually, two hands. One is declare a play problem where I quite spectacularly failed to solve it. And one is I thought a really interesting carding situation.
Yeah. Okay. I would be happy to take a look, but maybe not right now.
No, we'll do it sometime. And, when you're doing a more normal, Zenith stream or something.
Sure. Sounds good.
Yeah, so here I think, Jack of Spades, just in case, Queen of Clubs claim. Oh, sorry, never mind. I forgot this. Declare I hadn't knocked it.
So that's going to be 6 M's going the way of Italy. And the match is tied with 5 boards to go, which is probably exactly what these teams want, since they're both sitting in qualifying position right now.
Each team wants to win, but they more than wanting to win, they want to not lose.
Yep.
Yeah, given that these are 2 of the teams that have done really well in this event so far, I think they're both going to be happy to get out of it with approximately 10 victory points.
Oh no, I put up the prediction and people have used the WBF site against me because they're 10 minutes in the future.
Oh my god, you got picked off by your own bet?
I did. That's okay, because India's about to make the comeback.
Alright, I can see why trading firms were reluctant to give you a position.
Yeah. Rude but fair.
Totally fair. Alright.
So this feels like it should be a 1-no, 3-no auction.
Yeah, Ace King, when you have a good...
Submissions closed.
Yeah, when you have a good 5-card suit, it just tends to be right, especially at imps, and especially vulnerable to just try the game and hope that your 5-card suit produces enough tricks.
3-no is actually, this is going to be a really interesting contract.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for a 5-card major. That's really scary for that getting doubled.
Yeah, 3 diamonds was searching for a 5-card major, and you're right, with 3 small diamonds. A little terrifying, but...
Yeah, but what can you do, right? The upside of finding it is so huge, and when you do find it, you don't care if they lead your suit.
Yep.
The downside is when they get doubled and partner doesn't have a 5-card heart suit. Your partner needs to specifically have 5 hearts for it to matter. I would just bid 1-no, 3-no. I just hate.
Well, your partner has to have specifically 5 hearts, and they have to have a double on your left.
Not have 5 hearts. Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, you just
Well, no, anytime partner doesn't have 5 hearts, you're worse off for having bid it because you spill information. When partner has 5 spades, you spilled information, both about the lack of the double and the 5-card spade suit. You may have increased the chance of getting a killing heart lead when partner has 5 spades.
Sure.
it's true.
Well, this contract appears not to have much play, right?
I mean, it can make, but it looks like
It can,
probably going down. But this can make.
It can make.
I
Why is
think it
East getting
can.
squeezed? Is that what's happening on the run of clubs?
Like,
Deep finesse,
what is he
deep
going to
finesse
throw?
can make it. I think deep finesse can make it by guessing the 10 of hearts and then strip squeezing East. But I think you know, most human declarers would probably not find that line of play.
I mean, if you let's say you won the diamond lead and played a heart up at trick 2, you're going to make it.
We are?
Right?
Because East gets strip squeezed, right?
If he pops the ace of hearts, they don't.
Yeah.
You're not going to have a late entry for the diamonds, and if he ducks the ace of hearts, then you strip squeeze them later.
Right.
Yeah, but if he ducks the ace of hearts, well, I guess we're probably putting in the 8, but then the hearts are blocked anyway.
No, you put up the jack, but I mean, okay, yes, actually, maybe this contract has a little bit more play than I originally gave it credit for. So,
If you have mirrors or you're, you know, like you have access to gib while you're playing it, you're definitely gonna be good. You just follow the bouncing dot. But single dummy, it seems like spade finesse is a very attractive.
Yeah. Yeah, like just straightforward chances before obscure ones is usually a winning strategy.
okay, well, the hand's not over, right? Because East has to lead another diamond.
Yeah, this is going to be
And they're worried
not
they're blowing
obvious.
a trap, right?
Interesting. So I did just cheat and look at the double dummy solver. It's not good enough for East just to lead a diamond. Oh, sorry, never mind. Yeah. I was looking at it wrong. Yeah, if he sleeps another diamond, it's down. If he doesn't, it makes.
Yeah.
So that's, what else can he do, right?
Well,
If partner has 7 of diamonds was a singleton, leading another diamond seems bad.
yeah,
What else are you gonna do?
that's
I feel like
that's
it's gonna-
true.
Yeah, but-
It's the most sensible method to beating it, is if diamonds are 6-3-2-2.
So playing Smith, would you give encouraging Smith as West to make sure partner knows about the 10?
So,
Even though your holding
Well,
is only a double 10? I think you probably should.
if you agree Smith, you need to have an agreement also about what your default is if you don't have a strong opinion, because you must give some sort of signal when you're playing Smith, either encouraging or
I actually
discouraging.
had this that exact conversation with a new partner yesterday. You know, sort of like which is the neutral signal.
Yeah. So mine is if I Smith for a shift, it's because I actively want to shift. If I don't have an opinion, I will not Smith for a shift. For me, a Smith is I want you to shift to something, a discouraging Smith, and otherwise I encourage with the Smith.
Would it help
Yeah.
if I told you that East-West do not play Smith?
Oh, I know they don't play Smith. I'm just speaking more in a hypothetical universe. How do you handle the West hand?
Got it.
But the original way Smith was written up was that the opening leader played reverse Smith and third hand played regular Smith, what we call regular Smith. So if everyone followed with a low card to declare his first bid trick, it's the Smith signal you're most likely to want, which is the opening leader said, I like my suit, and third hand said, no, you did something dumb. And is good if someone forgets, because you're likely giving the correct signal, which is why it was written that way. But nowadays, people just play reverse.
I think the way I like to play Smith is that encouraging Smith by third hand just says, given everything you've seen so far, my holding is better than it might have been. So here, when partner leads the queen and is probably nervous about the location of the 10, I have the 10, which is better than I might have held, therefore I would give encouraging Smith.
Oh man,
don't think that's standard.
I think this is gonna make now.
yeah, Declare is going to make this after that part throw, but man,
Declare is going to make now. What happened?
East pitched
I
a
thought it wanted-
heart, and I think this is gonna give away the position because now East is
We
gonna
pitched
start
a heart
throwing
on the
diamonds.
third club.
Like
Yeah.
now East is throwing diamonds. I mean, East might stiff the king of spades here, right? which would be maybe best defense. But I think that low heart discard followed by a diamond pitch really is, and Declare is now pausing to think. You see, like
he has to pitch stiff the king of spades. He has no choice.
Yeah.
I think if he stiffs the
Giving
king
up,
of spades here, he is going to beat it too. Yep.
Ooh.
yeah, but why would you pitch a diamond? I think Declare should get this right.
It's true. It really did look like East was reluctant to pitch that 3 of spades, which maybe we'll still steer him to the right decision.
Lots of imps riding on this decision. 3-0 made in the other room.
Stiff the king of spades last, and a lot of experts will stiff the king of spades first, because stiffing it last they think is suspicious.
Yeah.
I mean, there is some psychology, because if this declarer knows that, then maybe you go the other way, but I think you'd have to just be straightforward. If East looked like he was reluctant to pitch a spade, it's because he was.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there is a little bit of, a little bit of game theory to it.
Well, here we
All
go.
right, here we go.
Oh,
Down 2.
spade to the queen, 2 down. And that's going to be a big, what is it, 12, 13 imps?
800 to Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's going to be 4 boards to go, so Italy up by 13 in the match.
Still have your bets open?
No. It closed after a minute. Why, were you trying to get in on the action?
Well, now that I have another
Yeah,
result.
That's how I pulled it off. It closed.
Yeah. Still have the, what kind of casino would I be?
5 going on. Surprised you actually got 7 people betting on it.
Oh, that's not bad. I know I was super slow about it. I would have preferred to put up a longer prediction at the start of the match, but I had announced it, and then I just got busy. Everyone jumped in the Discord. Well, North-South have a bunch of spades. That is the first thing I'm noticing. And I think North is going to open a spade.
Yeah, I think a spade, splinter, and my guess would be that they will probably get to the 5 level, but who knows?
Yeah, the hands really do not fit well,
here,
and everything is offside.
so I imagine South will be 3-0 showing, or yeah, I don't know. It'll depend on how they handle their splinters.
You like Splinter with this hand?
It's an skewed hand. I just hate the 4-heart splinter anyways because it just jams partner, so I just never do it.
Yeah.
I would only do it if I had
do
both offsuit.
Because, like, what it is true. Obviously, the hand is a weird looking splinter, but like, what plan do we like better? You know.
2-0 trump, set spades as trump, and then like make a couple of tries, and a partner keeps signing off, respect it.
Yeah, but the problem with that is it basically does deny a singleton, which, if it's important, is going to be really difficult to catch up.
Asking bid doesn't deny anything. You ask a partner about their hand. I bid natural over the forcing raise anyway, so it would be 1 spade, 2-0, 3 clubs by partner, 3 diamonds by me, 3-0 by partner, balanced hand, 4 diamonds. I really have a slam try, 4 spades, pass.
Yeah, I think some people do play that you always splinter with singletons. Like they'll play 2-tiered splinters to cover a bunch of different ranges, and so 2-0 specifically denies, which does allow partner to.
You might not even make 4 spades here, right?
If
you lose a diamond,
you're not making 4 spades. No, that's of course not. But
I think, one reason that I do like the splinter here is because our hand is light and high cards. If we have a fit slam, this is our best shot to get to it.
I mean, if like you bid trump partner shows short diamonds, you can, you're starting with 6 spades and 4 diamonds is 10. That's off to 3 high card points.
And Anyway, Declare's going to be down before it gets the lead, so that'll be a great disappointment to South.
Okay.
I mean, if Declare just ducked that club, he's making the contract. Oh my God!
Yeah,
what is that play of the low club?
What was that low club switch from West? I mean, it's not like so crazy, and it's probably a Grosvenor.
It's impossible for Declare to play.
Yeah, but Declare never can play the 10.
Yeah. Declare realistically never plays the 10, so it's kind of a Grosvenor that is very likely to work.
Yeah.
But it seemed like a particularly strange play, given this dummy.
Exactly,
Right.
because so let's say you play the Queen of Clubs and Declare is able to set up a trick with the 10 of Clubs as a result.
Yeah.
You don't have a useful pitch from dummy on the 10 of Clubs anyway.
Right.
Well, and maybe the danger is if Declare had Ace King 10 of clubs and the heart goes away, but then the contract was always called anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like maybe it was a match point play that had some merit, but at Imps it felt like potentially a little bit costly. I want to see if the other table also did the same thing. Diamond lead, Queen of Hearts. Okay, well, once the Queen of Hearts gets played, then there's really nothing to it.
I mean, the
West,
Queen of Hearts seems like
did
perfectly
splitting
safe.
clubs when Declare lit one up.
Yep. Yeah. Well spotted, Kurt. Thank you. That was that was scary for a minute.
I was just like shocked. Like, Declare going to make this? Is there going to be another swing here?
It could have been. Very much could have been.
By the way, I think, like, especially with his one under splinter, the speed at which North signed off in 4 spades, they should have held the tray or something. That was North signed off like a shot over 4 products.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
point.
presumably he's just didn't care, but yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of on North. I mean, like, as East, like, you're not supposed to touch the boards or the tray or whatever as East-West. You can kind of, like, put your hand up and, like, tell them to wait.
He could just not pass over 4 spades for 10 seconds.
Yeah, that as well. East could take a minute to make sure
Maybe
the
not a
tray doesn't
minute,
come
but-
back.
Normalize the tempo is the there are a few places where players just really should do better about normalizing their tempos on their own. One is like when you're leading a singleton, that should not be led faster than you're leading a doubleton.
Mm-hmm.
So always
So,
take
it's kind of interesting.
time.
I just wonder if North's double was 4 or 5 spades because South made a support double, presumably of spades. That double doesn't really make sense for anything else.
Yep.
Yeah.
So North maybe playing that North's negative double is, could include 5 spades and 1 spade would be, just kind of a generic I have some high cards partner hand.
Yeah, no alert on East 2 heart bid either. A lot of players would play some sort of transfers over that double.
I wonder though if North might have just passed 3 spades there with sort of a minimal game force and knowing you're off the heart suit, no game rates to be any good at all.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean,
Hitting it good though.
North does have the super
I mean,
awkward
South's
hand.
hand is... South's hand isn't exactly unlimited, but South could have had more.
Yeah, I think the issue is just like North is not fitting with South, and we know that.
And so, just give South the jack of spades to go with his queen third and 4 spades would be playable.
Is it?
It wouldn't be great, but it'd be playable.
I mean, your upside is that you have a playable
bad.
game, not a good game, and your downside is that you're getting hammered in 4 spades and going for 1100.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, okay, realistically, I think it's very hard for the opponents to double us, even if they have a trump stack in this auction. But yes, I suppose it's possible.
If someone had ace jack 10 4, the spades on this layout, we would certainly be doubled.
They might need ace jack 10 fifth. I don't know. Ace jack 10 fourth. Really? Do you want to give away the spade
Or
position?
they know that you looked for.
Absolutely.
They know you looked for no trump and balked and are playing a 4-3 fit. I think if they had ace jack 10 4, the
Yeah,
trumps.
I would gleefully double.
And everyone in the room would hear you cackling.
Yeah, I don't care if I trump holding his face up to the offense. That's how much I like that double.
Okay. Well, I guess Declare then is going to be fortunate that you were not sitting east.
No, he didn't have ace jack 10. Jack 10-8 is a
Jack 10-8 third is
Jack
not
10-8
quite
would
good
double.
enough.
But I would not be waiting for ace jack 10 fifth to double. Believe me.
Okay.
Yeah, people seem to be getting more aggressive with their doubles on some of the very successful teams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were
And
talking about this
missing out these
yesterday.
penalties.
That people are much less skittish even about doubling part scores than they were 15, 20 years ago.
Definitely. Well, this is not...
consequence of the progressive, overcalling styles.
Yeah, this is not going to be a pleasant hand for Declare.
No, I mean, at least he's only playing for 50 a trick. That'll be some comfort.
Right.
So West here has the opportunity to make some kind of suit preference signal, and maybe he'll just play the 10 kind of as his most neutral message.
Mm-hmm.
He knows Declare is roughing.
Declare may just try to score in as many trumps as he can.
Yeah, he might play
King of Diamonds, rough a diamond, play another club.
Okay, but hold on, hear me out. Low diamond to the ace, so that East gives an honest count card. No. Thoughts? No?
Maybe.
Because if we lead the King of Diamonds, I mean, maybe the opponents will signal honestly. I doubt it, though.
Yeah, so can he even get out of this for down 1 at this point? Like, let's say, even double dummy, is there anything he can do?
No. I mean, maybe if he runs the Jack of Diamonds now, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
But
I don't think he's going to.
I think it's still too much because you don't have a way to get back to the Ace of Diamonds. West is over roughing dummy in clubs.
Yeah, so I guess now he's just going to try to hope he can take some number of minor suit winners, and then maybe score the King and Queen of Spades separately if things come up well for him.
Yep. Well, West is in. I mean, it feels pretty natural at this point to just put a heart through as West, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, you don't really care about the rough sluff when Declare has no losers anyway.
Yep. So club discard, we'll see East rough in with the 8 of Spades probably.
Yeah, so now Declare can play? He can overruff, play 3 rounds of diamonds, roughing, and exit with a club, and he will take the King of Spades. So he'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more tricks for down 2.
Looks right to me.
And he'll win 2 imps for his trouble. We have a result from the other room on this board.
Yeah, 3-0 down 3. I mean, this is really an awkward hand when, both players have values for game, or think they have values for game, but the hands just don't fit very well.
Yeah, in fact, so in the other room, East-West were never able to get into the bidding after North opened a no-trump showing... South opened a club showing 2+, and North made a game-forcing no-trump. West did not overcall.
So,
A little surprising that West chose to...
may or may not have an opening bid, and North... and if South doesn't open the bidding, then it's unclear how the auction will proceed after pass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
maybe a heart by West.
In the other room, West actually won his side a small swing by not overcalling a heart, which looks a little surprising to me.
You have to open all your 5-3-3-2-11 counts? Is that a requirement of now?
Yes. Get out of here.
Yeah.
You're banned from commentary if you don't.
And this South hand with 2 aces and a strong suit is not one that I would put on the other side of the line, even if that line exists.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's a ton of 12 and 13 counts that look a lot worse than this. I think.
True.
Yeah, exactly. Like, sure, if I had, Jack fifth of diamonds and, a couple of queens and jacks somewhere else, yeah, then maybe I would, you know, would want to, be a little less encouraging. But here, I don't know. I mean, as Kurt says, like, isn't this hand much better than a lot that we would consider routine openings?
Mm-hmm. That's kind of how I feel about it, but then again, I've been opening all 11s for a very long time and doing fairly well with it.
You and I
Well, I mean, if your agreement is you open all 11s, you open all 11s.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I wonder if Declarer is about to find a way to go down more than
so
two.
East made a nice play. Pitching instead of roughing with the 8 of spades, and now I think Declarer does have a pretty good shot of going down 3 here. If he roughs it, he is down 3.
Yep. Yeah, so he does find the discard. West is kind of end played into leading trumps.
Yeah, so now Declarer's going to get scored both with king and queen of spades.
Yeah, so thoughts on heart roughed with the 6 and then roughed with the 10. I mean, Declarer will know that East could have roughed with a lower spot because there aren't any spots that are beneath the 6. But that would be a funny way to give Declarer what plan to go wrong. I guess he didn't. 2
Yeah,
imps.
nice play. He needed to pitch on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all well and good to say, we have enough high card points that we should bid game, but you should have some idea of how you're going to take enough tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like a lot of bidding north-south. And hands that didn't
Yeah,
have any
you
tricks
know,
or fit.
I mean, their methods just trapped them a little bit where, where they just didn't really ever have a chance to, like, South really just never had a chance to say, like, no, really, we're done.
Yeah.
Well, South did. I mean, he made a support double, and then he bid 3 spades over 3 hearts. It's a pretty bad hand.
No, it is, but he had never, like, truly limited himself, right? He still could have had a normal opening bid at that point. Like, if he had no Heartstopper, what else could he... If he had no Heartstopper, what else could he do there, right? Like, 4 of a minor, like, he might just not have had a hand where he had any other option than 3 spades, even with 13, 14 points.
Yeah, bypassing 3 now feels pretty bad.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things.
PJ, China, Egypt has had 114 imps scored in their match collectively. That's a lot of imps.
Wow. Inflation is out of control.
Yeah. I take it
so
that
how you
means...
handle 5-5 to make your game forcing.
Yeah, I take it that means it's good news for China. Because... But I don't know. No spoilers. This is, we got 2 boards to go. And then we will check the scores.
57 tie.
Yes, 57-57 tie is likely.
If I have in the majors game forcing, this is how I would handle it with Jeff Goldsmith. We'd use Tuno as puppet to 3 clubs, and 3 hearts and 3 spades. We'd each show 5-5 in the majors with minor suit shortness. 3-0 here for us, though, would show a 1-0, 4-0 quantitative.
Okay.
Raise.
That's kind of interesting. Yeah. So you just stay a level lower when partner's rejecting the invite?
Yeah, I like that. And I think the, standard sit down with a partner and we've never talked about it way to handle would just be to transfer to hearts and bid 2 spades. But, that obviously is not a great sequence.
I handled it differently last time I was at Nationals. I was playing with a partner. We hadn't discussed it. And I bid small in 3 hearts, and then with the plan of just bidding 4 hearts if partner bid 3 now.
Yeah, also very reasonable. And the problem is, partner is the type to open off shape with like 2-2-6-3, then it looks really bad.
Well, you play your 4-5-2 fit. And
yeah, of course, but it's that's just a situation where you really wish you had room to sort it out below 3-0.
Presumably, this is their way of showing 5-5
forcing, transfer to spades and bid 3 hearts, game forcing 5-5. You get all your ranges in. But
So
yeah,
by
but
having no puppet to 3 clubs, he could have also gotten out in 3 clubs if he'd bid Stamen on a hand with 5 clubs and a 4-card major
right,
and not
or
a strong
even
hand.
even 6-4, yeah, for sure.
I like that Tuno as a puppet to 3 clubs there because, I mean, especially given we actually have a way to quantitatively invite no Trump without a major, it's so rare that we don't ever want to stop into no Trump. It's just such a bad
Yeah, and as we
contract.
said, Italians have an agreement that Tuno is never playable in any situation.
True. So the hand is a little bit interesting in terms of the play. I mean, Declare is just going to be trying to optimize his chances about making sure he brings the major suits home for 1 loser.
Yeah, do you possibly
whether
luck into dropping the Queen of Spades by just planning to play Ace King of Spades and then 3 rounds of Hearts roughing?
The question is whether you do that or whether you play 3 rounds of Hearts earlier, keeping the King 8 of Spades sort of as a tennis position in case left-hand opponent has 4 hearts that you could be over-roughing things.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting hand to play. I wonder, though, maybe on the opening diamond lead, the actual line of play has nothing to do with hearts. Maybe we just start roughing diamonds. We should have a pretty good count on the diamond suit.
Yeah, but are we going to... How many tricks are we going to come to if that's our plan?
Well, our plan is basically to now rough a diamond, spade to the king, rough a diamond, ace of spades, heart to the king, rough a diamond.
Well, I think we'd probably better catch the Jack of Clubs now.
Yeah, okay. And Jack of clubs at some point. Go like ace of hearts, rough a heart. Maybe we're entries short. This might be what Declare's thinking
It feels
about.
unnatural to me. I mean, certainly it feels very unnatural to do.
Heart of the King, rough a diamond, ace of
Mind
hearts.
of
Yeah,
crossing.
but then we're still going to need to play a 3rd round of Hearts roughing if we do that. So I think it just adds an extra element of danger for no reason.
Yeah.
I think if you're planning on roughing diamonds and dummy, that should not be. It should be combined with never touching the trump suit.
Yeah,
Oh, I think it
unfortunately,
would be.
our
We're still gonna have to play
communication,
hearts in that line.
like, we just need to use communication in the majors.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think the problem is on that line of play, we're still going to have to play Hearts anyway. So, so there's no reason really to be playing diamonds, and Hearts when we can be playing just Hearts.
I
Yeah.
think play hearts before touching trumps because you can leverage the 8 of spades. In some light, like on this actual hand where North has the 10-9 of spades, if South had a doubleton heart, that 8 of spades becomes a really huge card.
Mm-hmm.
You need the ace of spades as a later entry to dummy, possibly. So I see it's natural to me, it may not be best, but the natural line to me in this position is king of hearts, heart to the ace, and a 3rd round of hearts without touching the trumps.
yeah,
Yeah.
I like this
I
plan.
think so too. I like that better than roughing a diamond now.
Well, I don't think roughing a diamond is the alternative. I think.
Oh, I thought you said that was the alternative, was to start roughing diamonds immediately.
No, I was trying to count tricks, right? Like, if we can rough... Like, if I was able to rough 3 diamonds in the dummy and go ace, king of spades then my 5th diamond is set up and I don't need to worry about the hearts. But
Right.
I don't have the
Yeah,
entries
well-
to do that.
And also, the opponents would be getting a trump trick regardless of the trump layout at that point.
Yeah,
They
but
can
that's
crack
okay.
their
That's the
diamonds.
only trick I lose.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
The worry, I guess, is that South has 4 hearts and that you're being over rough.
Yep. Yeah, but the real question is, can we make against that layout
Yeah.
ever?
Right, we can
South
afford to
had the
lose
10-9
2
of
tricks,
spades
and
and
that's
the 8 of
what we
spades
want.
could leverage.
Yep.
I think we can afford to lose 2 tricks, and we just don't have that many losers. None at all in the plain suits at this point.
Hmm.
So we have to take 10. Obviously, we have to take 10 tricks, but we have some room to play around here.
Hmm.
Roughing diamonds is not. I mean, let's say you catch the jack of clubs, rough a diamond, heart to the king, rough a diamond, ace of hearts, heart. So in that position, if you already have 1 trick, 2 tricks of the jack of clubs, diamond rough is 3, heart to the king is 4, diamond rough is 5, ace of hearts is 6. You need 4 more tricks. So that's not. If you only needed 3 more tricks, you'd be in better shape.
Yeah, it's starting to look like playing on the majors is the way to go, and I think you're right that playing hearts before playing spades is also the way to go. I just don't see how playing spades helps in any against some layout.
If you play hearts, even if something bad happens to you, the hand is very far from over.
You might.
And if they rough the second heart, it's a disaster. But if you just play a third heart and south follows and north overroughs, then you might still be in okay shape.
Right?
Let's say south has the 4 hearts, and you rough with the 8 hearts overrough.
King and take a spade finesse at that point.
You can basically rough the next heart with the king and take a spade.
Yeah. We're playing north for queen third of spades in that scenario, so you pick that up. Whereas you can't pick up 4-2 hearts if you start on spades.
Yeah, so in the other room, they did get to an equivalent position. More or less, it started a club lead from south rather than the ace of diamonds. North led a diamond to this table, right?
Yep.
So it started a diamond to the ace and a club through, but at that point, they tapped the dummy instead of playing a third club.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but see, then the diamond rough line works because they've given us an extra entry.
Well, it's still not what Declare did. He just played 3 rounds of hearts.
Okay, fine. But Declare in the other table was a fool for not roughing out the diamonds. No, I have no idea. It would be worth considering, though. Wouldn't it be funny if in the other room they played on hearts and in this room Mano now just roughed a diamond and dummy? I would think that was funny. I don't know about anyone else. He will still make it if he goes after the diamond rough line because the hearts are so friendly.
Yeah.
I mean, the diamond rough line also makes when south has a doubleton heart because we get to score a trump en passant in the end position.
Yeah, that line actually might also give us some advantages when trumps are 4-1, right? Because we don't really care if they're 4-1 if we're not playing on them.
Yep. See? My line of play is pretty good, huh? I still think it's better to play hearts, but it looks like an interesting alternative.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what I think Mono obviously is a very good player, but I don't know how he is on these, something is a third of a percent better kind of hands.
We did it!
Like Michael Rosenberg. This is the kind of hand where you want to ask Michael Rosenberg what the optimal thing is because he'll know it to 100th of a percent.
No. See, we don't want Rosenberg to give us the 100% answer. We want to have some uncertainty that Declare has taken the right line. So, I prefer this. That way, there will be articles on Bridge Winners about it later, how Declare found the only line of play to make.
And then Michael Rosenberg will respond, and that'll be the end of the thread.
Yeah. Okay, good point. Well, heart to the king. Diamond? I mean, this queen of hearts...
Jack of clubs.
Catch the jack of clubs.
Yeah, jack of clubs. But
we're still pitching their clubs.
Okay, but this queen of hearts is pretty telling, right?
He's going to get up to the same 6 tricks I was talking about as he roughs a diamond. Oh, no, he's playing a heart now.
Yeah, the queen of hearts, I think, gave the show away from south. So we rough with the 8 of spades.
And now probably...
He
king
has
of spades.
another option.
King
He
of
could rough a
spades,
diamond in this position, rough a heart with the king of spades, and play another diamond.
Mm-hmm.
If North is out of diamonds, he's cold.
Right.
And if North follows with the diamond, then he's just always cold, right?
Yeah, North follows with the diamond, you just rough low and play south if he overroughs.
Yep.
Yeah. He either overroughs or he doesn't. Yeah.
The diamond continuation here makes against 4-1 spades if diamonds break.
Okay, well... There was
Something
some claim. We don't know if he took that line of play or if he just played a spade to the jack.
I would guess he played a king of spades, spade to the jack so quickly the operator missed it, but who knows?
Yeah, possibly. So one imp going the way of India there. And very last board of the set. Is it possible for India to catch up? Other table, East-West for the Indian squad. Bidden made 3 no trump.
Yeah, so if they do manage to miss the game here, then yes, India will catch up.
Yeah, so 1 no by West, 15 to 17. What do we do as East? Do we just game force?
I think you start with
Damon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Stamen. Then, I mean, at that point, you're kind of committed
partner
to game
bid
force.
2 hearts. We know they can get out in 3 clubs, so he has that as an option. If he chooses that, that is the path to defeat. It is. When partner bids 2 hearts to try to avert the lead, I like that. Maybe they're not leading a heart. Still, I need
And
partner to
that
have the
will-
ace of clubs, or we have no chance in 3 now.
Yeah.
And that will give India a 1 imp victory in the match because they'll make 130 for 11 imps to the Indian squad.
Yep.
You could do your. I mean, if you had a specific club invite, you could give up on the stamen and do that, figuring the partner more likely to accept the invite with the ace of clubs or club length.
It's true, but man, like, giving up on a 4-4 spade fit or even 5-4 when I have a void seems like a pretty big
Seems
position.
terrible. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine not starting with stamen. I'm just start with stamen and hope something good happens.
Yeah. And if East does have an invitational club bid, he'll make it and West will accept it with 17 points. I think the question is if East has to decide right then and there, drop or game force. It's very tough.
It's possible that they play 2 clubs. Well, he would have been faster. If it was 2 clubs, 2 of them, 8, 2 hearts, 3 clubs, it could be invitational for them, given that they have a 2-no puppet to do some things. But it sounds like
Yeah, but I think that
maybe
even with that 2 club pop bid, I think you just need that bid to be game forcing. It's too hard otherwise.
Well,
in match points, I have played 2 clubs, 2 of major, 3 of minor as invitational, not forcing.
Because you're just always bidding 3-0 with your forcing hands and just not worrying about it.
Right, but only in one partnership and it wasn't my suggestion. But it was a good player who said, that at match points we'll play that as invitational, and an imps who played as forcing. All right, so this day, let's do something strange here.
Yeah, I think 2 hearts, I don't know. Presumably he's showing a 5-card spade suit, although obviously everyone is going to know where the hesitation was on the other side of the screen.
yeah, I mean, 2 hearts is just a transfer to spades. No, that's what it says on the card.
On spades. It sure looks like 4 spades can be beat in a number of ways.
They must be doing something else because there's no way that East has shown 5 spades and now invited.
Oh, Italy bettors are sweating right now.
3 spades. It is alerted and explained as a lowercase a.
Yep. I think that's just the alert. Oh, Rob has a good point. Maybe East has missorted some clubs into his spades.
Maybe,
Well,
although
West
the
would
fact
have
that he
chosen
thought
spades.
for...
Yeah.
Yeah, and East thought for approximately 2 minutes before taking that action, which I think is not indicative of that.
This is Twitch chat spells the alphabet. Do I have a C? I don't think I have enough people in my chat that we're going to get this one wrong, but we can find out.
Whatever it meant. I mean, I would guess that there must be something else going on, because wouldn't West accept by bidding 4 spades?
Maybe East thinks his spade holding is 10-4-4 deuce. 10-4-4 deuce, yeah. So, heart lead. Is there any chance that this doesn't make? I don't think so. It looks like 6 clubs, 2 hearts, and a spade at the very least.
Yeah.
Yeah, Claire can just drive the ace of hearts if South doesn't play it at trick 1.
Yeah.
I think it's impossible for South to duck this, but even if he does, yeah, Declare just plays one right back at them.
Well, the 10 of hearts feels like the right play, yeah.
Not if
Oh,
partner
I
is
see. Well,
left
you're
from King
you're
Jack,
just
nine
playing the
seven.
7.
Yeah, King Jack 9-7. True. That would be a little
I mean,
bit
North
sad.
could have King Queen 9-7 Deuce. Then you feel like a real schmuck putting in the 10.
Yep. Good point. Good point.
I felt like a real schmuck on defense before, so it wouldn't be the first time or the last.
I think this is not a spot where you put in the middle heart when dummy is void. Like if dummy had a small doubleton heart, maybe then you still go up. Declare could also have a small jack doubleton or something.
Mm-hmm.
Although Jackie has figured out that his future is not in hearts.
Yep. King of Spades switch.
Pretty big play there, given the North could have just had running hearts.
Yeah, it's kind of curious.
Unless they're playing attitude leads, which is possible.
Well, in that case, don't we put in the 10 at trickle?
No,
Well,
no,
King Jack 9-7 is your lowest heart.
Okay, fine, fair enough.
Right. No, I think. Yeah, that's certainly true. But I think, I don't think we put in the 10. I think we look at those clubs and realize that drastic measures are necessary.
Yeah, but still, you have to know that partner doesn't have hearts to not play a heart back.
Yeah, which I don't know. I would just be a dumb guy and play a harder trick too, and that would be that.
Okay, well, last quarter match.
Ace of clubs and then claim.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Declare is just going to claim after trying the Ace of Clubs. I mean, maybe. Is there any reason to play the Jack of Spades now?
I don't think so. He has 10 top tricks, and that'll guarantee that he only takes 9 of them, right? Since the defense has 3 tricks ready to go.
Yeah, but how do you have 10 top tricks? What if clubs are 5-0?
Oh, I see. Yeah, playing a spade is like the ultra safety play.
Well, you could find out whether clubs are 5-0 first.
Yeah, it looks like he has enough
Ace of
communication, right? Because if clubs were 5-0 here, he could then play the Jack of Spades, and then he'd be fine.
Right.
Yep.
Because he has a spade entry to his hearts.
Yep. So now this will be 10 tricks. Push forward, and once the score comes up, there it is.
Clubs
10
are 5-0
tricks.
offside. I don't remember seeing a spade shift.
So, congratulations to everyone who predicted Italy, which I think was most of the spectators.
Yeah, well, they were cheating. They had some outside information helping them out. The future.
Are you? They were not cheating.
So USA 2 has moved into a qualifying spot, and India moved out of one on the results of that match.
Okay.
And on the results
Really?
of USA 2 beating the snot out of Brazil. USA 1 is a good 8 victory points behind China for the last qualifying spot, and China and New Zealand are basically tied.
Yep.
I am surprised, given how deep these fields are, that the WBF hasn't moved to a round of 16.
Round of 16 would leave only a few non-qualifiers, though.
Yeah,
Maybe,
but
maybe around 12. Award some teams with buys or
something. But there's like one way or another, there are going to be teams that have won this event multiple times, not qualifying, and it seems like
look at the Netherlands. The Netherlands is sitting there at 242, 11 victory points out of a qualifying spot. They're very unlikely to qualify. Look who's on that team. The Netherlands. That is a really, really good team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I do want to mention, though, because we do have a big match coming up tomorrow for USA 1 specifically. They are playing China in one of the final 2 matches. I don't actually know which one, but if USA 1 has a big win over China, they may well vault their way into 8th place.
Does that mean I'm supposed to set an alarm for 5 a.m.?
I really don't. You don't have to.
Interesting. So, I think the top of the leaderboard rates to race to hold their position, but at this point, we only have one guaranteed qualifier.
Well, and it's pretty good for USA 1 to be playing Egypt and China tomorrow.
Oh, no,
because,
actually,
like,
I'm wrong. Norway has not even guaranteed a qualification yet.
they're 35 victory points ahead out of 8.
They're 37. Wow. Yes, they are going to qualify, but it is kind of remarkable.
Probably mathematically impossible.
Yeah,
given
probably.
Who's playing who.
Yeah, right. Possibly, depending on if they get blitzed twice, they still can't quite pull it off.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I think a lot of the determination for USA 1 is how many matches do they have left where Spectre is going to be sitting in, Spectre and Gavin, as opposed to Hurd, Bathurst, and Cran and Vince.
It is true, although Spectre and Gavin certainly are a really excellent pair, even if not quite up to the standards of their teammates.
Yeah, because we see the USA 1 Singapore match. They won by 12, and Singapore was one of those teams kind of lower on the scoreboard, where if they had had a little bit of a better win against Singapore, they would be in a slightly better position now going into tomorrow's set.
Yeah, I do think, despite the kind of indifferent results here, I recognize a few of the names on the Singapore team, and they did field a pretty strong squad.
Yeah. I mean, all these teams are deserving of their spots here. Even Panama.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I recognize a couple of the guys on the Panama team from NABCs, and they're good players. Mm-hmm. Just struggling a bit this week.
Yep.
Do we know who the other USA team is playing tomorrow?
We just got someone in chat. Hong Kong, China, and Belgium are the two teams that they're playing. Both US squads did play up against a lot of the top teams in the leaderboards early, and so this kind of could explain a little bit of the trend while they were sitting at the middle of the pack, and now USA 2 is moving up. USA 1 has a chance. But still a big match against China, supposedly tomorrow morning. Spectre did not play against
I like
the
USA
Singapore
2's chances against Belgium and Hong Kong is pretty good for them, and it's probably also good for them that they've already played their matches against New Zealand and China and India, which would be dangerous for them to lose any of those matches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we were told a big matchup tomorrow as well is New Zealand against Netherlands. So if Netherlands has a big win there over New Zealand, then they could also leapfrog into a qualifying position.
Yeah, they're only 12 victory points apart here, so those could easily be flipped after that match.
Yeah. What time Eastern is the first round tomorrow? It's going to be 5:10 a.m. is when Vugraph is going to start.
So they have... I see. So it's the normal second and third segments, and not the normal first and second segment starting times.
Oh, is it the second and third?
Well, I don't know, but if
it's normal first and second.
Yeah,
it's 10 o'clock local.
Right. Okay.
So that is.
Okay. So.
Delay.
Yeah. So it'll be 5:10 a.m. with the 10-minute delay.
Oh, for the second set, for the final segment, yeah. The first one is 3 a.m. New York time.
What?
Right? 10 a.m. in Morocco is 3 a.m. on the East Coast.
No. It's 5:10.
5.
5 a.m. It's a 5-hour time difference.
Everything being a 6-hour delay, but it's.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
5 hours. So.
Yep.
5 a.m. on the East Coast, and then right.
Okay. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. Really always appreciate everyone hanging out and watching the matches. Happy to have such a nice crowd watching the events with us on BBO, Twitch, and YouTube. And thanks to all my co-casters for joining me. Happy to have as many people join as possible, get some different perspectives. Good to see you, Michael. You're, of course, welcome back anytime.
Thank you. Yeah, I was expecting to need permission to jump into the chat, but I just...
No, I am a Discord noob, so technically anyone can get in here if they can figure it out. I haven't had any problems so far, but if we do have some issues, then maybe I will have to set some permissions for the channels. But
in the Venice Cup,
Well, good
USA
hanging, guys.
2 is
Michael, good to meet you.
still hanging on.
Yeah,
And,
thanks for joining us,
Yeah,
Kurt.
Kurt, always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Do we want to take a quick look before we sign off at the standings and the other events?
No, absolutely not. There's no chance that I want. I will pull them up though. No, it's fine. We can have a look at the Venice Cup, Dorsey Trophy, and Wuhan Cups, and then I will be signing off. So Poland and Sweden, I think they had been doing quite well in the Venice Cup for a while. They're still sitting atop the standings, with France, Turkey, Norway, USA 2, Canada, and Israel still in the mix. Top 8, China right behind them. Denmark has a chance. Brazil about a full match out of qualification. So looks like maybe USA 2, Canada, Israel, China, and potentially Denmark are going to be fighting for 3 spots in that event.
Yeah, USA 1 is unfortunately no longer able to qualify. They're 2 full matches out with 2 matches to play.
Yeah, and so then in the Dorsey Trophy, we got USA 1 and 2 are actually in qualification position, and looks like they will both be moving on. Poland, big winner in the Swiss, I say, round robin. Denmark up there in 3rd after USA 1, USA 2 in 4th. Big gap to Argentina, Italy, Sweden, Norway, Chinese Taipei, Netherlands, Israel. Wow, there's a lot of teams that are very densely grouped right around the 220 to 240 mark. But I guess maybe realistically, Israel would have a tough time, Belgium would have a tough time. So it looks like Norway, Chinese Taipei, and maybe Netherlands are going to be fighting for those spots. Sweden potentially too. And then in the Wuhan Cup, we have Italy, Germany, USA 2, Romania, China, and France topping the charts. Big gap between them and Chinese Taipei, USA 1, Belgium are all going to be fighting for the 2 remaining slots. So 3 teams competing there. Argentina, Australia, maybe an outside chance. They're about a match back of 8th place. So those are the standings. And on that note, I think I'm going to wrap up stream. It's once again been a fairly long day. We've had a great crowd, and I will see you all tomorrow for the USA 1 China match, hopefully on VooGraph. We will petition the organizers.
Thank you so much for hosting that.
I will probably not see you before Monday, but I'm hoping to show up again then.
Sounds good. All right.